Chapter 24 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. March pushed the door open into a room like that on the left, but with a writing desk instead of a cobbler's bench, and a bed where Lindau sat propped up, with a coat over his shoulders and a skull-cap on his head, reading a book from which he lifted his eyes to stare blankly over his spectacles at March. His hairy old breast showed through the nightshirt, which gaped apart. The stump of his left arm lay open upon the book to keep it open. "Ah, my dear young friend, Basil March, is it you?" he called out joyously the next moment. "Why, are you sick, Lindau?" March anxiously scanned his face in taking his hand. Lindau laughed. "No, I'm all right. Only a little lazy and a little economical. It's cheaper to stay in bed sometimes as to keep a fire going all the time. Don't want to come too hard on the brave man, you know." "Brave man, schafft mir zu essen." "You remember Heine? You read Heine still? Who is your favorite poet now, Basil? You write some poetry yourself yet? No? Well, I am glad to see you. Brush those papers off that chair. Well, it is good for sore eyes. How did you find where I live?" "They told me at Moroni's," said March. He tried to keep his eyes on Lindau's face and not see the discomfort of the room, but he was aware of the shabby and frowsy bedding, the odor of stale smoke, and the pipes and tobacco shreds mixed with the books and manuscripts strewn over the leaf of the writing desk. He laid down on the mass the pile of foreign magazines he had brought under his arm. "They gave me another address first." "Yes, I have just come here," said Lindau. "It is not very cozy, eh?" "It might be gayer," March admitted with a smile. "Still," he added soberly, "a good many people seem to live in this part of the town. Apparently they die here, too, Lindau. There is crape on your outside door. I didn't know, but it was for you." "Not this time," said Lindau in the same humor. "Perhaps some other time. We keep the undertakers pretty busy down here." "Well," said March, "undertakers must live, even if the rest of us have to die to let them." Lindau laughed, and March went on. "But I'm glad it isn't your funeral, Lindau. And you say you're not sick, so I don't see why we shouldn't come to business." "Business?" Lindau lifted his eyebrows. "You come on business?" "And pleasure combined," said March, and he went on to explain the service he desired at Lindau's hands. The old man listened with serious attention, and with assenting nods that culminated in a spoken expression of his willingness to undertake the translations. March waited with a sort of mechanical expectation of his gratitude for the work put in his way, but nothing of the kind came from Lindau, and March was left to say, "Well, everything is understood then, and I don't know that I need add that if you ever want a little advance on the work—" "I will ask you," said Lindau quietly, "and I thank you for that. But I can wait. I don't need any money just at present." And if he saw some appeal for greater frankness in March's eye, he went on, "I didn't come here because I was too poor to live anywhere else, and I don't stay in bed because I couldn't have a fire to keep warm if I wanted it. I'm not so bad off as Marmontel when he went to Paris. I'm a little luxurious, that's all. If I stay in bed, it's so I can fling money away on something else, hey?" "But what are you living here for, Lindau?" March smiled at the irony lurking in Lindau's words. "Well, you see, I found I was becoming a little too much of an aristocrat. I had a room up in Greenwich Village, among those big pugs over on the west side, and I found—" Lindau's voice lost its jesting quality, and his face darkened, "that I was beginning to forget the poor." "I should have thought," said March, with impartial interest, "that you might have seen poverty enough now and then in Greenwich Village to remind you of its existence." "Not like here," said Lindau, "and you must see it all the time, see it, hear it, smell it, taste it, or you forget it. That is what I come here for. I was becoming a bloated aristocrat. I thought I was not like these people down here when I had gone down once to look around. I thought I must be somethings else, And so I said I better take myself in time, and I come here among my brothers, the beggars and the thieves." A noise made itself heard in the next room, as if the door were furtively opened, and a faint sound of tiptoeing and of hands clawing on a table. "Thieves!" Lindau repeated with a shout. "Little thieves that capture your breakfast! Ah, ha, ha!" A wild scurrying of feet, joyous cries, and tittering, and a slamming door followed upon his explosion, and he resumed in the silence: "It is the children got back from school. They come and steal what I leave there on my table. It's one of our little jokes. We understand one another. That's all right. Once the cobbler in the other room there, he used to chase 'em. He couldn't understand their little tricks. Now that cobbler's dead, and he don't chase 'em any more. He was a bohemian, kind of crazy, I guess." "Well, it's a sociable existence," March suggested. "But perhaps if you let them have the things without stealing—" "Oh, no, no! Must not make them too conceited. They mustn't go and feel themselves better than those poor millionaires that had to steal their money." March smiled indulgently at his old friend's violence. "Oh, there are faggots and faggots, you know, Lindau. Perhaps not all the millionaires are so guilty." "Let us speak German!" cried Lindau in his own tongue, pushing his book aside and thrusting his skull-cap back from his forehead. "How much money can a man honestly earn without wronging or oppressing some other man?" "Well, if you'll let me answer in English," said March, "I should say about $5,000 a year. I name that figure because it's my experience that I could never earn more. But the experience of other men may be different, and if they tell me they can earn 10 or 20 or 50,000 a year, I'm not prepared to say they can't do it." Lindau hardly waited for his answer. Not the most gifted man that ever lived in the practice of any art or science, and paid the highest rate that exceptional genius could justly demand from those who have worked for their money, could ever earn $1 million. It is the landlords and the merchant princes, the railroad kings and the coal barons, the oppressors to whom you instinctively give the titles of tyrants. It is these that make the millions, but no man earns them. What artist, what physician, what scientist, what poet was ever a millionaire? "I can only think of the poet Rogers," said March, amused by Lindau's tirade. "But he was as exceptional as the other Rogers, the martyr, who died with warm feet." Lindau had apparently not understood his joke, and he went on, with the American ease of mind about everything. "But you must allow, Lindau, that some of those fellows don't do so badly with their guilty gains. Some of them give work to armies of poor people." Lindau furiously interrupted. "Yes, when they have gathered their millions together from the hunger and cold and nakedness and ruin and despair of hundreds of thousands of other men, they give work to the poor. They give work. They allow their helpless brothers to earn enough to keep life in them. They give work. Who is it gives toil, and where will your rich men be when once the poor shall refuse to give toil? Why, you have come to give me work." March laughed outright. "Well, I'm not a millionaire anyway, Lindau, and I hope you won't make an example of me by refusing to give toil. I dare say the millionaires deserve it, but I'd rather they wouldn't suffer in my person." "No," returned the old man, mildly relaxing the fierce glare he had bent upon March. "No man deserves to suffer at the hands of another. I lose myself when I think of the injustice in the world. But I must not forget that I am like the worst of them." "You might go up Fifth Avenue and live among the rich a while, when you're in danger of that," suggested March. "At any rate," he added, by an impulse which he knew he could not justify to his wife, "I wish you'd come some day and lunch with their emissary. I've been telling Mrs. March about you, and I want her and the children to see you. Come over with these things and report." He put his hands on the magazines as he rose. "I will come," said Lindau gently. "Shall I give you your book?" asked March. "No, I get up pretty soon." "And can you dress yourself?" "I whistle, and one of those little fellows comes. We have to take care of one another in a place like this. It is not like the world," said Lindau gloomily. March thought he ought to cheer him up. "Oh, it isn't such a bad world, Lindau. After all, the average of millionaires is small in it." He added, "And I don't believe there's an American living that could look at that arm of yours and not wish to lend you a hand for the one you gave us all." March felt this to be a fine turn, and his voice trembled slightly in saying it. Lindau smiled grimly. "You think so? I wouldn't much like to trust 'em. I've tried it too often." He began to speak German again, fiercely. "Besides, they owe me nothing. Do you think I knowingly gave my hand to save this oligarchy of traders and tricksters, this aristocracy of railroad wreckers and stock gamblers and mine slave drivers and mill serf owners? No, I gave it to the slave, ha ha ha, whom I helped to unshackle to the common liberty of hunger and cold. And you think I would be a beneficiary of such a state of things?" "I'm sorry to hear you talk so, Lindau," said March. "Very sorry." He stopped with a look of pain and rose to go. Lindau suddenly broke into a laugh, and into English. "Oh, well, it is only talk, Passil, and it does me good. My bark is worse than my bite, I guess. I bring these things round pretty soon. Good-bye, Passil, my dear boy. Auf Wiedersehen." End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. March went away thinking of what Lindau had said, but not for the impersonal significance of his words so much as for the light they cast upon Lindau himself. He thought the words violent enough, but in connection with what he remembered of the cheery, poetic, hopeful idealist, they were even more curious than lamentable. In his own life of comfortable reverie he had never heard any one talk so before, but he had read something of the kind now and then in blatant labor newspapers which he had accidentally fallen in with, and once at a strikers' meeting he had heard rich people denounced with the same frenzy. He had made his own reflections upon the tastelessness of the rhetoric and the obvious bunkum of the motive, and he had not taken the matter seriously. He could not doubt Lindau's sincerity, and he wondered how he came to that way of thinking. From his experience of himself he accounted for a prevailing literary quality in it. He decided it to be from Lindau's reading and feeling rather than his reflection. That was the notion he formed of some things he had met with in Ruskin to much the same effect. He regarded them with amusement as the chimeras of a rhetorician run away with by his phrases. But as to Lindau, the chief thing in his mind was a conception of the droll irony of a situation in which so fervid a hater of millionaires should be working, indirectly at least, for the prosperity of a man like Dryfoos, who, as March understood, had got his money together out of every gambler's chance in speculation and all a schemer's thrift from the error and need of others. The situation was not more incongruous, however, than all the rest of the Every Other Week affair. It seemed to him that there were no crazy fortuities that had not tended to its existence, and as time went on, and the day drew near for the issue of the first number, the sense of this intensified till the whole lost at moments the quality of a waking fact, and came to be rather a fantastic fiction of sleep. Yet the heterogeneous forces did cooperate to a reality which March could not deny, at least in their presence, and the first number was representative of all their nebulous intentions in a tangible form. As a result, it was so respectable that March began to respect these intentions, began to respect himself for combining and embodying them in the volume which appealed to him with a novel fascination when the first advance copy was laid upon his desk. Every detail of it was tiresomely familiar already, but the whole had a fresh interest now. He now saw how extremely fit and effective Miss Leighton's decorative design for the cover was, printed in black and brick red on the delicate gray tone of the paper. It was at once attractive and refined, and he credited Beaton with quite all he merited in working it over to the actual shape. The touch and the taste of the art editor were present throughout the number. As Fulkerson said, Beaton had caught on with the delicacy of a humming-bird and the tenacity of a bulldog to the virtues of their illustrative process, and had worked it for all it was worth. There were 7 papers in the number, and a poem on the last page of the cover, and he had found some graphic comment for each. It was a larger proportion than would afterward be allowed, but for once in a way it was allowed. Fulkerson said they could not expect to get their money back on that first number anyway. 7 of the illustrations were Beaton's, 2 or 3 he got from practised hands, the rest were the work of unknown people which he had suggested, and then related and adapted with unfailing ingenuity to the different papers. He handled the illustrations with such sympathy as not to destroy their individual quality, and that indefinable charm which comes from good amateur work in whatever art. He rescued them from their weaknesses and errors, while he left in them the evidence of the pleasure with which a clever young man or a sensitive girl or a refined woman had done them. Inevitably, from his manipulation, however, the art of the number acquired homogeneity, and there was nothing casual in its appearance. The result, March eagerly owned, was better than the literary result, and he foresaw that the number would be sold and praised chiefly for its pictures. Yet he was not ashamed of the literature, and he indulged his admiration of it the more freely because he had not only not written it, but in a way had not edited it. To be sure, he had chosen all the material, but he had not voluntarily put it all together for that number. It had largely put itself together, as every number of every magazine does, and as it seems more and more to do in the experience of every editor. There had to be, of course, a story, and then a sketch of travel. There was a literary essay and a social essay. There was a dramatic trifle, very gay, very light. There was a dashing criticism on the new pictures, the new plays, the new books, the new fashions. And then there was the translation of a bit of vivid Russian realism which the editor owed to Lindau's exploration of the foreign periodicals left with him. Lindau was himself a romanticist of the Victor Hugo sort, but he said this fragment of Dostoevsky was good of its kind. The poem was a bit of society verse, with a backward look into simpler and wholesomer experiences. Fulkerson was extremely proud of the number, but he said it was too good from every point of view. The cover was too good, and the paper was too good, and that device of rough edges which got over the objection to uncut leaves while it secured their aesthetic effect was a thing that he trembled for, though he rejoiced in it as a stroke of the highest genius. It had come from Beaton at the last moment as a compromise, when the problem of the vulgar croppiness of cut leaves and the unpopularity of uncut leaves seemed to have no solution but suicide. Fulkerson was still morally crawling round on his hands and knees, as he said, in abject gratitude at Beaton's feet, though he had his qualms, his questions, and he declared that Beaton was the most inspired ass since Balaam's. We're all asses, of course, he admitted in semi-apology to March, but we're no such asses as Beaton. He said that if the tasteful decorativeness of the thing did not kill it with the public outright, its literary excellence would give it the finishing stroke. Perhaps that might be overlooked in the impression of novelty which a first number would give, but it must never happen again. He implored March to promise that it should never happen again. He said their only hope was in the immediate cheapening of the whole affair. It was bad enough to give the public too much quantity for their money, but to throw in such quality as that was simply ruinous. It must be stopped. These were the expressions of his intimate moods. Every front that he presented to the public wore a glow of lofty, of devout exultation. His pride in the number gushed out in fresh bursts of rhetoric to every one whom he could get to talk with him about it. He worked the personal kindliness of the press to the utmost. He did not mind making himself ridiculous or becoming a joke in the good cause, as he called it. He joined in the applause when a humorist at the club feigned to drop dead from his chair at Fulkerson's introduction of the topic, and he went on talking that first number into the surviving spectators. He stood treat upon all occasions, and he lunched attachés of the press at all hours. He especially befriended the correspondents of the newspapers of other cities, for, as he explained to March, those fellows could give him any amount of advertising simply as literary gossip. Many of the fellows were ladies who could not be so summarily asked out to lunch, but Fulkerson's ingenuity was equal to every exigency, and he contrived somehow to make each of these feel that she had been possessed of exclusive information. There was a moment when March conjectured a willingness in Fulkerson to work Mrs. March into the advertising department by means of a tea to these ladies and their friends which she should administer in his apartment, but he did not encourage Fulkerson to be explicit, and the moment passed. Afterward, when he told his wife about it, he was astonished to find that she would not have minded doing it for Fulkerson, and he experienced another proof of the bluntness of the feminine instincts in some directions, and of the personal favor which Fulkerson seemed to enjoy with the whole sex. This alone was enough to account for the willingness of these correspondents to write about the first number, but March accused him of sending it to their addresses with boxes of Jacqueminot roses and Huyler candy. Fulkerson let him enjoy his joke. He said that he would do that or anything else for the good cause, short of marrying the whole circle of female correspondents. March was inclined to hope that if the first number had been made too good for the country at large, the more enlightened taste of metropolitan journalism would invite a compensating favor for it in New York. But first Fulkerson, and then the event, proved him wrong. In spite of the quality of the magazine, and in spite of the kindness which so many newspaper men felt for Fulkerson, the notices in the New York papers seemed grudging and provisional to the ardor of the editor. A merit in the work was acknowledged, and certain defects in it for which March had trembled were ignored, but the critics astonished him by selecting for censure points which he was either proud of or had never noticed, which being now brought to his notice he still could not feel were false. He owned to Fulkerson that if they had said so and so against it, he could have agreed with them, but that to say thus and so was preposterous, and that if the advertising had not been adjusted with such generous recognition of the claims of the different papers, he should have known the counting-room was at the bottom of it. As it was, he could only attribute it to perverse stupidity. It was certainly stupid to condemn a magazine novelty like Every Other Week for being novel, and to augur that if it failed, it would fail through its departure from the lines on which all the other prosperous magazines had been built was in the last degree perverse, and it looked malicious. The fact that it was neither exactly a book nor a magazine ought to be for it and not against it, since it would invade no other field, it would prosper on no ground but its own. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The more March thought of the injustice of the New York press, which had not, however, attacked the literary quality of the number, the more bitterly he resented it, and his wife's indignation superheated his own. Every Other Week had become a very personal affair with the whole family. The children shared their parents' disgust. Belle was outspoken in her denunciations of a venal press. Mrs. March saw nothing but ruin ahead, and began tacitly to plan a retreat to Boston and an establishment retrenched to the basis of $2,000 a year. She shed some secret tears in anticipation of the privations which this must involve, but when Fulkerson came to see March rather late the night of the publication day, she nobly told him that if the worst came to the worst, she could only have the kindliest feeling toward him, and should not regard him as in the slightest degree responsible. "Oh, hold on," he protested. "You don't think we've made a failure, do you?" "Why, of course," she faltered, while March remained gloomily silent. "Well, I guess we'll wait for the official count first. Even New York hasn't gone against us, and I guess there's a majority coming down to Harlem River that could sweep everything before it anyway." "What do you mean, Fulkerson?" March demanded sternly. "Oh, nothing. Only the News Company has ordered 10,000 now, and you know we had to give them the first 20 on commission." "What do you mean?" March repeated. His wife held her breath. "I mean that the first number is a booming success already, and that it's going to 100,000 before it stops. That unanimity and variety of censure in the morning papers, combined with the attractiveness of the thing itself, has cleared every stand in the city, and now if the favor of the country press doesn't turn the tide against us, our fortune's made." The Marches remained dumb. "Why, look here! Didn't I tell you those criticisms would be the making of us when they first began to turn you blue this morning, March?" "He came home to lunch perfectly sick," said Mrs. March, "and I wouldn't let him go back again." "Didn't I tell you so?" Fulkerson persisted. March could not remember that he had, or that he had been anything but incoherently and hysterically jocose over the papers, but he said, Yes, I think so." "I knew it from the start," said Fulkerson. "The only other person who took those criticisms in the right spirit was Mother Dryfoos. I've just been bolstering up the Dryfoos family. She had them read to her by Mrs. Mandel, and she understood them to be all the most flattering prophecies of success. Well, I didn't read between the lines to that extent quite, but I saw that they were going to help us if there was anything in us, more than anything that could have been done. And there was something in us. I tell you, March, that 7-shooting, self-cocking donkey of a Beaton has given us the greatest start. He's caught on like a mouse. He's made the thing awfully chic. It's Jimmy. There's lots of dog about it. He managed the process so that the illustrations look as expensive as first-class woodcuts, and they're cheaper than chromos. He's put style into the whole thing." "Oh yes," said March, with eager meekness. "It's Beaton that's done it." Fulkerson read jealousy of Beaton in Mrs. March's face. "Beaton has given us the start because his work appeals to the eye. There's no denying that the pictures have sold this first number, but I expect the literature of this first number to sell the pictures of the second. I've been reading it all over nearly since I found out how the cat was jumping. I was anxious about it, and I tell you, old man, it's good. Yes, sir, I was afraid maybe you had got it too good with that Boston refinement of yours, but I reckon you haven't. I'll risk it. I don't see how you got so much variety into so few things, and all of them palpitant, all of them on the keen jump with actuality." The mixture of American slang with the jargon of European criticism in Fulkerson's talk made March smile, but his wife did not seem to notice it in her exultation. "That's just what I say," she broke in. "It's perfectly wonderful. I never was anxious about it a moment, except, as you say, Mr. Fulkerson, I was afraid it might be too good." They went on in an antiphony of praise till March said, "Really, I don't see what's left to me but to strike for higher wages. I perceive that I'm indispensable." "Why, old man, you're coming in on the divvy, you know," said Fulkerson. They both laughed, and when Fulkerson was gone, Mrs. March asked her husband what a divvy was. "It's a chicken before it's hatched." "No, truly?" He explained, and she began to spend the divvy. At Mrs. Leighton's, Fulkerson gave Alma all the honor of the success. He told her mother that the girl's design for the cover had sold every number, and Mrs. Leighton believed him. "Well, I think I might have some of the glory," Miss Woodburn pouted. "Where'm I comin' in?" "You're coming in on the cover of the next number," said Fulkerson. "We're going to have your face there. Miss Leighton's going to sketch it in." He said this reckless of the fact that he had already shown them the design of the second number, which was Beaton's weird bit of gas country landscape. "I don't see why you don't write the fiction for your magazine, Mr. Fulkerson," said the girl. This served to remind Fulkerson of something. He turned to her father. "I'll tell you what, Colonel Woodburn, I want Mr. March to see some chapters of that book of yours. I've been talking to him about it." "I do not think it would add to the popularity of your periodical, sir," said the colonel, with a stately pleasure in being asked. "My views of a civilization based upon responsible slavery would hardly be acceptable to your commercialized society." "Well, not as a practical thing, of course," Fulkerson admitted, "but as something retrospective, speculative. I believe it would make a hit. There's so much going on now about social questions. I guess people would like to read it." "I do not know that my work is intended to amuse people," said the Colonel, with some state. "My goodness! I only wish it was, then," said his daughter; and she added, "Yes, Mr. Fulkerson, the Colonel will be very glad to submit portions of his work to your editor. We want to have some of the honor. Perhaps we can say we helped to stop your magazine if we didn't help to start it." They all laughed at her boldness, and Fulkerson said, "It'll take a good deal more than that to stop 'Every Other Week.' The Colonel's whole book couldn't do it." Then he looked unhappy, for Colonel Woodburn did not seem to enjoy his reassuring words. But Miss Woodburn came to his rescue. "You might illustrate it with a portrait of the author's daughter, if it's too late for the cover." "Going to have that in every number, Miss Woodburn?" he cried. "Oh, my goodness!" she said, with mock humility. Alma sat looking at her piquant head, black, unconsciously outlined against the lamp, as she sat working by the table. "Just keep still a moment." She got her sketch block and pencils, and began to draw. Fulkerson tilted himself forward and looked over her shoulder. He smiled outwardly; inwardly he was divided between admiration of Miss Woodburn's arch beauty and appreciation of the skill which reproduced it. At the same time he was trying to remember whether March had authorized him to go so far as to ask for a sight of Colonel Woodburn's manuscript. He felt that he had trenched upon March's province, and he framed one apology to the editor for bringing him the manuscript, and another to the author for bringing it back. "Must I hold right still like it was a photograph?" asked Miss Woodburn. "Can I talk?" "Talk all you want," said Alma, squinting her eyes, "and you needn't be either adamantine nor yet wooden." "Oh, how very good of you! Well, if I can talk, go on, Mr. Fulkerson." "Me talk? I can't breathe till this thing is done," sighed Fulkerson. At that point of his mental drama the Colonel was behaving rustily about the return of his manuscript, and he felt that he was looking his last on Miss Woodburn's profile. "Is she getting it right?" asked the girl. "I don't know which is which," said Fulkerson. "Oh, I hope I shall. I don't want to go around feeling like a sheet of paper half the time." "You could rattle on just the same," suggested Alma. "Oh, now, just listen to that, Mr. Fulkerson. Do you call that any way to talk to people?" "You might know which you were by the color," Fulkerson began, and then he broke off from the personal consideration with a business inspiration, and smacked himself on the knee. "We could print it in color." Mrs. Leighton gathered up her sewing, and held it with both hands in her lap, while she came round and looked critically at the sketch and the model over her glasses. "It's very good, Alma," she said. Colonel Woodburn remained restively on his side of the table. "Of course, Mr. Fulkerson, you were jesting, sir, when you spoke of printing a sketch of my daughter." "Why, I don't know. If you object?" "I do, sir, decidedly," said the Colonel. "Then that settles it, of course. I only meant—" "Indeed it doesn't!" cried the girl. "Who's to know who it's from? I'm just set on having it printed. I'm going to appear as the head of slavery, in opposition to the head of liberty." "There'll be a revolution inside of 48 hours, and we'll have the Colonel's system going wherever a copy of 'Every Other Week' circulates," said Fulkerson. "This sketch belongs to me," Alma interposed. "I'm not going to let it be printed." "Oh, my goodness!" said Miss Woodburn, laughing good humoredly. "That's because you were brought up to hate slavery." "I should like Mr. Beaton to see it," said Mrs. Leighton, in a sort of absent tone. She added to Fulkerson, "I rather expected he might be in to night." "Well, if he comes, we'll leave it to Beaton," Fulkerson said, with relief in the solution, and an anxious glance at the Colonel across the table to see how he took that form of the joke. Miss Woodburn intercepted his glance and laughed, and Fulkerson laughed too, but rather forlornly. Alma set her lips primly and turned her head first on one side and then on the other to look at the sketch. "I don't think we'll leave it to Mr. Beaton, even if he comes." "We left the other design for the cover to Beaton," Fulkerson insinuated. "I guess you needn't be afraid of him." "Is it a question of my being afraid?" Alma asked. She seemed coolly intent on her drawing. "Miss Leighton thinks he ought to be afraid of her," Miss Woodburn explained. "It's a question of his courage, then?" said Alma. "Well, I don't think there are many young ladies that Beaton's afraid of," said Fulkerson, giving himself the respite of this purely random remark, while he interrogated the faces of Mrs. Leighton and Colonel Woodburn for some light upon the tendency of their daughter's words. He was not helped by Mrs. Leighton saying, with a certain anxiety, "I don't know what you mean, Mr. Fulkerson." "Well, you're as much in the dark as I am myself, then," said Fulkerson. "I suppose I meant that Beaton is rather a favorite, you know. The women like him." Mrs. Leighton sighed, and Colonel Woodburn rose and left the room. In the silence that followed, Fulkerson looked from one lady to the other with dismay. "I seem to have put my foot in it somehow," he suggested, and Miss Woodburn gave a cry of laughter. "Poh, Mr. Fulkerson! Poh, Mr. Fulkerson! Papa thought you wanted him to go." "Wanted him to go?" repeated Fulkerson. "We always mention Mr. Beaton when we want to get rid of papa." "Well, it seems to me that I have noticed that he didn't take much interest in Beaton as a general topic, but I don't know that I ever saw it drive him out of the room before." "Well, he isn't always so bad," said Miss Woodburn, "but it was a case of hate at first sight, and it seems to be growing on papa." "Well, I can understand that," said Fulkerson. "The impulse to destroy Beaton is something that everybody has to struggle against at the start." "I must say, Mr. Fulkerson," said Mrs. Leighton, in the tremor through which she nerved herself to differ openly with any one she liked, "I never had to struggle with anything of the kind in regard to Mr. Beaton. He has always been most respectful and considerate with me, whatever he has been with others." "Well, of course, Mrs. Leighton," Fulkerson came back in a soothing tone. "But you see, you're the rule that proves the exception. I was speaking of the way men felt about Beaton. It's different with ladies. I just said so." "Is it always different?" Alma asked, lifting her head and her hand from her drawing and staring at it absently. Fulkerson pushed both his hands through his whiskers. Look here," he said. "Won't somebody start some other subject? We haven't had the weather up yet, have we? Or the opera? What is the matter with a few remarks about politics?" "Why, I thought you liked to talk about the staff of your magazine," said Miss Woodburn. "Oh, I do," said Fulkerson, "but not always about the same member of it. He gets monotonous when he doesn't get complicated. I've just come round from the Marches," he added, to Mrs. Leighton. "I suppose they've got thoroughly settled in their apartment by this time," Mrs. Leighton said something like this whenever the Marches were mentioned. At the bottom of her heart she had not forgiven them for not taking her rooms. She had liked their looks so much, and she was always hoping that they were uncomfortable or dissatisfied. She could not help wanting them punished a little. "Well, yes, as much as they ever will be," Fulkerson answered. "The Boston style is pretty different, you know, and the Marches are old-fashioned folks, and I reckon they never went in much for bric-a-brac. They've put away 9 or 10 barrels of dragon candlesticks, but they keep finding new ones." "Their landlady has just joined our class," said Alma. "Isn't her name Green? She happened to see my copy of 'Every Other Week,' and said she knew the editor, and told me." "Well, it's a little world," said Fulkerson. "You seem to be touching elbows with everybody. Just think of your having had our head translator for a model." "I think that your whole publication revolves around the Leighton family," said Miss Woodburn. "That's pretty much so," Fulkerson admitted. "Anyway, the publisher seems disposed to do so." "Are you the publisher? I thought it was Mr. Dryfoos," said Alma. "It is." "Oh." The tone and the word gave Fulkerson a discomfort which he promptly confessed. "Missed again." The girls laughed, and he regained something of his lost spirits, and smiled upon their gayety, which lasted beyond any apparent reason for it. Miss Woodburn asked, "And is Mr. Dryfoos senior anything like your Mr. Dryfoos?" "Not in the least." "But he's just as exemplary?" "Yes, in his way." "Well, I wish I could see all those pinks of perfection together once." "Why, look here! I've been thinking I'd celebrate a little when the old gentleman gets back. Have a little supper, something of that kind. How would you like to let me have your parlors for it, Mrs. Leighton? You ladies could stand on the stairs and have a peep at us in the bunch." "Oh, my, what a privilege! And will Miss Alma be there with the other contributors? I shall just expire of envy." "She won't be there in person," said Fulkerson, "but she'll be represented by the head of the art department." "My goodness! And who'll the head of the publishing department represent?" "He can represent you," said Alma. "Well, I want to be represented somehow." "We'll have the banquet the night before you appear on the cover of our fourth number," said Fulkerson. "I thought that was doubly forbidden," said Miss Woodburn, "by the stern parent and the envious artist." "We'll get Beaton to get round them somehow. I guess we can trust him to manage that." Mrs. Leighton sighed her resentment of the implication. "I always feel that Mr. Beaton doesn't do himself justice," she began. Fulkerson could not forego the chance of a joke. "Well, maybe he would rather temper justice with mercy in a case like his." This made both the younger ladies laugh. "I judge this is my chance to get off with my life," he added, and he rose as he spoke. "Mrs. Leighton, I am about the only man of my sex who doesn't thirst for Beaton's blood most of the time. But I know him, and I don't. He's more kinds of a good fellow than people generally understand. He doesn't wear his heart upon his sleeve, not his ulster sleeve, anyway. You can always count me on your side when it's a question of finding Beaton not guilty if he'll leave the state." Alma set her drawing against the wall, in rising to say good night to Fulkerson. He bent over on his stick to look at it. "Well, it's beautiful," he sighed, with unconscious sincerity. Alma made him a courtesy of mock modesty. "Thanks to Miss Woodburn." "Oh no. All she had to do was simply to stay put." "Don't you think I might have improved it if I had looked better?" the girl asked, gravely. "Oh, you couldn't," said Fulkerson, and he went off triumphant in their applause and their cries of "Which? Which?" Miss Leighton sank deep into an accusing gloom when at last she found herself alone with her daughter. "I don't know what you are thinking about, Alma Leighton. If you don't like Mr. Beaton—" "I don't." "You don't? You know better than that. You know that you did care for him." "Oh, that's a very different thing. That's a thing that can be got over." "Got over?" repeated Mrs. Leighton, aghast. "Of course it can. Don't be romantic, mamma. People get over dozens of such fancies. They even marry for love 2 or 3 times." "Never!" cried her mother, doing her best to feel shocked, and at last looking it. Her looking it had no effect upon Alma. You can easily get over caring for people, but you can't get over liking them. If you like them because they are sweet and good, that's what lasts. I was a simple goose, and he imposed upon me because he was a sophisticated goose. Now the case is reversed." "He does care for you now. You can see it. Why do you encourage him to come here?" "I don't," said Alma. "I will tell him to keep away, if you like. But whether he comes or goes, it will be the same." "Not to him, Alma. He is in love with you." "He has never said so." "And you would really let him say so when you intend to refuse him?" "I can't very well refuse him till he does say so." This was undeniable. Mrs. Leighton could only demand in an awful tone, "May I ask why, if you cared for him, and I know you care for him still, you will refuse him?" Alma laughed. Because I'm wedded to my art, and I'm not going to commit bigamy, whatever I do." "Alma!" "Well, then, because I don't like him. That is, I don't believe in him, and don't trust him. He's fascinating, but he's false and fickle. He can't help it, I dare say." "And you are perfectly hard. Is it possible that you are actually pleased to have Mr. Fulkerson tease you about Mr. Dryfoos?" "Oh, good night now, mamma. This is becoming personal." Chapter 27. Chapter 27 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The scheme of a banquet to celebrate the initial success of Every Other Week expanded in Fulkerson's fancy into a series. Instead of the publishing and editorial force, with certain of the more representative artists and authors sitting down to a modest supper in Mrs. Leighton's parlors, he conceived of a dinner at Delmonico's, with the principal literary and artistic people throughout the country as guests, and an inexhaustible hospitality to reporters and correspondents, from whose paragraphs, prophetic and historic, would flow weeks before and after the first of the series. He said the thing was a new departure in magazines. It amounted to something in literature as radical as the American Revolution in politics. It was the idea of self-government in the arts, and it was this idea that had never yet been fully developed in regard to it. That was what must be done in the speeches at the dinner, and the speeches must be reported. Then it would go like wildfire. He asked March whether he thought Mr. Depew could be got to come. Mark Twain, he was sure, would come. He was a literary man. They ought to invite Mr. Evarts and the Cardinal and the leading Protestant divines. His ambition stopped at nothing but the question of expense. There he had to wait the return of the elder Dryfoos from the West, and Dryfoos was still delayed at Moffat, and Fulkerson openly confessed that he was afraid he would stay there till his own enthusiasm escaped in other activities, other plans. Fulkerson was as little likely as possible to fall under a superstitious subjection to another man, but March could not help seeing that in this possible measure Dryfoos was Fulkerson's fetish. He did not revere him, March decided, because it was not in Fulkerson's nature to revere anything. He could like and dislike, but he could not respect. Apparently, however, Dryfoos daunted him somehow, and besides the homage which those who have not pay to those who have, Fulkerson rendered Dryfoos the tribute of a feeling which March could only define as a sort of bewilderment. As well as March could make out, this feeling was evoked by the spectacle of Dryfoos's unfailing luck, which Fulkerson was fond of dazzling himself with. It perfectly consisted with a keen sense of whatever was sordid and selfish in a man on whom his career must have had its inevitable effect. He liked to philosophize the case with March, to recall Dryfoos as he was when he first met him, still somewhat in the sap, at Moffat, and to study the processes by which he imagined him to have been dried into the hardened speculator without even the pretense to any advantage but his own in his ventures. He was aware of painting the character too vividly, and he warned March not to accept it exactly in those tints, but to subdue them and shade it for himself. He said that where his advantage was not concerned, there was ever so much good in Dryfoos, and that if in some things he had grown inflexible, he had expanded in others to the full measure of the vast scale on which he did business. It had seemed a little odd to March that a man should put money into such an enterprise as Every Other Week, and go off about other affairs, not only without any sign of anxiety, but without any sort of interest. But Fulkerson said that was the splendid side of Dryfoos. He had a courage, a magnanimity that was equal to the strain of any such uncertainty. He had faced the music once for all when he asked Fulkerson what the thing would cost in the different degrees of potential failure, and then he had gone off, leaving everything to Fulkerson and the younger Dryfoos, with the instruction simply to go ahead and not to bother him about it. Fulkerson called that pretty tall for an old fellow who used to bewail the want of pigs and chickens to occupy his mind. He alleged it as another proof of the versatility of the American mind, and of the grandeur of institutions and opportunities that let every man grow to his full size, so that any man in America could run the concern if necessary. He believed that old Dryfoos could step into Bismarck's shoes and run the German Empire at 10 days' notice, or about as long as it would take him to go from New York to Berlin. But Bismarck would not know anything about Dryfoos's plans till Dryfoos got ready to show him his hand. Fulkerson himself did not pretend to say what the old man had been up to since he went West. He was at Moffat first, and then he was at Chicago, and then he had gone out to Denver to look after some mines he had out there, and a railroad or two, and now he was at Moffat again. He was supposed to be closing up his affairs there, but nobody could say. Fulkerson told March the morning after Dryfoos returned that he had not only not pulled out at Moffitt, but had gone in deeper, 10 times deeper than ever. He was in a royal good humor, Fulkerson reported, and was going to drop into the office on his way up from the street (March understood Wall Street) that afternoon. He was tickled to death with Every Other Week so far it had gone, and was anxious to pay his respects to the editor. March accounted for some rhetoric in this, but let it flatter him, and prepared himself for a meeting about which he could see that Fulkerson was only less nervous than he had shown himself about the public reception of the first number. It gave March a disagreeable feeling of being owned, and of being about to be inspected by his proprietor, but he fell back upon such independence as he could find in the thought of those $2,000 of income beyond the caprice of his owner, and maintained an outward serenity. He was a little ashamed afterward of the resolution it had cost him to do so. It was not a question of Dryfoos's physical presence. That was rather effective than otherwise, and carried a suggestion of moneyed indifference to convention in the gray business suit of provincial cut and the low, wide-brimmed hat of flexible black felt. He had a stick with an old-fashioned top of buckhorn, worn smooth and bright by the palm of his hand, which had not lost its character and fat, and which had a history of former work in its enlarged knuckles, though it was now as soft as March's, and must once have been small even for a man of Mr. Dryfoos's stature. He was below the average size. But what struck March was the fact that Dryfoos seemed furtively conscious of being a country person, and of being aware that in their meeting he was to be tried by other tests than those which would have availed him as a shrewd speculator. He evidently had some curiosity about March, as the first of his kind whom he had encountered, some such curiosity as the country school trustee feels and tries to hide in the presence of the new schoolmaster. But the whole affair was, of course, on a higher plane. On the one side, Dryfoos was much more a man of the world than March was, and he probably divined this at once, and rested himself upon the fact in a measure. It seemed to be his preference that his son should introduce them, for he came upstairs with Conrad, and they had fairly made acquaintance before Fulkerson joined them. Conrad offered to leave them at once, but his father made him stay. "I reckon Mr. March and I haven't got anything so private to talk about that we want to keep it from the other partners. Well, Mr. March, are you getting used to New York yet? It takes a little time." "Oh, yes, but not so much time as most places. Everybody belongs more or less in New York. Nobody has to belong here altogether." "Yes, that is so. You can try it and go away if you don't like it a good deal easier than you could from a smaller place. Wouldn't make so much talk, would it?" He glanced at March with a jocose light in his shrewd eyes. "That is the way I feel about it all the time just visiting. Now, it wouldn't be that way in Boston, I reckon." "You couldn't keep on visiting there your whole life," said March. Dryfoos laughed, showing his lower teeth in a way that was at once simple and fierce. "Mr. Fulkerson didn't hardly know as he could get you to leave. I suppose you got used to it there. I never been in your city." "I had got used to it, but it was hardly my city except by marriage. My wife's a Bostonian." "She's been a little homesick here, then," said Dryfoos, with a smile of the same quality as his laugh. "Less than I expected," said March. "Of course she was very much attached to our old home." "I guess my wife won't ever get used to New York," said Dryfoos, and he drew in his lower lip with a sharp sigh. "But my girls like it. They're young. You've never been out our way yet, Mr. March, out West?" "Well, only for the purpose of being born and brought up. I used to live in Crawfordsville, and then Indianapolis." "Indianapolis is bound to be a great place," said Dryfoos. "I remember now Mr. Fulkerson told me you was from our state." He went on to brag of the West, as if March were an Easterner and had to be convinced. "You ought to see all that country. It's a great country." "Oh, yes," said March, "I understand that." He expected the praise of the great West to lead up to some comment on Every Other Week, and there was abundant suggestion of that topic in the manuscripts, proofs of letterpress and illustrations, with advance copies of the latest numbers strewn over his table. But Dryfoos apparently kept himself from looking at these things. He rolled his head about on his shoulders to take in the character of the room, and said to his son, "You didn't change the woodwork, after all." "No, the architect thought we had better let it be, unless we meant to change the whole place. He liked its being old-fashioned." "I hope you feel comfortable here, Mr. March," the old man said, bringing his eyes to bear upon him again after their tour of inspection. "Too comfortable for a working man," said March, and he thought that this remark must bring them to some talk about his work, but the proprietor only smiled again. "I guess I shan't lose much on this house," he returned, as if musing aloud. "This downtown property is coming up. Business is getting in on all these side streets. I thought I paid a pretty good price for it, too." He went on to talk of real estate, and March began to feel a certain resentment at his continued avoidance of the only topic in which they could really have a common interest. "You live down this way somewhere, don't you?" the old man concluded. "Yes, I wish to be near my work." March was vexed with himself for having recurred to it, but afterward he was not sure but Dryfoos shared his own diffidence in the matter, and was waiting for him to bring it openly into the talk. At times he seemed wary and masterful, and then March felt that he was being examined and tested, at others so simple that March might well have fancied that he needed encouragement, and desired it. He talked of his wife and daughters in a way that invited March to say friendly things of his family, which appeared to give the old man first an undue pleasure, and then a final distrust. At moments he turned, with an effect of finding relief in it, to his son, and spoke to him across March of matters which he was unacquainted with. He did not seem aware that this was rude, but the young man must have felt it so. He always brought the conversation back, and once at some cost to himself when his father made it personal. "I want to make a regular New York business man out of that fellow," he said to March, pointing at Conrad with his stick. "You suppose I'm ever going to do it?" "Well, I don't know," said March, trying to fall in with the joke. "Do you mean nothing but a business man?" The old man laughed at whatever latent meaning he fancied in this, and said, "You think you would be a little too much for me there? Well, I've seen enough of 'em to know it don't always take a large pattern of a man to do a large business. But I want him to get the business training, and then if he wants to go into something else he knows what the world is, anyway, eh?" "Oh, yes," March assented, with some compassion for the young man reddening patiently under his father's comment. Dryfoos went on as if his son were not in hearing. "Now, that boy wanted to be a preacher. What does a preacher know about the world he preaches against when he's been brought up a preacher? He don't know so much as a bad little boy in his Sunday school. He knows about as much as a girl. I always told him, you be a man first, and then you be a preacher if you want to, eh?" "Precisely." March began to feel some compassion for himself in being witness of the young fellow's discomfort under his father's homily. "When we first come to New York, I told him, 'Now, here's your chance to see the world on a big scale. You know already what work and saving and steady habits and sense will bring a man to. You don't want to go round among the rich, you want to go among the poor and see what laziness and drink and dishonesty and foolishness will bring men to.' And I guess he knows, about as well as anybody, and if he ever goes to preaching, he'll know what he's preaching about." The old man smiled his fierce, simple smile, and in his sharp eyes March fancied contempt of the ambition he had balked in his son. The present scene must have been one of many between them, ending in meek submission on the part of the young man whom his father, perhaps without realizing his cruelty, treated as a child. March took it hard that he should be made to suffer in the presence of a coordinate power like himself, and began to dislike the old man out of proportion to his offence, which might have been mere want of taste, or an effect of mere embarrassment before him. But evidently, whatever rebellion his daughters had carried through against him, he had kept his dominion over this gentle spirit unbroken. March did not choose to make any response, but to let him continue, if he would, entirely upon his own impulse. Chapter 27 Chapter 28 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A silence followed, of rather painful length. It was broken by the cheery voice of Fulkerson, sent before him to herald Fulkerson's cheery person. "Well, I suppose you've got the glorious success of Every Other Week down pretty cold in your talk by this time. I should have been up sooner to join you, but I was nipping a man for the last page of the cover. I guess we'll have to let the Muse have that for an advertisement instead of a poem the next time, March. Well, the old gentleman given you boys your scolding?" The person of Fulkerson had got into the room long before he reached this question, and had planted itself astride a chair. Fulkerson looked over the chair back, now at March, and now at the elder Dryfoos as he spoke. March answered him. "I guess we must have been waiting for you, Fulkerson. At any rate, we hadn't got to the scolding yet." "Why, I didn't suppose Mr. Dryfoos could have held in so long. I understood he was awful mad at the way the thing started off, and wanted to give you a piece of his mind when he got at you. I inferred as much from a remark that he made." March and Dryfoos looked foolish, as men do when made the subject of this sort of merry misrepresentation. "I reckon my scolding will keep a while yet," said the old man, dryly. "Well, then, I guess it's a good chance to give Mr. Dryfoos an idea of what we've really done, just while we're resting, as Artemus Ward says. Hey, March?" "I will let you blow the trumpet, Fulkerson. I think it belongs strictly to the advertising department," said March. He now distinctly resented the old man's failure to say anything to him of the magazine. He made his inference that it was from a suspicion of his readiness to presume upon a recognition of his share in the success, and he was determined to second no sort of appeal for it. "The advertising department is the heart and soul of every business," said Fulkerson hardily, "and I like to keep my hand in with a little practice on the trumpet in private. I don't believe Mr. Dryfoos has got any idea of the extent of this thing. He's been out among those Rackensackens where we were all born, and he's read the notices in their 7x9 dailies, and he's seen the things selling on the cars, and he thinks he appreciates what's been done. But I should just like to take him round in this little old metropolis a while, and show him Every Other Week on the center tables of the millionaires, the Vanderbilts and the Astors, and in the homes of culture and refinement everywhere, and let him judge for himself. It's the talk of the clubs and the dinner tables. Children cry for it. It's the Castoria of literature and the pear line of art, though won't be happy till he gets it of every enlightened man, woman, and child in this vast city. I knew we could capture the country, but my goodness, I didn't expect to have New York fall into our hands at a blow. But that's exactly what New York has done. Every Other Week supplies the long-felt want that's been grinding round in New York and keeping it awake nights ever since the war. It's the culmination of all the high and ennobling ideals of the past." "How much," asked Dryfoos, "do you expect to get out of it the first year if it keeps the start it's got?" "Comes right down to business every time," said Fulkerson, referring the characteristic to March with a delighted glance. "Well, sir, if everything works right, and we get rain enough to fill up the springs, and it isn't a grasshopper year, I expect to clear above all expenses something in the neighborhood of $25,000. "And you are all going to work a year, editor, manager, publisher, artists, writers, printers, and the rest of 'em, to clear $25,000? I made that much in half a day in Moffat once. I see it made in half a minute in Wall Street sometimes." The old man presented this aspect of the case with a good-natured contempt, which included Fulkerson and his enthusiasm in an obvious liking. His son suggested, "But when we make that money here, no one loses it." "Can you prove that?" His father turned sharply upon him. "Whatever is won is lost. It's all a game. It don't make any difference what you bet on. Business is business, and a business man takes his risks with his eyes opened." "Ah, but the glory!" Fulkerson insinuated with impudent persiflage. "I hadn't got to the glory yet, because it's hard to estimate it. But put the glory at the lowest figure, Mr. Dryfoos, and add it to the 25,000, and you've got an annual income from Every Other Week of dollars enough to construct a silver railroad, double track, from this office to the moon. I don't mention any of the sister planets, because I like to keep within bounds." Dryfoos showed his lower teeth for pleasure in Fulkerson's fooling, and said, "That's what I like about you, Mr. Fulkerson. You always keep within bounds." "Well, I ain't a shrinking Boston violet like March here. More sunflower in my style of diffidence, but I am modest, I don't deny it," said Fulkerson. "And I do hate to have a thing overstated." "And the glory? You do really think there's something in the glory that pays?" "Not a doubt of it. I shouldn't care for the paltry return in money," said Fulkerson, with a burlesque of generous disdain, "if it wasn't for the glory along with it." "And how should you feel about the glory if there was no money along with it?" "Well, sir, I'm happy to say we haven't come to that yet." "Now, Conrad here," said the old man, with a sort of pathetic rancor, "would rather have the glory alone. I believe he don't even care much for your kind of glory either, Mr. Fulkerson." Fulkerson ran his little eyes curiously over Conrad's face, and then March's, as if searching for a trace there of something gone before which would enable him to reach Dryfoos's whole meaning. He apparently resolved to launch himself upon conjecture. "Oh, well, we know how Conrad feels about the things of this world, anyway. I should like to take him on the plane of another sphere, too, sometimes. But I noticed a good while ago that this was the world I was born into, and so I made up my mind that I would do pretty much what I saw the rest of the folks doing here below. And I can't see but what Conrad runs the thing on business principles in his department, and I guess you'll find it so if you look into it. I consider that we're a whole team and a big dog under the wagon, with you to draw on for supplies, and March here at the head of the literary business, and Conrad in the counting room, and me to do the heavy lying in the advertising part. Oh, and Beaton, of course, in the art. I most forgot Beaton. Hamlet with Hamlet left out." Dryfoos looked across at his son. "Wasn't that the fellow's name that was there last night?" "Yes," said Conrad. The old man rose. "Well, I reckon I got to be going. You ready to go up town, Conrad?" "Well, not quite yet, father." The old man shook hands with March, and went downstairs, followed by his son. Fulkerson remained. "He didn't jump at the chance you gave him to compliment us all around, Fulkerson," said March, with a smile not wholly of pleasure. Fulkerson asked, with as little joy in the grin he had on, "Didn't he say anything to you before I came in?" "Not a word." "Dogged if I know what to make of it," sighed Fulkerson. "But I guess he's been having a talk with Conrad that soured on him. I reckon maybe he came back expecting to find that boy reconciled to the glory of this world, and Conrad showed himself just as set against it as ever." "It might have been that," March admitted pensively. "I fancied something of the kind myself from words the old man let drop." Fulkerson made him explain, and then he said, "That's it, then, and it's all right. Conrad'll come around in time, and all we've got to do is to have patience with the old man till he does. I know he likes you." Fulkerson affirmed this only interrogatively, and looked so anxiously to March for corroboration that March laughed. "He dissembled his love," he said, but afterward, in describing to his wife his interview with Mr. Dryfoos, he was less amused with this fact. When she saw that he was a little cast down by it, she began to encourage him. "He's just a common, ignorant man, and probably didn't know how to express himself. You may be perfectly sure that he's delighted with the success of the magazine, and he understands as well as you do that he owes it all to you." "I'm not so sure. I don't believe a man's any better for having made money so easily and rapidly as Dryfoos has done, and I doubt if he's any wiser. I don't know just the point he's reached in his evolution from grub to beetle, but I do know that so far as it's gone the process must have involved a bewildering change of ideals and criterions. I guess he's come to despise a great many things that he once respected, and that intellectual ability is among them, what we call intellectual ability. He must have undergone a moral deterioration, an atrophy of the generous instincts, and I don't see why it shouldn't have reached his mental make-up. He has sharpened, but he has narrowed. His sagacity has turned into suspicion, his caution to meanness, his courage to ferocity. That's the way I philosophize a man of Dryfoos' experience, and I'm not very proud when I realize that such a man and his experience are the ideal and ambition of most Americans. I rather think they came pretty near being mine once." "No, dear, they never did," his wife protested. "Well, they're not likely to be in the future. The Dryfoos feature of 'Every Other Week' is thoroughly distasteful to me." "Why, but he hasn't really got anything to do with it, has he, beyond furnishing the money?" "That's the impression that Fulkerson has allowed us to get. But the man that holds the purse holds the reins. He may let us guide the horse, but when he likes, he can drive. If we don't like his driving, then we can get down." Mrs. March was less interested in this figure of speech than in the personal aspects involved. "Then you think Mr. Fulkerson has deceived you?" "Oh no," said her husband, laughing. "But I think he has deceived himself, perhaps." "How?" she pursued. "He may have thought he was using Dryfoos when Dryfoos was using him, and he may have supposed that he was not afraid of him when he was very much so. His courage hadn't been put to the test, and courage is a matter of proof, like proficiency on the fiddle, you know. You can't tell whether you've got it till you try." "Nonsense! Do you mean that he would ever sacrifice you to Mr. Dryfoos?" "I hope he may not be tempted, but I'd rather be taking the chances with Fulkerson alone than with Fulkerson and Dryfoos to back him up. Dryfoos seems, somehow, to take the poetry and pleasure out of the thing." Mrs. March was a long time silent. Then she began, "Well, my dear, I never wanted to come to New York." "Neither did I," March promptly put in. "But now that we're here," she went on, "I'm not going to have you letting every little thing discourage you. I don't see what there is in Mr. Dryfoos's manner to give you any anxiety. He's just a common, stupid, inarticulate country person, and he didn't know how to express himself, as I said in the beginning, and that's the reason he didn't say anything." "Well, I don't deny you're right about it." "It's dreadful," his wife continued, "to be mixed up with such a man and his family, but I don't believe he'll ever meddle with your management. Until he does, all you need to do is to have as little to do with him as possible, and go quietly on your own way." "Oh, I shall go on quietly enough," said March. "I hope I shan't begin going stealthily." "Well, my dear," said Mrs. March, "just let me know when you're tempted to do that. If ever you sacrifice the smallest grain of your honesty or your self-respect to Mr. Dryfoos or anybody else, I will simply renounce you." "In view of that, I'm rather glad the management of 'Every Other Week' involves tastes and not convictions," said March. Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. That night Dryfoos was wakened from his after-dinner nap by the sound of gay talk and nervous giggling in the drawing-room. The talk, which was Christine's, and the giggling, which was Mailer's, were intershot with the heavier tones of a man's voice, and Dryfoos lay a while on the leathern lounge in his library, trying to make out whether he knew the voice. His wife sat in a deep chair before the fire, with her eyes on his face, waiting for him to wake. "Who is that out there?" he asked, without opening his eyes. Indeed, I don't know, Jacob," his wife answered. "I reckon it's just some visitor of the girls." "Was I snoring?" "Not a bit. You was sleeping as quiet. I did hate to have 'em wake you, and I was just a going out to shoo them. They've been playing something, and that made them laugh." "I didn't know but I had snored," said the old man, sitting up. "No," said his wife. Then she asked wistfully, "Was you out at the old place, Jacob?" "Yes." "Did it look natural?" "Yes, mostly. They're sinking the wells down in the woods pasture." "And the children's graves?" "They haven't touched that part, but I reckon we've got to have 'em moved to the cemetery. I bought a lot." The old woman began softly to weep. "It does seem too hard that they can't be let to rest in peace, poor little things. I wanted you and me to lay there, too, when our time come, Jacob. Just there, back of the beehives, and under them shumacs. My, I can see the very place. And I don't believe I'll ever feel at home anywheres else. I won't know where I am when the trumpet sounds. I have to think before I can tell where the East is in New York. And what if I should get faced the wrong way when I raise? Jacob, I wonder you could sell it." Her head shook, and the firelight shone on her tears as she searched the folds of her dress for her pocket. A peal of laughter came from the drawing-room, and then the sound of chords struck on the piano. "Hush, don't you cry, Elizabeth," said Dryfoos. "Here, take my handkerchief. I've got a nice lot in the cemetery, and I'm going to have a monument with 2 lambs on it, like the one you always liked so much. It ain't the fashion any more to have family burying grounds. They're collecting 'em in the cemeteries all around." "I reckon I've got to bear it," said his wife, muffling her face in his handkerchief. "And I suppose the Lord can find me wherever I am. But I always did want to lay just there. You mind how we used to go out and set there after milking, and watch the sun go down, and talk about where their angels was, and try to figure it out?" "I remember, Lizbeth." The man's voice in the drawing-room sang a snatch of French song, insolent, mocking, salient, and then Christine's attempted the same strain, and another cry of laughter from Mela followed. "Well, I always did expect to lay there. But I reckon it's all right. It won't be a great while now, anyway, Jacob. I don't believe I'm going to live very long. I know it don't agree with me here." "Oh, I guess it does, 'Liz'beth. You're just a little pulled down with the weather. It's coming spring, and you feel it, but the doctor says you're all right. I stopped in on the way up, and he says so." "I reckon he don't know everything," the old woman persisted. "I've been running down ever since we left Moffitt, and I didn't feel any too well there, even. It's a very strange thing, Jacob, that the richer you get, the less you ain't able to stay where you want, dead or alive." "It's for the children we do it," said Dryfoos. "We got to give them their chance in the world." "Oh, the world! They ought to bear the yoke in their youth like we done. I know it's what Conrad would like to do." Dryfoos got upon his feet. "If Conrad'll mind his own business and do what I want him to, he'll have yoke enough to bear." He moved from his wife without further effort to comfort her, and pottered heavily out into the dining-room. Beyond its obscurity stretched the glitter of the deep drawing-room. His feet, in their broad, flat slippers, made no sound on the dense carpet, and he came unseen upon the little group there near the piano. Mela perched upon the stool with her back to the keys, and Beaton bent over Christine, who sat with the banjo in her lap, letting him take her hands and put them in the right place on the instrument. Her face was radiant with happiness, and Mela was watching her with foolish, unselfish pleasure in her bliss. There was nothing wrong in the affair to a man of Dryfoos's traditions and perceptions, and if it had been at home in the farm sitting-room, or even in his parlor at Moffitt, he would not have minded a young man's placing his daughter's hands on a banjo, or even holding him there. It would have seemed a proper attention from him if he was courting her. But here, in such a house as this, with the daughter of a man who had made as much money as he had, he did not know but it was a liberty. He felt the angry doubt of it which beset him in regard to so many experiences of his changed life. He wanted to show his sense of it, if it was a liberty, but he did not know how, and he did not know that it was so. Besides, he could not help a touch of the pleasure in Christine's happiness which Mela showed, and he would have gone back to the library if he could without being discovered. But Beaton had seen him, and Dryfoos, with a nonchalant nod to the young man, came forward. "What you got there, Christine?" "A banjo," said the girl, blushing in her father's presence. Mela gurgled. "Mr. Beaton is learning her the first position." Beaton was not embarrassed. He was in evening dress, and his face, pointed with its brown beard, showed extremely handsome above the expanse of his broad white shirt front. He gave back as nonchalant a nod as he had got, and without further greeting to Dryfoos, he said to Christine, "No, no, you must keep your hand and arm so." He held them in position. "There! Now strike with your right hand. See?" "I don't believe I can ever learn," said the girl, with a fond upward look at him. "Oh, yes, you can," said Beaton. They both ignored Dryfoos in the little play of protests which followed, and he said, half jocosely, half suspiciously, "And is the banjo the fashion now?" He remembered it as the emblem of low-down show business, and associated it with end men and blackened faces and grotesque shirt collars. "It's all the rage," Mela shouted, in answer for all. "Everybody plays it. Mr. Beaton borrowed this from a lady friend of his." "Humph! Pity I got you a piano, then," said Dryfoos. "A banjo would have been cheaper." Beaton so far admitted him to the conversation as to seem reminded of the piano by his mentioning it. He said to Mela, "Oh, won't you just strike those chords?" And as Mela wheeled about and beat the keys, he took the banjo from Christine and sat down with it. This way he strummed it, and murmured the tune Dryfoos had heard him singing from the library, while he kept his beautiful eyes floating on Christine's. "You try that now. It's very simple." "Where's Mrs. Mandel?" Dryfoos demanded, trying to assert himself. Neither of the girls seemed to have heard him at first in the chatter they broke into over what Beaton proposed. Then Mela said absently, "Oh, she had to go out and see one of her friends that's sick," and she struck the piano keys. "Come, try it, Chris." Dryfoos turned about unheeded, and went back to the library. He would have liked to put Beaton out of his house, and in his heart he burned against him as a contumacious hand. He would have liked to discharge him from the art department of Every Other Week at once. But he was aware of not having treated Beaton with much ceremony, and if the young man had returned his behavior in kind, with an electrical response to his own feeling, had he any right to complain? After all, there was no harm in his teaching Christine the banjo. His wife still sat looking into the fire. "I can't see," she said, "as we've got a bit more comfort of our lives, Jacob, because we've got such piles and piles of money. I wish to gracious we was back on the farm this minute. I wished you had held out against the children about sellin' it. 'Twould 'a' been the best thing for 'em, I say. I believe in my soul they'd get spoiled here in New York. I can see a change in 'em already, in the girls." Dryfoos stretched himself on the lounge again. "I can't see as Conrad is much comfort either. Why ain't he here with his sisters? What does all that work of his on the East Side amount to? It seems as if he'd done it to cross me as much as anything." Dryfoos complained to his wife on the basis of mere affectional habit, which in married life often survives the sense of intellectual equality. He did not expect her to reason with him, but there was help in her listening, and though she could only soothe his fretfulness with soft answers which were often wide of the purpose, he still went to her for solace. "Here, I've got into this newspaper business, or whatever it is, on his account, and he don't seem any more satisfied than ever. I can see he hain't got his heart in it." "The poor boy tries, I know he does, Jacob, and he wants to please you, but he give up a good deal when he give up bein' a preacher. I suppose we ought to remember that." "A preacher!" sneered Dryfoos. "I reckon bein' a preacher wouldn't satisfy him now. He had the impudence to tell me this afternoon that he would like to be a priest, and he threw it up to me that he never could be because I'd kept him from studyin'." "He don't mean a Catholic priest, not a Roman one, Jacob," the old woman explained wistfully. "He's told me all about it. They ain't the kind of Catholics we been used to. Some sort of 'Piscopalians, and they do a heap of good amongst the poor folks over there. He says we ain't got any idea how folks lives in them tenement houses, hundreds of 'em in one house, and whole families in a room, and it burns in his heart to help 'em like them fathers, as he calls 'em, that gives their lives to it. He can't be a father, he says, because he can't get the edication now, but he can be a brother, and I can't find a word to say against it when it gets to talking, Jacob." "I ain't saying anything against his priests, 'Liz'beth," said Dryfoos. "They're all well enough in their way. They've given up their lives to it, and it's a matter of business with them like any other. But what I'm talking about now is Conrad. I don't object to his doing all the charity he wants to, and the Lord knows I've never been stingy with him about it. He might have all the money he wants to give round any way he pleases." "That's what I told him once, but he says money ain't the thing, or not the only thing you got to give to them poor folks. You got to give your time and your knowledge and your love. I don't know what all you got to give yourself if you expect to help 'em. That's what Conrad says." "Well, I can tell him that charity begins at home," said Dryfoos, sitting up in his impatience, "and he'd better give himself to us a little, to his old father and mother, and his sisters. What's he doing going off there to his meetings, and I don't know what all, and leaving them here alone?" "Why, ain't Mr. Beaton with him?" asked the old woman. "I thought I heard his voice." "Mr. Beaton? Of course he is. And who's Mr. Beaton, anyway?" "Why, ain't he one of the men in Conrad's office? I thought I heard—" "Yes, he is. But who is he? What's he doing round here? Is he making up to Christine?" "I reckon he is. From Malie's talk, she's crazy over the fellow. Don't you like him, Jacob?" "I don't know him or what he is. He hasn't got any manners. Who brought him here? How'd he come in the first place?" "Mr. Fulkerson brung him, I believe," said the old woman, patiently. "Fulkerson!" Dryfoos snorted. "Where's Mrs. Mandel, I should like to know? He brought her, too. Does she go traipsing off this way every evening?" "No, she seems to be here pretty regular most of the time. I don't know how we could ever get along without her, Jacob. She seems to know just what to do, and the girls would be 10 times as outbreaking without her. I hope you ain't thinking of turning her off, Jacob." Dryfoos did not think it necessary to answer such a question. "It's all Fulkerson, Fulkerson, Fulkerson. It seems to me that Fulkerson about runs this family. He brought Mrs. Mandel, and he brought that Beaton, and he brought that Boston fellow. I guess I give him a dose, though, and I'll learn Fulkerson that he can't have everything his own way. I don't want anybody to help me spend my money. I made it, and I can manage it. I guess Mr. Fulkerson can bear a little watching now. He's been traveling pretty free, and he's got the notion he's driving, maybe. I'm a-going to look after that book a little myself." "You'll kill yourself, Jacob," said his wife, "trying to do so many things. And what's it all fur? I don't see as we're better off any for all the money. It's just as much care as it used to be when we was all there on the farm together. I wished we could go back, "We can't go back," shouted the old man fiercely. "There's no farm any more to go back to. The fields is full of gas wells and oil wells and hell holes generally. The house is tore down, and the barn's "The barn!" gasped the old woman. "Oh, my!" "If I was to give all I'm worth this minute, we couldn't go back to the farm any more than them girls in there could go back and be little children. I don't say we're any better off for the money. I've got more of it now than I ever had, and there's no end to the luck it pours in. But I feel like I was tied hand and foot. I don't know which way to move. I don't know what's best to do about anything. The money don't seem to buy anything but more and more care and trouble. We got a big house that we ain't at home in, and we got a lot of hired girls round under our feet that hinder and don't help. Our children don't mind us, and we got no friends or neighbors. But it had to be. I couldn't help but sell the farm, and we can't go back to it, for it ain't there. So don't you say anything more about it, 'Liz'beth." "Poor Jacob," said his wife. "Well, I won't, dear." Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was clear to Beaton that Dryfoos distrusted him, and the fact heightened his pleasure in Christine's liking for him. He was as sure of this as he was of the other, though he was not so sure of any reason for his pleasure in it. She had her charm, the charm of wildness to which a certain wildness in himself responded. and there were times when his fancy contrived a common future for them, which would have a prosperity forced from the old fellow's love of the girl. Beaton liked the idea of this compulsion better than he liked the idea of the money. There was something a little repulsive in that. He imagined himself rejecting it. He almost wished he was enough in love with the girl to marry her without it. That would be fine. He was taken with her in a certain measure, in a certain way. The question was, in what measure, in what way? It was partly to escape from this question that he hurried downtown and decided to spend with the Leightons the hour remaining on his hands before it was time to go to the reception for which he was dressed. It seemed to him important that he should see Alma Leighton. After all, it was her charm that was most abiding with him. Perhaps it was to be final. He found himself very happy in his present relations with her. She had dropped that barrier of pretenses and ironical surprise. It seemed to him that they had gone back to the old ground of common artistic interest which he had found so pleasant the summer before. Apparently she and her mother had both forgiven his neglect of them in the first months of their stay in New York. He was sure that Mrs. Leighton liked him as well as ever, and, if there was still something a little provisional in Alma's manner at times, it was something that piqued more than it discouraged. It made him curious, not anxious. He found the young ladies with Fulkerson when he rang. He seemed to be amusing them both, and they were both amused beyond the merit of so small a pleasantry, Beaton thought, when Fulkerson said, "Introduce myself, Mr. Beaton. Mr. Fulkerson of Every Other Week. Think I've met you at our place." The girls laughed, and Alma explained that her mother was not very well, and would be sorry not to see them. Then she turned, as he felt, perversely, and went on talking with Fulkerson, and left him to Miss Woodburn. She finally recognized his disappointment. "I don't often get a chance at you, Mr. Beaton, and I'm just going to talk you to death. You have been South yourself, and you know how we do talk." "I've survived to say yes," Beaton admitted. "Oh, now, do you think we talk so much more than you do in the North?" the young lady deprecated. "I don't know. I only know you can't talk too much for me. I should like to hear you say South and house and about for the rest of my life." "That's what I call right personal, Mr. Beaton. Now I'm going to be personal, too." Miss Woodburn flung out over her lap the square of cloth she was embroidering, and asked him, "Don't you think that's beautiful? Now, as an artist, a great artist?" "As a great artist, yes," said Beaton, mimicking her accent. "If I were less than great, I might have something to say about the arrangement of colors. You're as bold and original as nature." "Really? Oh, now do tell me your favorite color, Mr. Beaton." "My favorite color? Bless my soul! Why should I prefer any? Is blue good or red wicked? Do people have favorite colors?" Beaton found himself suddenly interested. "Of course they do," said the girl. "Don't artists?" "I never heard of one that had, consciously." "Is it possible? I suppose they all had. Now my favorite color is garnet. Don't you think it's a pretty color?" "It depends upon how it's used. Do you mean in neckties?" Beaton stole a glance at the one Fulkerson was wearing. Miss Woodburn laughed with her face bowed upon her wrist. "I do think you gentlemen in the North are 10 times as lively as the ladies." "Strange," said Beaton. "In the South, excuse me, I made the observation that the ladies were 10 times as lively as the gentlemen. What is that you're working?" "This?" Miss Woodburn gave it another flirt, and looked at it with a glance of dawning recognition. "Oh, this is a table cover. Wouldn't you like to see where it's going to go?" "Why, certainly." "Well, if you'll be right good, I'll let you give me some professional advice about putting something in the corners or not when you have seen it on the table." She rose and led the way into the other room. Beaton knew she wanted to talk with him about something else, but he waited patiently to let her play her comedy out. She spread the cover on the table, and he advised her, as he saw she wished, against putting anything in the corners. "Just run a line of her stitch around the edge," he said. Mr. Fulkerson and why, we've been having a regular fight about it," she commented. "But we both agreed, finally, to leave it to you. Mr. Fulkerson said you'd be sure to be right. I'm so glad you took my side. But he's a great admirer of yours, Mr. Beaton," she concluded, demurely, suggestively. "Is he? Well, I'm a great admirer of Fulkerson," said Beaton, with a capricious willingness to humor her wish to talk about Fulkerson. "He's a capital fellow, generous, magnanimous, with quite an ideal of friendship, and an eye single to the main chance all the time. He would advertise every other week on his family vault." Miss Woodburn laughed, and said she should tell him what Beaton had said. "Do, but he's used to defamation from me, and he'll think you're joking." "I suppose," said Miss Woodburn, "that he's quite the type of a New York business man." She added, as if it followed logically, "He's so different from what I thought a New York business man would be." "It's your Virginia tradition to despise business," said Beaton, rudely. Miss Woodburn laughed again. "Despise it? My goodness! We want to get into it and work it for all it's worth, as Mr. Fulkerson said. That tradition is all past. You don't know what the South is now. I suppose my father despises business, but he's a tradition himself, as I tell him." Beaton would have enjoyed joining the young lady in anything she might be going to say in derogation of her father, but he restrained himself, and she went on more and more as if she wished to account for her father's habitual hauteur with Beaton, if not to excuse it. "I tell him he don't understand the risin' generation. He was brought up in the old school, and he thinks we're all just like he was when he was young, with all those ideals of chivalry and family. But my goodness, it's money that counts these days in the South, just like it does everywhere else. I suppose if we could have slavery back in the form my father thinks it could have been brought up to, when the commercial spirit wouldn't let it alone, it would be the best thing. But we can't have it back, and I tell him we had better have the commercial spirit as the next best thing." Miss Woodburn went on with sufficient loyalty and piety to expose the difference of her own and her father's ideals, but with what Beaton thought less reference to his own unsympathetic attention than to a knowledge finally of the personnel and material of Every Other Week and Mr. Fulkerson's relation to the enterprise. "You must excuse my asking so many questions, Mr. Beaton. You know it's all my doing that we are here in New York. I just told my father that if he was ever going to do anything with his writings, he had got to come No'th, and I made him come. I believe he'd have stayed in the South all his life. And now Mr. Fulkerson wants him to let his editor see some of his writings, and I wanted to know something about the magazine. We are a great deal excited about it in this house, you know, Mr. Beaton," she concluded, with a look that now transferred the interest from Fulkerson to Alma. She led the way back to the room where they were sitting, and went up to triumph over Fulkerson with Beaton's decision about the table cover. Alma was left with Beaton near the piano, and he began to talk about the Dryfooses as he sat down on the piano stool. He said he had been giving Miss Dryfoos a lesson on the banjo. He had borrowed the banjo of Miss Vance. Then he struck the chord he had been trying to teach Christine, and played over the air he had sung. "How do you like that?" he asked, whirling around. "It seems rather a disrespectful little tune, somehow," said Alma, placidly. Beaton rested his elbow on the corner of the piano, and gazed dreamily at her. "Your perceptions are wonderful. It is disrespectful. I played it up there because I felt disrespectful to them." "Do you claim that as a merit?" "No, I state it as a fact. How can you respect such people?" "You might respect yourself, then," said the girl. "Or perhaps that wouldn't be so easy, either." "No, it wouldn't. I like to have you say these things to me," said Beaton, impartially. "Well, I like to say them," Alma returned. "They do me good." "Oh, I didn't know that was my motive." "There is no one like you, no one," said Beaton, as if apostrophizing her in her absence. To come from that house with its assertions of money, you can hear it chink, you can smell the foul old banknotes, it stifles you, into an atmosphere like this is like coming into another world." "Thank you," said Alma. "I'm glad there isn't that unpleasant odor here, but I wish there were a little more of the chinking." "No, no, don't say that," he implored. "I like to think that there is one soul uncontaminated by the sense of money in this big, brutal, sordid city." "You mean two," said Alma, with modesty. "But if you stifle at the Dryfooses, why do you go there?" "Why do I go?" he mused. "Don't you believe in knowing all the natures, the types you can? Those girls are a strange study. The young one is a simple earthly creature, as common as an oat field, and the other a sort of sylvan life, fierce, flashing, feline." Alma burst into a laugh. "What apt alliteration! And do they like being studied? I should think the sylvan life might scratch." "No," said Beaton, with melancholy absence. "It only purrs." The girl felt a rising indignation. "Well, then, Mr. Beaton, I should hope it would scratch, and bite, too. I think you've no business to go about studying people as you do. It's abominable." "Go on," said the young man. "That Puritan conscience of yours. It appeals to the old Covenanter strain within me, like a voice of pre-existence. Go on." "Oh, if I went on, I should merely say that it was not only abominable, but contemptible." "You could be my guardian angel, Alma," said the young man, making his eyes more and more slumbrous and dreamy. "Stuff! I hope I have a soul above buttons." He smiled as she rose and followed her across the room. "Good night, Mr. Beaton," she said. Miss Woodburn and Fulkerson came in from the other room. "What, you're not going, Beaton?" "Yes, I'm going to a reception. I stopped in on my way." "To kill time," Alma explained. "Well," said Fulkerson, gallantly, "this is the last place I should like to do it. But I guess I'd better be going, too. It has sometimes occurred to me that there is such a thing as staying too late. But with Brother Beaton here, just starting in for an evening's amusement, it does seem a little early yet. Can't you urge me to stay, somebody?" The two girls laughed, and Miss Woodburn said, "Mr. Beaton is such a butterfly of fashion. I wish I was on my way to a party. I feel quite envious." "But he didn't say it to make you," Alma explained, with meek softness. "Well, we can't all be swells. Where is your party, anyway, Beaton?" asked Fulkerson. "How do you manage to get your invitations to those things? I suppose a fellow has to keep hinting round pretty lively, eh?" Beaton took these mockeries serenely, and shook hands with Miss Woodburn, with the effect of having already shaken hands with Alma. She stood with hers clasped behind her. End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Beaton went away with the smile on his face which he had kept in listening to Fulkerson, and carried it with him to the reception. He believed that Alma was vexed with him, for more personal reasons than she had implied. It flattered him that she should have resented what he told her of the Dryfooses. She had scolded him in their behalf, apparently, but really because he had made her jealous by his interest of whatever kind in some one else. What followed had followed naturally. Unless she had been a simpleton, she could not have met his provisional love-making on any other terms. And the reason why Beaton chiefly liked Alma Leighton was that she was not a simpleton. Even up in the country, when she was overawed by his acquaintance, at first she was not very deeply overawed, and at times she was not overawed at all. At such times she astonished him by taking his most solemn histrionics with flippant incredulity, and even burlesquing them. But he could see all the same that he had caught her fancy, and he admired the skill with which she punished his neglect when they met in New York. He had really come very near forgetting the Leightons. The intangible obligations of mutual kindness, which hold some men so fast, hung loosely upon him. It would not have hurt him to break from them altogether, but when he recognized them at last, he found that it strengthened them indefinitely to have Alma ignore them so completely. If she had been sentimental or softly reproachful, that would have been the end. He could not have stood it. He would have had to drop her. But when she met him on his own ground and obliged him to be sentimental, the game was in her hands. Beaton laughed now when he thought of that, and he said to himself that the girl had grown immensely since she had come to New York. Nothing seemed to have been lost upon her. She must have kept her eyes uncommonly wide open. He noticed that, especially in their talks over her work. She had profited by everything she had seen and heard. She had all of Wetmore's ideas pat. It amused Beaton to see how she seized every useful word that he dropped, too, and turned him to technical account whenever she could. He liked that. She had a great deal of talent. There was no question of that. If she were a man, there could be no question of her future. He began to construct a future for her. It included provision for himself, too. It was a common future in which their lives and work were united. He was full of the glow of its prosperity when he met Margaret Vance at the reception. The house was one where people might chat a long time together without publicly committing themselves to an interest in each other except such as grew out of each other's ideas. Miss Vance was there because she united in her Catholic sympathies or ambitions the objects of the fashionable people and of the aesthetic people who met there on common ground. It was almost the only house in New York where this happened often, and it did not happen very often there. It was a literary house primarily, with artistic qualifications, and the frequenters of it were mostly authors and artists. Wetmore, who was always trying to fit everything with a phrase, said it was the unfrequenters who were more fashionable. There was great ease there, and simplicity, and if there was not distinction, it was not for want of distinguished people, but because there seems to be some solvent in New York life that reduces all men to a common level, that touches everybody with its potent magic and brings to the surface the deeply underlying nobody. The effect for some temperaments, for consciousness, for egotism, is admirable. For curiosity, for hero worship, it is rather baffling. It is the spirit of the street transferred to the drawing-room, indiscriminating, leveling, but doubtless finally wholesome and witnessing the immensity of the place, if not consenting to the grandeur of reputations or presences. Beaton now denied that this house represented a salon at all in the old sense, and he held that the salon was impossible, even undesirable with us, when Miss Vance sighed for it. At any rate, he said that this turmoil of coming and going, this bubble and babble, this cackling and hissing of conversation, was not the expression of any such civilization as had created the salon. Here, he owned, were the elements of intellectual delightfulness, but he said their assemblage in such quantity alone denied the salon. There was too much of a good thing. The French word implied a long evening of general talk among the guests, crowned with a little chicken at supper, ending at cock-crow. Here was tea, with milk or with lemon baths of it, and claret cup for the hardiest spirits throughout the evening. It was very nice, very pleasant, but it was not the little chicken, not the salon. In fact, he affirmed, the salon descended from above, out of the great world, and included the aesthetic world in it. But our great world, the rich people, were stupid, with no wish to be otherwise. They were not even curious about authors and artists. Beaton fancied himself speaking impartially, and so he allowed himself to speak bitterly. He said that in no other city in the world, except Vienna perhaps, were such people so little a part of society. "It isn't altogether the rich people's fault," said Margaret, and she spoke impartially too. "I don't believe that the literary men and the artists would like a salon that descended to them. Madame Geoffrin, you know, was very plebeian. Her husband was a business man of some sort." "He would have been a howling swell in New York," said Beaton, still impartially. Wetmore came up to their corner with a scroll of bread and butter in one hand and a cup of tea in the other. Large and fat and clean-shaven, He looked like a monk in evening dress. "We were talking about salons," said Margaret. "Why don't you open a salon yourself?" asked Wetmore, breathing thickly from the anxiety of getting through the crowd without spilling his tea. "Like poor Lady Barberina Lemon," said the girl, with a laugh. "What a good story! That idea of a woman who couldn't be interested in any of the arts because she was socially and traditionally the material of them. We can never reach that height of nonchalance in this country." "Not if we tried seriously?" suggested the painter. "I've an idea that if the Americans ever gave their minds to that sort of thing, they could take the palm, or the cake, as Beaton here would say, just as they do in everything else. When we do have an aristocracy, it will be an aristocracy that will go ahead of anything the world has ever seen. Why don't somebody make a beginning and go out openly for an ancestry, and a lower middle class, and a hereditary legislature, and all the rest? We've got liveries, and crests, and palaces, and caste feeling. We're all right as far as we've gone, and we've got the money to go any length." "Like your natural gas man, Mr. Beaton," said the girl, with a smiling glance round at him. "Ah," said Wetmore, stirring his tea, "has Beaton got a natural gas man?" "My natural gas man," said Beaton, ignoring Wetmore's question, "doesn't know how to live in his palace yet, and I doubt if he has any caste feeling. I fancy his family believe themselves victims of it. They say one of the young ladies does that she never saw such an unsociable place as New York. Nobody calls." "That's good," said Wetmore. "I suppose they're all ready for company, too? Good cook, furniture, servants, carriages?" "Galore," said Beaton. "Well, that's too bad. There's a chance for you, Miss Vance. Doesn't your philanthropy embrace the socially destitute as well as the financially? Just think of a family like that, without a friend, in a great city. I should think common charity had a duty there, not to mention the uncommon." He distinguished that kind as Margaret's by a glance of ironical deference. She had a repute for good works, which was out of proportion to the works, as it always is, but she was really active in that way under the vague obligation, which we now all feel, to be helpful. She was of the church which seems to have found a reversion to the imposing ritual of the past, the way back to the early ideals of Christian brotherhood. "Oh, they seem to have Mr. Beaton," Margaret answered, and Beaton felt obscurely flattered by her reference to his patronage of the Dryfooses. He explained to Wetmore, "They have me because they partly own me. Dryfoos is Fulkerson's financial backer in 'Every Other Week.'" "Is that so? Well, that's interesting, too. Aren't you rather astonished, Miss Vance, to see what a petty thing Beaton is making of that magazine of his?" "Oh," said Margaret, "it's so very nice every way. It makes you feel as if you did have a country after all. It's as chic, that detestable little word, as those new French books." "Beaton modeled it on them. But you mustn't suppose he does everything about 'Every Other Week.' He'd like you to. Beaton, you haven't come up to that cover of your first number since. That was the design of one of my pupils, Miss Vance. A little girl that Beaton discovered down in New Hampshire last summer." "Oh yes. And have you great hopes of her, Mr. Wetmore?" "She seems to have more love of it and knack for it than any one of her sex I've seen yet. It really looks like a case of art for art's sake at times, but you can't tell. They're liable to get married at any moment, you know. Look here, Beaton, when your natural gas man gets to the picture-buying stage in his development, just remember your old friends, will you? You know, Miss Vance, these new fellows have their regular stages. They never know what to do with their money, but they find out that people buy pictures at one point. They shut your things up in their houses where nobody comes, and after a while they overeat themselves, they don't know what else to do, and die of apoplexy, and leave your pictures to a gallery, and then they see the light. It's slow, but it's pretty sure. Well, I see Beaton isn't going to move on as he ought to do, and so I must. He always was an unconventional creature." Wetmore went away, but Beaton remained, and he outstayed several other people who came up to speak to Miss Vance. She was interested in everybody, and she liked the talk of these clever, literary, artistic, clerical, even theatrical people. And she liked the sort of court with which they recognized her fashion as well as her cleverness. It was very pleasant to be treated intellectually as if she were one of themselves, and socially as if she was not habitually the same, but a sort of guest in Bohemia, a distinguished stranger. If it was Arcadia rather than Bohemia, still she felt her quality of distinguished stranger. The flattery of it touched her fancy and not her vanity. She had very little vanity. Beaton's devotion made the same sort of appeal. It was not so much that she liked him as she liked being the object of his admiration. She was a girl of genuine sympathies, intellectual rather than sentimental. In fact, she was an intellectual person whom qualities of the heart saved from being disagreeable, as they saved her on the other hand from being worldly or cruel in her fashionableness. She had read a great many books, and had ideas about them, quite courageous and original ideas. She knew about pictures, she had been in Wetmore's class, she was fond of music, she was willing to understand even politics. In Boston she might have been an agnostic, but in New York she was sincerely religious. She was very accomplished, and perhaps it was her goodness that prevented her feeling what was not best in Beaton. "Do you think," she said, after the retreat of one of the comers and goers left her alone with him again, "that those young ladies would like me to call on them?" "Those young ladies?" Beaton echoed. "Miss Leighton and—" "No, I have been there with my aunt's cards already." "Oh yes," said Beaton, as if he had known of it. He admired the pluck and pride with which Alma had refrained from ever mentioning the fact to him, and had kept her mother from mentioning it, which must have been difficult. "I mean the Miss Dryfooses. It seems really barbarous if nobody goes near them. We do all kinds of things, and help all kinds of people in some ways, but we let strangers remain strangers unless they know how to make their way among us." "The Dryfooses certainly wouldn't know how to make their way among you," said Beaton, with a sort of dreamy absence in his tone. Miss Vance went on, speaking out the process of reasoning in her mind rather than any conclusion she had reached. "We defend ourselves by trying to believe that they must have friends of their own, or that they would think us patronizing, and wouldn't like being made the objects of social charity. But they needn't really suppose anything of the kind." "I don't imagine they would," said Beaton. "I think they'd be only too happy to have you come. But you wouldn't know what to do with each other, indeed, Miss Vance." "Perhaps we shall all like each other," said the girl bravely, "and then we shall know. What church are they of?" "I don't believe they're of any," said Beaton. "The mother was brought up a Dunkard." "A Dunkard?" Beaton told what he knew of the primitive sect, with its early Christian polity, its literal interpretation of Christ's ethics, and its quaint ceremonial of foot-washing. He made something picturesque of that. "The father is a Mammon worshipper pure and simple. I suppose the young ladies go to church, but I don't know where. They haven't tried to convert me." "I'll tell them not to despair, after I've converted them," said Miss Vance. "Will you let me use you as a point d'appui, Mr. Beaton?" "Any way you like. If you're really going to see them, perhaps I'd better make a confession. I left your banjo with them after I got it put in order." "How very nice! Then we have a common interest already." "Do you mean the banjo or—" "The banjo, decidedly. Which of them plays?" "Neither. But the eldest heard that the banjo was all the rage, as the youngest says. Perhaps you can persuade them that good works are the rage, too." Beaton had no very lively belief that Margaret would go to see the Dryfooses. He did so few of the things that he proposed that he went upon the theory that others must be as faithless. Still, he had a cruel amusement in figuring the possible encounter between Margaret Vance, with her intellectual elegance, her eager sympathies and generous ideals, and those girls with their rude past, their false and distorted perspective, their sordid and hungry selfishness, and their faith in the omnipotence of their father's wealth, wounded by their experience of its present social impotence. At the bottom of his heart he sympathized with them rather than with her. He was more like them. People had ceased coming, and some of them were going. Miss Vance said she must go, too, and she was about to rise when the host came up with March. Beaton turned away. "Miss Vance, I want to introduce Mr. March, the editor of 'Every Other Week.' You oughtn't to be restricted to the art department. We literary fellows think that arm of the service gets too much of the glory nowadays." His banter was for Beaton, but he was already beyond earshot, and the host went on. "Mr. March can talk with you about your favorite Boston. He's just turned his back on it." "Oh, I hope not," said Miss Vance. "I can't imagine anybody voluntarily leaving Boston." "I don't say he's so bad as that," said the host, committing March to her. "He came to New York because he couldn't help it, like the rest of us. I never know whether that's a compliment to New York or not." They talked Boston a little while, without finding that they had any common acquaintance there. Miss Vance must have concluded that society was much larger in Boston than she had supposed from her visits there, or else that March did not know many people in it. But she was not a girl to care much for the inferences that might be drawn from such conclusions. She rather prided herself upon despising them, and she gave herself to the pleasure of being talked to as if she were of March's own age. In the glow of her sympathetic beauty and elegance he talked his best, and tried to amuse her with his jokes, which he had the art of tinging with a little seriousness on one side. He made her laugh, and he flattered her by making her think. In her turn she charmed him so much by enjoying what he said that he began to brag of his wife, as a good husband always does when another woman charms him, and she asked, "Oh, was Mrs. March there, and would he introduce her?" She asked Mrs. March for her address, and whether she had a day, and she said she would come to see her if she would let her. Mrs. March could not be so enthusiastic about her as March was, but as they walked home together they talked the girl over, and agreed about her beauty and her amiability. Mrs. March said she seemed very unspoiled for a person who must have been so much spoiled. They tried to analyze her charm, and they succeeded in formulating it as a combination of intellectual fashionableness and worldly innocence. "I think," said Mrs. March, "the city girls, brought up as she must have been, are often the most innocent of all. They never imagine the wickedness of the world, and if they marry happily they go through life as innocent as children. Everything combines to keep them so, the very hollowness of society shields them. They are the loveliest of the human race. But perhaps the rest have to pay too much for them." "For such an exquisite creature as Miss Vance," said March, "we couldn't pay too much." A wild laughing cry suddenly broke upon the air at the street crossing in front of them. A girl's voice called out, "Run, run, Jen! The copper's after you!" A woman's figure rushed stumbling across the way and into the shadow of the houses, pursued by a burly policeman. "Ah, but what if that's part of the price?" They went along, fallen from the gay spirit of their talk into a silence which he broke with a sigh. "Can that poor wretch and the radiant girl we left yonder really belong to the same system of things? How impossible each makes the other seem!" End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Horn believed in the world and in society and its unwritten constitution devoutly, and she tolerated her niece's benevolent activities as she tolerated her aesthetic sympathies, because these things, however oddly, were tolerated, even encouraged by society, and they gave Margaret a charm. They made her originality interesting. Mrs. Horn did not intend that they should ever go so far as to make her troublesome, and it was with a sense of this abeyant authority of her aunt's that the girl asked her approval of her proposed call upon the Dryfooses. She explained as well as she could the social destitution of these opulent people, and she had, of course, to name Beaton as the source of her knowledge concerning them. "Did Mr. Beaton suggest your calling on them?" No, he rather discouraged it. And why do you think you ought to go in this particular instance? New York is full of people who don't know anybody." Margaret laughed. "I suppose it's like any other charity. You reach the cases you know of. The others you say you can't help, and you try to ignore them." "It's very romantic," said Mrs. Horn. "I hope you've counted the cost, all the possible consequences." Margaret knew that her aunt had in mind their common experience with the Leightons, whom, to give their common conscience peace, she had called upon with her aunt's cards and excuses, and an invitation for her Thursdays, somewhat too late to make the visit seem a welcome to New York. She was so coldly received, not so much for herself as in her quality of envoy, that her aunt experienced all the comfort which vicarious penance brings. She did not perhaps consider sufficiently her niece's guiltlessness in the expiation. Margaret was not with her at St. Barnaby in the fatal fortnight she passed there, and never saw the Leightons till she went to call upon them. She never complained. The strain of asceticism which mysteriously exists in us all, and makes us put peas, boiled or unboiled, in our shoes, gave her patience with the snub which the Leightons presented for her aunt. But now she said, with this in mind, "Nothing seems simpler than to get rid of people if you don't want them. You merely have to let them alone." "It isn't so pleasant letting them alone," said Mrs. Horn. "Or having them let you alone," said Margaret, for neither Mrs. Leighton nor Alma had ever come to enjoy the belated hospitality of Mrs. Horn's Thursdays. "Yes, or having them let you alone," Mrs. Horn courageously consented. "And all that I ask you, Margaret, is to be sure that you really want to know these people." "I don't," said the girl seriously, "in the usual way." "Then the question is whether you do in the unusual way. They will build a great deal upon you," said Mrs. Horn, realizing how much the Leightons must have built upon her, and how much out of proportion to her desert they must now dislike her, for she seemed to have had them on her mind from the time they came, and had always meant to recognize any reasonable claim they had upon her. "It seems very odd, very sad," Margaret returned, "that you could never act unselfishly in society affairs. If I wished to go and see those girls just to do them a pleasure, and perhaps because if they're strange and lonely I might do them good, even, it would be quite impossible." "Quite," said her aunt. "Such a thing would be quixotic. Society doesn't rest upon any such basis. It can't. It would go to pieces if people acted from unselfish motives." "Then it's a painted savage," said the girl. "All its favors are really bargains. It's gifts for gifts back again." "Yes, that is true," said Mrs. Horn, with no more sense of wrong in the fact than the political economist has in the fact that wages are the measure of necessity and not of merit. "You get what you pay for. It's a matter of business." She satisfied herself with this formula, which she did not invent, as fully as if it were a reason, but she did not dislike her niece's revolt against it. That was part of Margaret's originality, which pleased her aunt in proportion to her own conventionality. She was really a timid person, and she liked the show of courage which Margaret's magnanimity often reflected upon her. She had through her a repute, with people who did not know her well, for intellectual and moral qualities. She was supposed to be literary and charitable. She almost had opinions and ideals, but really fell short of their possession. She thought that she set bounds to the girl's originality because she recognized them. Margaret understood this better than her aunt, and knew that she had consulted her about going to see the Dryfooses out of deference, and with no expectation of luminous instruction. She was used to being a law to herself, but she knew what she might and might not do, so that she was rather a by-law. She was the kind of girl that might have fancies for artists and poets, but might end up by marrying a prosperous broker, and leavening a vast lump of moneyed and fashionable life with her culture, generosity, and good-will. The intellectual interests were first with her, but she might be equal to sacrificing them. She had the best heart, but she might know how to harden it. If she was eccentric, her social orbit was defined. Comets themselves traverse space on fixed lines. She was, like every one else, a congeries of contradictions and inconsistencies, but obedient to the general expectation of what a girl of her position must and must not finally be. Provisionally, she was very much what she liked to be. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Margaret Vance tried to give herself some reason for going to call upon the Dryfooses, but she could find none better than the wish to do a kind thing. This seemed queerer and less sufficient as she examined it, and she even admitted a little curiosity as a harmless element in her motive, without being very well satisfied with it. She tried to add a slight sense of social duty, and then she decided to have no motive at all, but simply to pay her visit as she would to any other eligible strangers she saw fit to call upon. She perceived that she must be very careful not to let them see that any other impulse had governed her. She determined, if possible, to let them patronize her, to be very modest and sincere and diffident, and above all not to play a part. This was easy, compared with the choice of a manner that should convey to them the fact that she was not playing a part. When the hesitating Irish serving-man had acknowledged that the ladies were at home, and had taken her card to them, she sat waiting for them in the drawing-room. Her study of its appointments, with their impersonal costliness, gave her no suggestion how to proceed. The two sisters were upon her before she had really decided, and she rose to meet them with the conviction that she was going to play a part for want of some chosen means of not doing so. She found herself, before she knew it, making her banjo a property in the little comedy, and professing so much pleasure in the fact that Miss Dryfoos was taking it up. She had herself been so much interested by it. Anything, she said, was a relief from the piano, and then, between the guitar and the banjo, one must really choose the banjo, unless one wanted to devote one's whole natural life to the violin. Of course there was the mandolin, but Margaret asked if they did not feel that the bit of shell you struck it with interposed a distance between you and the real soul of the instrument, and then it did have such a faint, mosquito-y little tone. She made much of the question, which they left her to debate alone, while they gazed solemnly at her till she characterized the tone of the mandolin, when Mela broke into a large, coarse laugh. "Well, that's just what it does sound like," she explained defiantly to her sister. "I always feel like it was going to settle somewhere, and I want to hit myself a slap before it begins to bite. I don't see what ever brought such a thing into fashion." Margaret had not expected to be so powerfully seconded, and she asked, after gathering herself together, "Are you both learning the banjo?" "My, no," said Mela. "I've gone through enough with the piano. Christine is learning it." "I'm so glad that you are making my banjo useful at the outset, Miss Dryfoos." Both girls stared at her, but found it hard to cope with the fact that this was the lady friend whose banjo Beaton had lent them. "Mr. Beaton mentioned that he had left it here. I hope you'll keep it as long as you find it useful." At this amiable speech even Christine could not help thanking her. "Of course," she said, "I expect to get another right off. Mr. Beaton is going to choose it for me." "You are very fortunate. If you haven't a teacher yet, I should like to recommend mine." Mela broke out in her laugh again. "Oh, I guess Christine's pretty well suited with the one she's got," she said, with insinuation. Her sister gave her a frowning glance, and Margaret did not tempt her to explain. "That's much better," she said. "I have a kind of superstition in such matters. I don't like to make a second choice. In a shop I like to take the first thing of the kind I'm looking for, and even if I choose further, I come back to the original." "How funny!" said Mela. "Well, now, I'm just the other way. I always take the last thing after I've picked over all the rest. My luck always seems to be at the bottom of the heap. Now, Christine, she's more like you. I believe she could walk right up blindfolded and put her hand on the thing she wants every time." "I'm like father," said Christine, softened a little by the celebration of her peculiarity. He says the reason so many people don't get what they want is that they don't want it bad enough. Now, when I want a thing, it seems to me I want it all through." "Well, that's just like father, too," said Mela. "That's the way he done when he got that 80-acre piece next to Moffett that he kept when he sold the farm, and that's got some of the best gas wells on it now that there is anywhere." She addressed the explanation to her sister, to the exclusion of Margaret, who nevertheless listened with a smiling face and a resolutely polite air of being a party to the conversation. Mela rewarded her amiability by saying to her finally, "You've never been in the natural gas country, have you?" "Oh no, and I should so much like to see it," said Margaret, with a fervor that was partly voluntary. "Would you? Well, we're kind of sick of it, but I suppose it would strike a stranger." "I never got tired of looking at the big wells when they lit them up," said Christine. "It seems as if the world was on fire." "Yes, and when you see the surface gas burnin' down in the woods like it used to by our spring house, so still and never spreadin' any, just like a bed of some kind of wild flowers when you catch sight of it a piece off." They began to tell of the wonders of their strange land in an antiphony of reminiscences and descriptions. They unconsciously imputed a merit to themselves from the number and violence of the wells on their father's property. They bragged of the high civilization of Moffett, which they compared to its advantage with that of New York. They became excited by Margaret's interest in natural gas, and forgot to be suspicious and envious. She said as she rose, "Oh, how much I should like to see it all!" Then she made a little pause, and added, "I'm so sorry my aunt's Thursdays are over. She never has them after Lent, but we're to have some people Tuesday evening at a little concert which a musical friend is going to give with some other artists. There won't be any banjos, I'm afraid, but there'll be some very good singing, and my aunt would be so glad if you could come with your mother." She put down her aunt's card on the table near her, while Mela gurgled as if it were the best joke. "Oh, my! Mother never goes anywhere. You couldn't get her out for love or money." But she was herself overwhelmed with a simple joy at Margaret's politeness, and showed it in a sensuous way like a child, as if she had been tickled. She came closer to Margaret, and seemed about to fawn physically upon her. "Ain't she just as lovely as she can live?" she demanded of her sister when Margaret was gone. "I don't know," said Christine. "I guess she wanted to know who Mr. Beaton had been lending her banjo to." "Pshaw! Do you suppose she's in love with him?" asked Mela, and then she broke into her hoarse laugh at the look her sister gave her. "Well, don't eat me, Christine. I wonder who she is, anyway. I'm goin' to git it out of Mr. Beaton the next time he calls. I guess she's somebody. Mrs. Mandel can tell. I wish that old friend of hers would hurry up and git well, or something. But I guess we appeared about as well as she did. I could see she was afraid of you, Christine. I reckon it's gittin' around a little about father, and when it does I don't believe we shall want for callers. Say, are you goin' to that concert of theirs?" "I don't know. Not till I know who they are first." "Well, we've got to hump ourselves if we're going to find out before Tuesday." As she went home, Margaret felt wrought in her that most incredible of the miracles, which nevertheless any one may make his experience. She felt kindly to these girls because she had tried to make them happy, and she hoped that in the interest she had shown there had been none of the poison of flattery. She was aware that this was a risk she ran in such an attempt to do good. If she had escaped this effect, she was willing to leave the rest with Providence. End of Chapter 33. Chapter 34 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The notion that a girl of Margaret Vance's traditions would naturally form of girls like Christine and Mela Dreyfus would be that they were abashed in the presence of the new conditions of their lives, and that they must receive the advance she had made them with a certain grateful humility. However they received it, she had made it upon principle, from a romantic conception of duty. but this was the way she imagined they would receive it, because she thought that they would have done so if she had been as ignorant and unbred as they. Her error was in arguing their attitude from her own temperament, and endowing them, for the purposes of argument, with her perspective. They had not the means, intellectual or moral, of feeling as she fancied. If they had remained at home on the farm where they were born, Christine would have grown up that embodiment of impassioned suspicion which we find oftenest in the narrowest spheres, and Mela would always have been a good-natured simpleton, but they would never have doubted their equality with the wisest and the finest. As it was, they had not learned enough at school to doubt it, and the splendor of their father's success in making money had blinded them forever to any possible difference against them. They had no question of themselves in the social abeyance to which they had been left in New York. They had been surprised, mystified. It was not what they had expected. There must be some mistake. They were the victims of an accident which would be repaired as soon as the fact of their father's wealth had got around. They had been steadfast in their faith through all their disappointment, that they were not only better than most people by virtue of his money, but as good as any, and they took Margaret's visit, so far as they investigated its motive, for a sign that at last it was beginning to get around. Of course, a thing could not get around in New York so quick as it could in a small place. They were confirmed in their belief by the sensation of Mrs. Mandel when she returned to duty that afternoon, and they consulted her about going to Mrs. Horn's musicale. If she had felt any doubt of the name, for there were Horns and Horns, the address on the card put the matter beyond question, and she tried to make her charges understand what a precious chance had befallen them. She did not succeed. They had not the premises, the experience, for a sufficient impression, and she undid her work in part by the effort to explain that Mrs. Horn's standing was independent of money, that though she was positively rich, she was comparatively poor. Christine inferred that Miss Vance had called because she wished to be the first to get in with them since it had begun to get around. This view commended itself to Mela, too, but without warping her from her opinion that Miss Vance was all the same too sweet for anything. She had not so vivid a consciousness of her father's money as Christine had, but she reposed perhaps all the more confidently upon its power. She was far from thinking meanly of any one who thought highly of her for it. That seemed so natural a result as to be amiable, even admirable. She was willing that any person should get all the good there was in such an attitude toward her. They discussed the matter that night at dinner before their father and mother, who mostly sat silent at their meals, the father frowning absently over his plate with his head close to it, and making play into his mouth with the back of his knife. He had got so far toward the use of his fork as to despise those who still ate from the edge of their knives, and the mother partly missing hers at times in the nervous tremor that shook her face from side to side. After a while the subject of Mela's hoarse babble, and of Christine's high-pitched, thin, sharp forays of assertion and denial in the field which her sister's voice seemed to cover, made its way into the old man's consciousness, and he perceived that they were talking with Mrs. Mandel about it, and that his wife was from time to time offering an irrelevant and mistaken comment. He agreed with Christine and silently took her view of the affair some time before he made any sign of having listened. There had been a time in his life when other things besides his money seemed admirable to him. He had once respected himself for the hard-headed, practical common sense which first gave him standing among his country neighbors, which made him supervisor, school trustee, justice of the peace, county commissioner, secretary of the Moffat County Agricultural Society. In those days he had served the public with disinterested zeal and proud ability. He used to write to the Lake Shore Farmer on agricultural topics. He took part in opposing, through the Moffat papers, the legislative waste of the people's money. On the question of selling a local canal to the railroad company, which killed that fine old state work and let the dry ditch grow up to grass, He might have gone to the legislature, but he contented himself with defeating the Moffitt member who had voted for the job. If he opposed some measures for the general good, like high schools and school libraries, it was because he lacked perspective in his intense individualism and suspected all expense of being spendthrift. He believed in good district schools, and he had a fondness, crude but genuine, for some kinds of reading, history and forensics of an elementary sort. With his good head for figures, he doubted doctors and despised preachers. He thought lawyers were all rascals, but he respected them for their ability. He was not himself litigious, but he enjoyed the intellectual encounters of a difficult lawsuit, and he often attended a sitting of the fall term of court when he went to town, for the pleasure of hearing the speeches. He was a good citizen and a good husband. As a good father, he was rather severe with his children, and used to whip them, especially the gentle Conrad, who somehow crossed him most, till the twins died. After that he never struck any of them, and from the sight of a blow dealt a horse he turned as if sick. It was a long time before he lifted himself up from his sorrow, and then the will of the man seemed to have been breached through his affections. He let the girls do as they pleased. The twins had been girls. He let them go away to school and got them a piano. It was they who made him sell the farm. If Conrad had only had their spirit, he could have made him keep it, he felt, and he resented the want of support he might have found in a less yielding spirit than his son's. His moral decay began with his perception of the opportunity of making money quickly to him after he sold his farm. He awoke to it slowly, from a desolation in which he tasted the last bitter of homesickness, the utter misery of idleness and listlessness. When he broke down and cried for the hard-working, wholesome life he had lost, he was near the end of this season of despair, but he was also near the end of what was best in himself. He devolved upon a meaner ideal than that of conservative good citizenship, which had been his chief moral experience. The money he had already made without effort and without merit bred its unholy self-love in him. He began to honor money, especially money that had been won suddenly and in large sums. For money that had been earned painfully, slowly, and in little amounts, he had only pity and contempt. The poison of that ambition to go somewhere and be somebody which the local speculators had instilled into him began to work in the vanity which had succeeded his somewhat scornful self-respect. He rejected Europe as the proper field for his expansion. He rejected Washington. He preferred New York, whither the men who have made money and do not yet know that money has made them all instinctively turn. He came where he could watch his money breed more money and bring greater interest of its kind in an hour of luck than the toil of hundreds of men could earn in a year. He called it speculation, stocks, the street, and his pride, his faith in himself, mounted with his luck. He expected, when he had sated his greed, to begin to spend, and he had formulated an intention to build a great house, to add another to the palaces of the country-bred millionaires who have come to adorn the great city. In the meantime he made little account of the things that occupied his children, except to fret at the ungrateful indifference of his son to the interests that could alone make a man of him. He did not know whether his daughters were in society or not. With people coming and going in the house, he would have supposed they must be so, no matter who the people were. In some vague way he felt he had hired society in Mrs. Mandel at so much a year. He never met a superior himself, except now and then a man of 20 or 30 billions to his 1 or 2, and then he felt his soul creep within him without a sense of social inferiority. It was a question of financial inferiority, and though Dryfoos's soul bowed itself and crawled, it was with a gambler's admiration of wonderful luck. Other men said these many-millioned millionaires were smart, and got their money by sharp practices to which lesser men could not attain, but Dryfoos believed that he could compass the same ends, by the same means, with the same chances. He respected their money, not them. When he now heard Mrs. Mandel and his daughters talking of that person, whoever she was, that Mrs. Mandel seemed to think had honored his girls by coming to see them, his curiosity was pricked as much as his pride was galled. "Well, anyway," said Mela, "I don't care whether Christine's goin' or not. I am. And you got to go with me, Mrs. Mandel." "Well, there's a little difficulty," said Mrs. Mandel, with her unfailing dignity and politeness. "I haven't been asked, you know." "Then what we goin' to do?" demanded Mela, almost crossly. She was physically too amiable, she felt too well corporeally, ever to be quite cross. She might 'a' known we couldn't 'a' come alone in New York. I don't see why we couldn't. I don't call it much of an invitation." "I suppose she thought you could come with your mother," Mrs. Mandel suggested. "She didn't say anything about mother, did she, Christine?" "Oh yes, she did, too. And I told her she couldn't git mother out. Don't you remember?" "I didn't pay much attention," said Christine. "I wasn't certain we wanted to go." "I reckon you wasn't goin' to let her see that we cared much," said Mela, half reproachful, half proud of this attitude of Christine. "Well, I don't see but what we got to stay home." She laughed at this lame conclusion of the matter. "Perhaps Mr. Conrad you could very properly take him without an express invitation," Mrs. Mandel began. Conrad looked up in alarm and protest. I don't think I could go that evening." "What's the reason?" his father broke in harshly. "You're not such a sheep that you're afraid to go into company with your sisters, or are you too good to go with them?" "If it's to be anything like that night when them hussies came out and danced that way," said Mrs. Dryfoos, "I don't blame Conrad for not wantin' to go. I never saw the beat of it." Mela sent a yelling laugh across the table to her mother. "Well, I wish Miss Vance could 'a' heard that. Why, mother, did you think it like the ballet?" "Well, I didn't know, Mely, child," said the old woman. "I didn't know what it was like. I hain't never been to one, and you can't be too keerful where you go, in a place like New York." "What's the reason you can't go?" Dryfoos ignored the passage between his wife and daughter in making this demand of his son with a sour face. "I have an engagement that night. It's one of our meetings." "I reckon you can let your meeting go for one night," said Dryfoos. "It can't be so important as all that you must disappoint your sisters." "I don't like to disappoint those poor creatures. They depend so much upon the meetings." "I reckon they can stand it for one night," said the old man. He added, "The poor ye have with ye always." "That's so, Conrad," said his mother. "It's the Saviour's own words." "Yes, mother, but they're not meant just as father used them." "How do you know how they were meant, or how I used them?" cried the father. "Now, you just make your plans to go with the girls Tuesday night. They can't go alone, and Mrs. Mandel can't go with them." "Pshaw!" said Mela. "We don't want to take Conrad away from his meetin', do we, Chris?" "I don't know," said Christine, in her high, fine voice. "They could get along without him for one night, as father says." "Well, I'm not a goin' to take him," said Mela. "Now, Mrs. Mandel, just think out some other way. Say, what's the reason we couldn't get somebody else to take us just as well? Ain't that rulable?" "It would be allowable." "Allowable, I mean," Mela corrected herself. "But it might look a little significant unless it was some old family friend." "Well, let's get Mr. Fulkerson to take us. He's the oldest family friend we got." "I won't go with Mr. Fulkerson," said Christine, serenely. "Why, I'm sure, Christine," her mother pleaded, "Mr. Fulkerson is a very good young man, and very nice appearin'." Mela shouted, "He's 10 times as pleasant as that old Mr. Beaton of Christine's." Christine made no effort to break the constraint that fell upon the table at this sally, but her father said, "Christine is right, Mela. It wouldn't do for you to go with any other young man. Conrad will go with you." "I'm not certain I want to go yet," said Christine. "Well, settle that among yourselves, but if you want to go, your brother will go with you." "Of course Conrad'll go if his sisters want him to," the old woman pleaded. "I reckon it ain't a goin' to be anything very bad, and if it is, Conrad, why, you can just git right up and come out." "It will be all right, mother, and I will go, of course." "There now, I knowed you would, Conrad. Now, father." This appeal was to make the old man say something in recognition of Conrad's sacrifice. "You'll always find," he said, "that it's those of your own household that have the first claim on you." "That's so, Conrad," urged his mother. "It's Bible truth. Your father ain't a professor, but he always did read his Bible. Search the Scriptures, that's what it means." "Laws!" cried Mely. "A body can see easy enough from mother where Conrad's wanted to be a preacher comes from. I should 'a' thought she'd 'a' wanted to 'a' been one herself." "Let your women keep silence in the churches," said the old woman solemnly. "There you go again, mother. I guess if you was to say that to some of the lady ministers nowadays, you'd git yourself into trouble." Mela looked round for approval and gurgled out a hoarse laugh. Chapter 34. Chapter 35 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This recording is in the public domain. The Dryfooses went late to Mrs. Horn's musicale, in spite of Mrs. Mandel's advice. Christine made the delay, both because she wished to show Miss Vance that she was not anxious, and because she had some vague notion of the distinction of arriving late at any sort of entertainment. Mrs. Mandel insisted upon the difference between this musicale and an ordinary reception, but Christine rather fancied disturbing a company that had got seated, and perhaps making people rise and stand, while she found her way to her place, as she had always seen them do for a tardy comer at the theatre. Mela, whom she did not admit to her reasons or feelings always, followed her with the servile admiration she had for all that Christine did, and she took on trust as somehow successful the result of Christine's obstinacy when they were allowed to stand against the wall at the back of the room through the whole of the long piece begun just before they came in. There had been no one to receive them. A few people in the rear rows of chairs near them turned their heads to glance at. Mela had her misgivings, but at the end of the piece Miss Vance came up to them at once, and then Mela knew that she had her eyes on them all the time, and that Christine must have been right. Christine said nothing about their coming late, and so Mela did not make any excuse, and Miss Vance seemed to expect none. She glanced with a sort of surprise at Conrad when Christine introduced him. Mela did not know whether she liked their bringing him till she shook hands with him and said, "Oh, I am very glad indeed. Mr. Dryfoos and I have met before." Without explaining where or when, she led them to her aunt and presented them, and then said, "I'm going to put you with some friends of yours," and quickly seated them next the Marches. Mela liked that well enough. She thought she might have some joking with Mr. March, for all his wife was so stiff, but the look which Christine wore seemed to forbid, provisionally at least, any such recreation. On her part, Christine was cool with the Marches. It went through her mind that they must have told Miss Vance they knew her, and perhaps they had boasted of her intimacy. She relaxed a little toward them when she saw Beaton leaning against the wall at the end of the row next Mrs. March. Then she conjectured that he might have told Miss Vance of her acquaintance with the Marches, and she bent forward and nodded to Mrs. March across Conrad, Mela, and Mr. March. She conceived of him as a sort of hand of her father's, but she was willing to take them at their apparent social valuation for the time. She leaned back in her chair, and did not look up at Beaton after the first furtive glance, though she felt his eyes on her. The music began again almost at once, before Mela had time to make Conrad tell her where Miss Vance had met him before. She would not have minded interrupting the music, but every one else seemed so attentive, even Christine, that she had not the courage. The concert went on to an end without realizing for her the ideal of pleasure which one ought to find in society. She was not exacting, but it seemed to her there were very few young men, and when the music was over, and their opportunity came to be sociable, they were not very sociable. They were not introduced, for one thing, but it appeared to Mela that they might have got introduced if they had any sense. She saw them looking at her, and she was glad she had dressed so much. She was dressed more than any other lady there, and either because she was the most dressed of any person there, or because it had got around who her father was, she felt that she had made an impression on the young men. In her satisfaction with this, and from her good nature, she was contented to be served with her refreshments after the concert by Mr. March, and to remain joking with him. She was at her ease, she let her hoarse voice out in her largest laugh, she accused him, to the admiration of those near, of getting her into a perfect gale. It appeared to her, in her own pleasure, her mission to illustrate to the rather subdued people about her what a good time really was, so that they could have it if they wanted it. Her joy was crowned when March modestly professed himself unworthy to monopolize her, and explained how selfish he felt in talking to a young lady when there were so many young men dying to do so. "Oh, sure I done, yes," cried Mela, tasting the irony. "I guess I see them." He asked if he might really introduce a friend of his to her, and she said, well, yes, if he thought he could live to get to her, and March brought up a man whom he thought very young, and Mela thought very old. He was a contributor to Every Other Week, and so March knew him. He believed himself a student of human nature in behalf of literature, and he now set about studying Mela. He tempted her to express her opinion on all points, and he laughed so amiably at the boldness and humorous vigor of her ideas that she was delighted with him. She asked him if he was a New Yorker by birth, and she told him she pitied him when he said he had never been West. She professed herself perfectly sick of New York, and urged him to go to Moffett if he wanted to see a real live town. He wondered if it would do to put her into literature just as she was, with all her slang and brag, but he decided that he would have to subdue her a great deal. He did not see how he could reconcile the facts of her conversation with the facts of her appearance, her beauty, her splendor of dress, her apparent right to be where she was. These things perplexed him. He was afraid the great American novel, if true, must be incredible. Mela said he ought to hear her sister go on about New York when they first came, but she reckoned that Christine was getting so she could put up with it a little better now. She looked significantly across the room to the place where Christine was now talking with Beaton, and the student of human nature asked, was she here, and would she introduce him? Mela said she would, the first chance she got, and she added they would be much pleased to have him call. She felt herself to be having a beautiful time, and she got directly upon such intimate terms with the student of human nature that she laughed with him about some peculiarities of his, such as his going so far about to ask things he wanted to know from her. She said she never did believe in beating about the bush much. She had noticed the same thing in Miss Vance when she came to call that day, and when the young man owned that he came rather a good deal to Mrs. Horn's house, she asked him, well, what sort of a girl was Miss Vance, anyway, and where did he suppose she had met her brother? The student of human nature could not say as to this, and as to Miss Vance he judged it safest to treat of the non-society side of her character, her activity in charity, her special devotion to the work among the poor on the East Side, which she personally engaged in. "Oh, that's where Conrad goes, too," Mela interrupted. "I'll bet anything that's where she met him. I wished I could tell Christine. But I suppose you would kill me if I was to speak to her now." The student of human nature said politely, "Oh, shall I take you to her?" Mela answered, "I guess you'd better not," with a laugh so significant that he could not help his inferences concerning both Christine's absorption in the person she was talking with and the habitual violence of her temper. He made note of how Mela helplessly spoke of all her family by their names, as if he were already intimate with them. He fancied that if he could get that in skillfully, it would be a valuable color in his study. The English lord whom she should astonish with it began to form himself out of the dramatic nebulosity in his mind, and to whirl on a definite orbit in American society. But he was puzzled to decide whether Mela's willingness to take him into her confidence on short notice was typical or personal, the trait of a daughter of the natural gas millionaire, or a foible of her own. Beaton talked with Christine the greater part of the evening that was left after the concert. He was very grave, and took the tone of a fatherly friend. He spoke guardedly of the people present, and moderated the severity of some of Christine's judgments of their looks and costumes. He did this out of a sort of unreasoned allegiance to Margaret, whom he was in the mood of wishing to please by being very kind and good, as she always was. He had the sense also of atoning by this behavior for some reckless things he had said before that to Christine. He put on a sad, reproving air with her, and gave her the feeling of being held in check. She chafed at it, and said, glancing at Margaret in talk with her brother, "I don't think Miss Vance is so very pretty, do you?" "I never think whether she's pretty or not," said Beaton, with dreamy affectation. "She is merely perfect. Does she know your brother?" "So she says. I didn't suppose Conrad ever went anywhere except to tenement houses." "It might have been there," Beaton suggested. "She goes among friendless people everywhere." "Maybe that's the reason she came to see us," said Christine. Beaton looked at her with his smoldering eyes, and felt the wish to say, yes, it was exactly that, but he only allowed himself to deny the possibility of any such motive in that case. He added, "I am so glad you know her, Miss Dryfoos. I never met Miss Vance without feeling myself better and truer somehow, or the wish to be so." "And you think we might be improved, too?" Christine retorted. "Well, I must say you're not very flattering, Mr. Beaton, anyway." Beaton would have liked to answer her according to her cattishness, with a good clawing sarcasm that would leave its smart in her pride, but he was being good, and he could not change all at once. Besides, the girl's attitude under the social honor done her interested him. He was sure she had never been in such good company before, but he could see that she was not in the least affected by the experience. He had told her who this person and that was, and he saw she had understood that the names were of consequence, but she seemed to feel her equality with them all. Her serenity was not obviously akin to the savage stoicism in which Beaton hid his own consciousness of social inferiority, but having won his way in the world so far by his talent, his personal quality, he did not conceive the simple fact in her case. Christine was self-possessed because she felt that a knowledge of her father's fortune had got around, and she had the peace which money gives to ignorance. But Beaton attributed her poise to indifference to social values. This, while he inwardly sneered at it, avenged him upon his own too keen sense of them, and together with his temporary allegiance to Margaret's goodness, kept him from retaliating Christine's vulgarity. He said, "I don't see how that could be," and left the question of flattery to settle itself. The people began to go away, following each other up to take leave of Mrs. Horn. Christine watched them with unconcern, and either because she would not be governed by the general movement, or because she liked being with Beaton, gave no sign of going. Mela was still talking to the student of human nature, sending out her laugh in deep gurgles amid the unimaginable confidence she was making him about herself, her family, the staff of Every Other Week, Mrs. Mandel, and the kind of life they had all led before she came to them. He was not a blind devotee of art for art's sake, and though he felt that if one could portray Mela just as she was, she would be the richest possible material, he was rather ashamed to know some of the things she told him, and he kept looking anxiously about for a chance of escape. The company had reduced itself to the Dryfoos groups and some friends of Mrs. Horn's who had the right to linger, when Margaret crossed the room with Conrad to Christine and Beaton. "I'm so glad, Miss Dryfoos, to find I was not quite a stranger to you all when I ventured to call the other day. Your brother and I are rather old acquaintances, though I never knew who he was before. I don't know just how to say we met where he is valued so much. I suppose I mustn't try to say how much," she added, with a look of deep regard at him. Conrad blushed, and stood folding his arms tight over his breast, while his sister received Margaret's confession with the suspicion which was her first feeling in regard to any new thing. What she concluded was that this girl was trying to get in with them for reasons of her own. She said, "Yes, it's the first I ever heard of his knowing you. He's so much taken up with his meetings he didn't want to come to-night." Margaret drew in her lip before she answered, without apparent resentment of the awkwardness or ungraciousness, whichever she found it. "I don't wonder. You become so absorbed in such work that you think nothing else is worth while. But I'm glad Mr. Dryfoos could come with you. I'm so glad you could all come. I knew you would enjoy the music. Do sit down." "No," said Christine, bluntly. "We must be going. Mela!" she called out. "Come!" The last group about Mrs. Horn looked round, but Christine advanced upon them undismayed, and took the hand Mrs. Horn promptly gave her. "Well, I must bid you good night." "Oh, good night," murmured the elder lady. "So very kind of you to come." "I've had the best kind of a time," said Mela, cordially. "I hain't laughed so much I don't know when." "Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it," said Mrs. Horn, in the same polite murmur she had used with Christine; but she said nothing to either sister about any future meeting. They were apparently not troubled. Mela said over her shoulder to the student of human nature, "The next time I see you, I'll give it to you for what you said about Moffitt." Margaret made some entreating paces after them, but she did not succeed in covering the retreat of the sisters against critical conjecture. She could only say to Conrad, as if recurring to the subject, "I hope we can get our friends to play for us some night. I know it isn't any real help, but such things take the poor creatures out of themselves for the time being, don't you think?" "Oh yes," he answered. "They're good in that way." He turned back hesitatingly to Mrs. Horn, and said with a blush, "I thank you for a happy evening." "Oh, I am very glad," she replied in her murmur. One of the old friends of the house arched her eyebrows in saying good night, and offered the two young men remaining seats home in her carriage. Beaton gloomily refused, and she kept herself from asking the student of human nature, till she had got him into her carriage, "What is Moffitt? And what did you say about it?" "Now you see, Margaret," said Mrs. Horn, with bated triumph, when the people were all gone. "Yes, I see," the girl consented. "From one point of view, of course, it's been a failure. I don't think we've given Miss Dryfoos a pleasure, but perhaps nobody could; and at least we've given her the opportunity of enjoying herself." "Such people," said Mrs. Horn, philosophically, "people with their money, must of course be received sooner or later. You can't keep them out. Only I did believe I would rather let some one else begin with them. The Leightons didn't come." "I sent them cards. I couldn't call again." Mrs. Horn sighed a little. "I suppose Mr. Dryfoos is one of your fellow philanthropists?" "He's one of the workers," said Margaret. "I met him several times at the hall, but I only knew his first name. I think he's a great friend of Father Benedict. He seems devoted to the work. Don't you think he looks good?" "Very," said Mrs. Horn, with a color of censure in her assent. The younger girl seemed more amiable than her sister, but what manners! "Dreadful," said Margaret, with knit brows, and a pursed mouth of humorous suffering; but she appeared to feel very much at home. "Oh, as to that, neither of them was much abashed. Do you suppose Mr. Beaton gave the other one some hints for that quaint dress of hers? I don't imagine that black and lace is her own invention. She seems to have some sort of strange fascination for him." "She's very picturesque," Margaret explained. "And artists see points in people that the rest of us don't." "Could it be her money?" Mrs. Horn insinuated. "He must be very poor." "But he isn't base," retorted the girl, with a generous indignation that made her aunt smile. "Oh no; but if he fancies her so picturesque, it doesn't follow that he would object to her being rich." "It would with a man like Mr. Beaton." "You are an idealist, Margaret. I suppose your Mr. March has some disinterested motive in paying court to Miss Mela. Pamela, I suppose, is her name. He talked to her longer than her literature would have lasted." "He seems a very kind person," said Margaret. "And Mr. Dryfoos pays his salary?" "I don't know anything about that, but that wouldn't make any difference with him." Mrs. Horn laughed out at this security, but she was not displeased by the nobleness which it came from. She liked Margaret to be high-minded, and was not really distressed by any good that was in her. The Marches walked home, both because it was not far, and because they must spare in carriage hire at any rate. As soon as they were out of the house, she applied a point of conscience to him. "I don't see how you could talk to that girl so long, Basil, and make her laugh so." "Why, there seemed no one else to do it, till I thought of Kendricks." "Yes, but I kept thinking, no, he's pleasant to her because he thinks it's to his interest. If she had no relation to Every Other Week, he wouldn't waste his time on her." "Isabel," March complained, "I wish you wouldn't think of me in he, him, and his. I never personalize you in my thoughts. You remain always a vague, unindividualized essence, not quite without form and void, but nounless and pronounless. I call that a much more beautiful mental attitude toward the object of one's affections. But if you must he and him and his me in your thoughts, I wish you'd have more kindly thoughts of me." "Do you deny that it's true, Basil?" "Do you believe that it's true, Isabel?" "No matter. But could you excuse it if it were?" "Ah, I see you would have been capable of it in my place, and you're ashamed." "Yes," sighed the wife, "I'm afraid that I should. But tell me that you wouldn't, Basil." "I can tell you that I wasn't. But I suppose that in a real exigency I could truckle to the proprietary Dryfooses as well as you." "Oh no, you mustn't, dear. I'm a woman, and I'm dreadfully afraid. But you must always be a man, especially with that horrid old Mr. Dryfoos. Promise me that you'll never yield the least point to him in a matter of right and wrong." "Not if he's right and I'm wrong?" "Don't trifle, dear. You know what I mean. Will you promise?" "I'll promise to submit the point to you, and let you do the yielding. As for me, I shall be adamant. Nothing I like better." "They're dreadful, even that poor, good young fellow who's so different from all the rest. He's awful, too, because you feel that he's a martyr to them." "And I never did like martyrs a great deal," March interposed. "I wonder how they came to be there," Mrs. March pursued, unmindful of his joke. "That is exactly what seemed to be puzzling Miss Mela about us. She asked, and I explained as well as I could. And then she told me that Miss Vance had come to call on them and invited them, and first they didn't know how they could come till they thought of making Conrad bring them. But she didn't say why Miss Vance called on them. Mr. Dryfoos doesn't employ her on Every Other Week. But I suppose she has her own vile little motive." "It can't be their money. It can't be," sighed Mrs. March. "Well, I don't know. We all respect money." "Yes, but Miss Vance's position is so secure. She needn't pay court to those stupid, vulgar people." "Well, let's console ourselves with the belief that she would if she needed. Such people as the Dryfooses are the raw material of good society. It isn't made up of refined or meritorious people, professors and littérateurs, ministers and musicians and their families. All the fashionable people there to-night were like the Dryfooses a generation ago. I dare say the material works up faster now, and in a season or two you won't know the Dryfooses from the other plutocrats. They will, a little better than they do now. They'll see a difference, but nothing radical, nothing painful. People who get up in the world by service to others, through letters or art or science, may have their modest little misgivings as to their social value, but people that rise by money, especially if their gains are sudden, never have. And that's the kind of people that form our nobility. There's no use pretending that we haven't a nobility. We might as well pretend that we haven't first-class cars in the presence of a vestibuled Pullman. Those girls had no more doubt of their right to be there than if they had been duchesses. We thought it was very nice of Miss Vance to come and ask us, but they didn't. They weren't afraid, or the least embarrassed. They were perfectly natural, like born aristocrats. And you may be sure that if the plutocracy that now owns the country ever sees fit to take on the outward signs of an aristocracy, titles and arms and ancestors, it won't falter from any inherent question of its worth. Money prizes and honors itself, and if there is anything it hasn't got, it believes it can buy it." "Well, Basil," said his wife, "I hope you won't get infected with Lindau's ideas of rich people. Some of them are very good and kind. Who denies that? Not even Lindau himself. It's all right, and the great thing is that the evening's enjoyment is over. I've got my society smile off, and I'm radiantly happy. Go on with your little pessimistic diatribes, Isabel. You can't spoil my pleasure." "I could see," said Mela, as she and Christine drove home together, "that she was as jealous as she could be all the time you was talking to Mr. Beaton. She pretended to be talking to Conrad, but she kep' her eye on you pretty close, I can tell you. I bet she just got us there to see how him and you would act together, and I reckon she was satisfied. He's dead gone on you, Chris." Christine listened with a dreamy pleasure to the flatteries with which Mela plied her in the hope of some return in kind, and not at all because she felt spitefully toward Miss Vance, or in any wise wished her ill. "Who was that fellow with you so long?" asked Christine. "I suppose you turned yourself inside out to him, like you always do." Mela was transported by the cruel ingratitude. "It's a lie. I didn't tell him a single thing." Conrad walked home, choosing to do so because he did not wish to hear his sister's talk of the evening, and because there was a tumult in his spirit which he wished to let have its way. In his life, with its single purpose, defeated by stronger wills than his own, and now struggling partially to fulfill itself in acts of devotion to others, the thought of women had entered scarcely more than in that of a child. His ideals were of a virginal vagueness. Faces, voices, gestures had filled his fancy at times, but almost passionately, and the sensation that he now indulged was a kind of worship, ardent but reverent and exalted. The brutal experiences of the world make us forget that there are such natures in it, and that they seem to come up out of the lowly earth as well as down from the high heaven. In the heart of this man, well on toward 30, there had never been left the stain of a base thought. Not that suggestion and conjecture had not visited him, but that he had not entertained them, or in any wise made them his. In a Catholic age and country he would have been one of those monks who are sainted after death for the angelic purity of their lives, and whose names are invoked by believers in moments of trial, like San Luigi Gonzaga. As he now walked along thinking, with a lover's beatified smile on his face, of how Margaret Vance had spoken and looked, he dramatized scenes in which he approved himself to her by acts of goodness and unselfishness, and died to please her for the sake of others. He made her praise him for them to his face when he disclaimed their merit, and after his death when he could not. All the time he was poignantly sensible of her grace, her elegance, her style. They seemed to intoxicate him. Some tones of her voice thrilled through his nerves, and some looks turned his brain with a delicious swooning sense of her beauty. Her refinement bewildered him. But all this did not admit the idea of possession, even of aspiration. At the most his worship only set her beyond the love of other men as far as beyond his own. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Not long after Lent, Fulkerson set before Dryfoos one day his scheme for a dinner in celebration of the success of Every Other Week. Dryfoos had never meddled in any manner with the conduct of the periodical, but Fulkerson easily saw that he was proud of his relation to it, and he proceeded upon the theory that he would be willing to have this relation known. On the days when he had been lucky in stocks, he was apt to drop in at the office on 11th Street on his way uptown and listen to Fulkerson's talk. He was on good enough terms with March, who revised his first impressions of the man, but they had not much to say to each other, and it seemed to March that Dryfoos was even a little afraid of him, as of a piece of mechanism he had acquired but did not quite understand. He left the working of it to Fulkerson, who no doubt bragged of it sufficiently. The old man seemed to have as little to say to his son. He shut himself up with Fulkerson where the others could hear the manager begin and go on with an unstinted flow of talk about Every Other Week. For Fulkerson never talked of anything else if he could help it, and was always bringing the conversation back to it if it strayed. The day he spoke at the dinner he rose and called from his door, "March, I say, come down here a minute, will you? Conrad, I want you, too." The editor and the publisher found the manager and the proprietor seated on opposite sides of the table. "It's about those funeral baked meats, you know," Fulkerson explained, "and I was trying to give Mr. Dryfoos some idea of what we wanted to do. That is, what I wanted to do," he continued, turning from March to Dryfoos. "March here is opposed to it, of course. He'd like to publish every other week on the sly, keep it out of the papers and off the newsstands. He's a modest Boston Petunia, and he shrinks from publicity, but I am not that kind of herb myself, and I want all the publicity we can get, beg, borrow, or steal, for this thing. I say you can't work the sacred rights of hospitality in a better cause, and what I propose is a little dinner for the purpose of recognizing the hit we've made with this thing. My idea was to strike you for the necessary funds, and do the thing on a handsome scale. The term little dinner is a mere figure of speech. A little dinner wouldn't make a big talk, and what we want is the big talk, at present, if we don't lay up a cent. My notion was that pretty soon after Lent now, when everybody is feeling just right, we should begin to set out our paragraphs, affirmative, negative, and explanatory, and along about the 1st of May we should sit down about 100 strong, the most distinguished people in the country, and solemnize our triumph. There it is in a nutshell. I might expand and I might expound, but that's the sum and substance of it." Fulkerson stopped and ran his eyes eagerly over the faces of his 3 listeners, one after the other. March was a little surprised when Dryfoos turned to him, but that reference of the question seemed to give Fulkerson particular pleasure. "What do you think, Mr. March?" The editor leaned back in his chair. "I don't pretend to have Mr. Fulkerson's genius for advertising, but it seems to me a little early yet. We might celebrate later, when we've got more to celebrate. At present we're a pleasing novelty rather than a fixed fact." "Ah, you don't get the idea," said Fulkerson. "What we want to do with this dinner is to fix the fact." "Am I going to come in anywhere?" the old man interrupted. "You're going to come in at the head of the procession. We are going to strike everything that is imaginative and romantic in the newspaper soul with you and your history and your fancy for going in for this thing. I can start you in a paragraph that will travel through all the newspapers, from Maine to Texas and from Alaska to Florida. We have had all sorts of rich men backing up literary enterprises, but the natural gas man in literature is a new thing, and the combination of your picturesque past and your aesthetic present is something that will knock out the sympathies of the American public the first round. I feel," said Fulkerson, with a tremor of pathos in his voice, "that Every Other Week is at a disadvantage before the public, as long as it's supposed to be my enterprise, my idea. As far as I'm known at all, I'm known simply as a syndicate man, and nobody in the press believes that I've got the money to run the thing on a grand scale. A suspicion of insolvency must attach to it sooner or later, and the fellows on the press will work up that impression sooner or later if we don't give them something else to work up. Now, as soon as I begin to give it away to the correspondents that you're in it with your untold millions, that in fact it was your idea from the start, that you originated it to give full play to the humanitarian tendencies of Conrad here, who's always had these theories of cooperation and longed to realize them for the benefit of our struggling young writers and artists." March had listened with growing amusement to the mingled burlesque and earnest of Fulkerson's self-sacrificing impudence, and with wonder as to how far Dryfoos was consenting to his preposterous proposition, when Conrad broke out, "Mr. Fulkerson, I could not allow you to do that. It would not be true. I did not wish to be here, and what I wish to do, that is something I will not let any one put me in a false position about. No." The blood rushed into the young man's gentle face, and he met his father's glance with defiance. Dryfoos turned from him to Fulkerson without speaking, and Fulkerson said, caressingly, "Why, of course, Conrad, I know how you feel, and I shouldn't let anything of that sort go out uncontradicted afterward. But there isn't anything in these times that would give us better standing with the public than some hint of the way you feel about such things. The public expects to be interested, and nothing would interest it more than to be told that the success of Every Other Week sprang from the first application of the principle of live and let live to a literary enterprise. It would look particularly well coming from you and your father, but if you object, we can leave that part out, though if you approve of the principle, I don't see why you need object. The main thing is to let the public know that it owes this thing to the liberal and enlightened spirit of one of the foremost capitalists of the country, and that his purposes are not likely to be betrayed in the hands of his son. I should get a little cut made from a photograph of your father, and supply it gratis with the paragraphs." "I guess," said the old man, "we will get along without the cut." Fulkerson laughed. "Well, well, have it your own way. But the sight of your face in the patent outsides of the country press would be worth half a dozen subscribers in every school district throughout the length and breadth of this fair land." "There was a fellow," Dryfoos explained in an aside to March, "that was getting up a history of Moffett, and he asked me to let him put a steel engraving of me in. He said a good many prominent citizens were going to have theirs in, and his price was $150. I told him I couldn't let mine go for less than $200, and when he said he could give me a splendid plate for that money, I said I should want it cash. You never saw a fellow more astonished when he got it through him that I expected him to pay the $200. Fulkerson laughed in keen appreciation of the joke. "Well, sir, I guess Every Other Week will pay you that much. But if you won't sell at any price, all right. We must try to worry along without the light of your countenance on the posters, but we got to have it for the banquet." "I don't seem to feel very hungry yet," said the old man dryly. "Oh, l'appétit vient en mangeant, as our French friends say. You'll be hungry enough when you see the preliminary little neck clam. It's too late for oysters." "Doesn't that fact seem to point to a postponement till they get back sometime in October?" March suggested. "No, no," said Fulkerson. "You don't catch on to the business end of this thing, my friends. You're proceeding on something like the old exploded idea that demand creates the supply, when everybody knows, if he's watched the course of modern events, that it's just as apt to be the other way. I contend that we've got a real substantial success to celebrate now, but even if we hadn't, the celebration would do more than anything else to create the success if we got it properly before the public. People will say, 'Those fellows are not fools. They wouldn't go and rejoice over their magazine unless they had got a big thing in it.' And the state of feeling we should produce in the public mind would make a boom of perfectly unprecedented grandeur for E.O.W. Hey?" He looked sunnily from one to the other in succession. The elder Dryfoos said, with his chin on the top of his stick, "I reckon those little neck clams will keep." "Well, just as you say," Fulkerson cheerfully assented. "I understand you to agree to the general principle of a little dinner?" "The smaller the better," said the old man. "Well, I say a little dinner because the idea of that seems to cover the case, even if we vary the plan a little. I had thought of a reception, maybe, that would include the lady contributors and artists, and the wives and daughters of the other contributors. That would give us the chance to ring in a lot of society correspondence and get the thing written up in first-class shape. By the way," cried Fulkerson, slapping himself on the leg, "why not have the dinner and the reception both?" "I don't understand," said Dryfoos. "Why, have a select little dinner for 10 or 20 choice spirits of the male persuasion, and then about 10 o'clock throw open your palatial drawing rooms and admit the females to champagne, salads, and ices. It is the very thing. Come." "What do you think of it, Mr. March?" asked Dryfoos, on whose social inexperience Fulkerson's words projected no very intelligible image, and who perhaps hoped for some more light. "It's a beautiful vision," said March, "and if it will take more time to realize it, I think I approve. I approve of anything that will delay Mr. Fulkerson's advertising orgy." Then, Fulkerson pursued, we could have the pleasure of Miss Christine and Miss Mailer's company, and maybe Mrs. Dryfoos would look in on us in the course of the evening. There's no hurry, as Mr. March suggests, if we can give the thing this shape. I will cheerfully adopt the idea of my honorable colleague." March laughed at his impudence, but at heart he was ashamed of Fulkerson for proposing to make use of Dryfoos and his house in that way. He fancied something appealing in the look that the old man turned on him, and something indignant in Conrad's flush, but probably this was only his fancy. He reflected that neither of them could feel it as people of more worldly knowledge would, and he consoled himself with the fact that Fulkerson was really not such a charlatan as he seemed. But it went through his mind that this was a strange end for all Dryfoos's money-making to come to, and he philosophically accepted the fact of his own humble fortunes when he reflected how little his money could buy for such a man. It was an honorable use that Fulkerson was putting it to in Every Other Week. It might be far more creditably spent on such an enterprise than on horses, or wines, or women, the usual resources of the brute rich; and if it were to be lost, it might better be lost that way than in stocks. He kept a smiling face turned to Dryfoos while these irreverent considerations occupied him, and hardened his heart against father and son and their possible emotions. The old man rose to put an end to the interview. He only repeated, "I guess those clams will keep till fall." But Fulkerson was apparently satisfied with the progress he had made, and when he joined March for the stroll homeward after office hours, he was able to detach his mind from the subject as if content to leave it. "This is about the best part of the year in New York," he said. In some of the areas the grass had sprouted, and the tender young foliage had loosened itself from the buds on a sidewalk tree here and there. The soft air was full of spring, and the delicate sky, far aloof, had the look it never wears at any other season. "It ain't a time of year to complain much of anywhere, but I don't want anything better than the month of May in New York. Farther south it's too hot, and I've been in Boston in May when that east wind of yours made every nerve in my body get up and howl. I reckon the weather has a good deal to do with the local temperament. The reason a New York man takes life so easily with all his rush is that his climate don't worry him. But a Boston man must be rasped the whole while by the edge in his air. That accounts for his sharpness, and when he's lived through 25 or 30 Boston Mays, he gets to thinking that Providence has some particular use for him, or he wouldn't have survived, and that makes him conceited. See?" "I see," said March, "but I don't know how you're going to work that idea into an advertisement exactly." "Oh, pshaw now, March! You don't think I've got that on the brain all the time?" "You were gradually leading up to Every Other Week, somehow." "No, sir, I wasn't. I was just thinking what a different creature a Massachusetts man is from a Virginian, and yet I suppose they're both as pure English stock as you'll get anywhere in America. Marsh, I think Colonel Woodburn's paper is going to make a hit." "You've got it there. When it knocks down the sale about one half, I shall know it's made a hit." "I'm not afraid," said Fulkerson. "That thing is going to attract attention. It's well written. You can take the pomposity out of it here and there, and it's novel. Our people like a bold strike, and it's going to shake them up tremendously to have serfdom advocated on high moral grounds as the only solution of the labor problem. You see, in the first place, he goes for their sympathies by the way he portrays the actual relations of capital and labor. He shows how things have got to go from bad to worse, and then he trots out his little old hobby and proves that if slavery had not been interfered with, it would have perfected itself in the interest of humanity. He makes a pretty strong plea for it." March threw back his head and laughed. "He's converted you. I swear, Fulkerson, if we had accepted and paid for an article advocating cannibalism as the only resource for getting rid of the superfluous poor, you'd begin to believe in it." Fulkerson smiled in approval of the joke, and only said, "I wish you could meet the colonel in the privacy of the domestic circle, March. You'd like him. He's a splendid old fellow, regular type. Talk about spring!" "You ought to see the widow's little backyard these days. You know that glass gallery just beyond the dining room? Those girls have got the pot plants out of that, and a lot more, and they've turned the edges of that backyard along the fence into a regular bower. They've got sweet peas planted and nasturtiums, and we shall be in a blaze of glory about the beginning of June. Fun to see 'em work in the garden, and the bird bossing the job in his cage under the cherry tree. Have to keep the middle of the yard for the clothesline, but 6 days in the week it's a lawn, and I go over it with the mower myself. March, there ain't anything like a home, is there? Dear little cot of your own, eh? I tell you, March, when I get to pushing that mower round, and the Colonel is smoking his cigar in the gallery, and those girls are pottering over the flowers one of these soft evenings after dinner, I feel like a human being. Yes, I do. I struck it rich when I concluded to take my meals at the widow's. For $8 a week I get good board, refined society, and all the advantages of a Christian home. By the way, you've never had much talk with Miss Woodburn, have you, March?" "Not so much as with Miss Woodburn's father." "Well, he is rather apt to scoop the conversation. I must draw his fire sometime when you and Mrs. March are around, and get you a chance with Miss Woodburn." "I should like that better, I believe," said March. "Well, I shouldn't wonder if you did. Curious, but Miss Woodburn isn't at all your idea of a Southern girl. She's got lots of go, she's never idle a minute, she keeps the old gentleman in first-class shape, and she don't believe a bit in the slavery solution of the labor problem. Says she's glad it's gone, and if it's anything like the effects of it, she's glad it went before her time. No, sir, she's as full of snap as the liveliest kind of Northern girl. None of that sunny Southern languor you read about." "I suppose the typical Southerner, like the typical anything else, is pretty difficult to find," said March. "But perhaps Miss Woodburn represents the new South. The modern conditions must be producing a modern type." "Well, that's what she and the Colonel both say. They say there ain't anything left of that Walter Scott dignity and chivalry in the rising generation. Takes too much time. You ought to see her sketch the old school high and mighty manners as they survive among some of the antiques in Charlottesburg. If that thing could be put upon the stage, it would be a killing success. Makes the old gentleman laugh in spite of himself. But he's as proud of her as Punch, anyway. Why don't you and Mrs. March come round oftener? Look here, how would it do to have a little excursion somewhere after the spring fairly gets in its work?" "Reporters present?" "No, nothing of that kind. Perfectly sincere and disinterested enjoyment." "Oh, a few handbills to be scattered around. Buy 'Every Other Week.' Look out for the next number of 'Every Other Week.' 'Every Other Week' at all the newsstands. Well, I'll talk it over with Mrs. March. I suppose there's no great hurry." March told his wife of the idyllic mood in which he had left Fulkerson at the widow's door, and she said he must be in love. "Why, of course. I wonder I didn't think of that. But Fulkerson is such an impartial admirer of the whole sex that you can't think of his liking one more than another. I don't know that he showed any unjust partiality, though, in his talk of 'those girls,' as he called them. And I always rather fancied that Mrs. Mandel, he's done so much for her, you know, and she is such a well-balanced, well-preserved person, and so ladylike and correct. Fulkerson had the word for her, academic. She's everything that instruction and discipline can make of a woman, but I shouldn't think they could make enough of her to be in love with." "Well, I don't know. The academic has its charm. There are moods in which I could imagine myself in love with an academic person. That regularity of line, that reasoned strictness of contour, that neatness of pose, that slightly conventional but harmonious grouping of the emotions and morals. You can see how it would have its charm, the Wedgwood in human nature. I wonder where Mrs. Mandel keeps her urn and her willow." "I should think she might have use for them in that family, poor thing," said Mrs. March. "Ah, that reminds me," said her husband, "that we had another talk with the old gentleman this afternoon about Fulkerson's literary, artistic, and advertising orgy, and it's postponed till October." "The later the better, I should think," said Mrs. March, who did not really think about it at all, but whom the date fixed for it caused to think of the intervening time. "We have got to consider what we will do about the summer before long, Basil." "Oh, not yet, not yet," he pleaded, with that man's willingness to abide in the present which is so trying to a woman. "It's only the end of April." "It will be the end of June before we know. And these people wanting the Boston house another year complicates it. We can't spend the summer there as we planned." "They oughtn't to have offered us an increased rent. They have taken advantage of us." "I don't know that it matters," said Mrs. March. "I have decided not to go there." "Had you? This is a surprise." "Everything is a surprise to you, Basil, when it happens." "True. I keep the world fresh that way." "It wouldn't have been any change to go from one city to another for the summer. We might as well have stayed in New York." "Yes, I wish we had stayed," said March, idly humoring a conception of the accomplished fact. "Mrs. Green would have let us have the gimcrackery very cheap for the summer months, and we could have made all sorts of nice little excursions and trips off, and been twice as well as if we had spent the summer away." "Nonsense! You know we couldn't spend the summer in New York." "I know I could." "What stuff! You couldn't manage." "Oh yes, I could. I could take my meals at Fulkerson's widow's, or at Maroni's with poor old Lindau. He's got the dining there again. Or I could keep house, and he could dine with me here." There was a teasing look in March's eyes, and he broke into a laugh at the firmness with which his wife said, "I think if there is to be any housekeeping, I will stay too, and help to look after it. I would not try to intrude upon you and your guest." "Oh, we should be only too glad to have you join us," said March, playing with fire. "Very well, then, I wish you would take him off to Maroni's the next time he comes to dine here," cried his wife. The experiment of making March's old friend free of his house had not given her all the pleasure that so kind a thing ought to have afforded so good a woman. She received Lindau at first with robust benevolence and the high resolve not to let any of his little peculiarities alienate her from a sense of his claim upon her sympathy and gratitude, not only as a man who had been so generously fond of her husband in his youth, but a hero who had suffered for her country. Her theory was that his mutilation must not be ignored, but must be kept in mind as a monument of his sacrifice, and she fortified Bella with this conception, so that the child bravely sat next his maimed arm at table, and helped him to dishes he could not reach, and cut up his meat for him. As for Mrs. March herself, the thought of his mutilation made her a little faint. She was not without a bewildered resentment of its presence as a sort of oppression. She did not like his drinking so much of March's beer, either. It was no harm, but it was somehow unworthy, out of character with a hero of the war. But what she really could not reconcile herself to was the violence of Lindau's sentiments concerning the whole political and social fabric. She did not feel sure that he ought to be allowed to say such things before the children, who had been nurtured in the faith of Bunker Hill and Appomattox as the beginning and the end of all possible progress in human rights. As a woman she was naturally an aristocrat, but as an American she was theoretically a democrat, and it astounded, it alarmed her to hear American democracy denounced as a shuffling evasion. She had never cared much for the United States Senate, but she doubted if she ought to sit by when it was railed at as a rich man's club. It shocked her to be told that the rich and poor were not equal before the law in a country where justice must be paid for at every step in fees and costs, or where a poor man must go to war in his own person and a rich man might hire some one to go in his. Mrs. March felt that this rebellious mind in Lindau really somehow outlawed him from sympathy, and retroactively undid his past suffering for the country. She had always particularly valued that provision of the law, because in forecasting all the possible mischances that might befall her own son, she had been comforted by the thought that if there ever was another war, and Tom were drafted, his father could buy him a substitute. Compared with such blasphemy as this, Lindau's declaration that there was not equality of opportunity in America, and that fully one half the people were debarred their right to the pursuit of happiness by the hopeless conditions of their lives, was flattering praise. She could not listen to such things in silence, though, and it did not help matters when Lindau met her arguments with facts and reasons which she felt she was merely not sufficiently instructed to combat, and he was not quite gentlemanly to urge. "I am afraid for the effect on the children," she said to her husband. "Such perfectly distorted ideas. Tom will be ruined by them." "Oh, let Tom find out where they're false," said March. "It will be good exercise for his faculties of research. At any rate, those things are getting said nowadays. He'll have to hear them sooner or later." "Had he better hear them at home?" demanded his wife. "Why, you know, as you're here to refute them, Isabel," he teased, "perhaps it's the best place. But don't mind poor old Lindau, my dear. He himself says that his bark is worse than his bite, you know." "Ah, it's too late now to mind him," she sighed. In a moment of rash good feeling, or perhaps an exalted conception of duty, she had herself proposed that Lindau should come every week and read German with Tom, and it had become a question first how they would get him to take pay for it, and then how they could get him to stop it. Mrs. March never ceased to wonder at herself for having brought this about, for she had warned her husband against making any engagement with Lindau which would bring him regularly to the house. The German stuck so, and was so unscrupulously dependent. Yet the deed being done, she would not ignore the duty of hospitality, and it was always she who made the old man stay to their Sunday evening tea when he lingered near the hour reading Schiller and Heine and Uhland with the boy, in the clean shirt with which he observed the day. Lindau's linen was not to be trusted during the week. She now concluded a season of mournful reflection by saying, "He will get you into trouble somehow, Basil." "Well, I don't know how exactly. I regard Lindau as a political economist of an unusual type, but I shall not let him array me against the constituted authorities. Short of that, I think I am safe." "Well, be careful, Basil, be careful. You know you were so rash." "I suppose I may continue to pity him? He is such a poor, lonely old fellow. Are you really sorry he's come into our lives, my dear?" "No, not that. I feel as you do about it, but I wish I felt easier about him. Sure, that is, that we're not doing wrong to let him keep on talking so." "I suspect we couldn't help it," March returned lightly. "It's one of what Lindau calls his 'brinciples,' to say what he thinks." End of Chapter 36. Chapter 37 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Marches had no longer the gross appetite for novelty which urges youth to a surfeit of strange scenes, experiences, ideas, and makes travel, with all its annoyances and fatigues, an inexhaustible delight. But there is no doubt that the chief pleasure of their life in New York was from its quality of foreignness. The flavor of olives, which once tasted, can never be forgotten. The olives may not be of the first excellence. They may be a little stale and small and poor to begin with, but they are still olives, and the fond palate craves them. The sort which grew in New York on Lower Sixth Avenue and in the region of Jefferson Market and on the soft exposures south of Washington Square were none the less acceptable because they were of the commonest Italian variety. The Marches spent a good deal of time and money in a grocery of that nationality, where they found all the patriotic comestibles and potables, and renewed their faded Italian with the friendly family in charge. Italian table d'hôte formed the adventure of the week, on the day when Mrs. March let her domestics go out, and went herself to dine abroad with her husband and children, and they became adepts in the restaurants where they were served, and which they varied almost from dinner to dinner. The perfect decorum of these places, and their immunity from offence in any, emboldened the Marches to experiment in Spanish restaurants, where red pepper and beans insisted in every dinner, and where once they chanced upon a night of olla podrida with such appeals to March's memory of a boyish ambition to taste the dish that he became poetic and then pensive over its cabbage and carrots, peas and bacon. For a rare combination of international motives, they prized most the table d'hote of a French lady who had taken a Spanish husband in a second marriage and had a Cuban negro for her cook, with a cross-eyed Alsatian for waiter and a slim young South American for cashier. March held that something of the Catholic character of these relations expressed itself in the generous and tolerant variety of the dinner, which was singularly abundant for 50 cents, without wine. At one very neat French place he got a dinner at the same price with wine, but it was not so abundant, and March inquired in fruitless speculation why the table d'hote of the Italians, a notoriously frugal and abstemious people, should be usually more than you wanted at 75 cents and $1, and that of the French rather less at $half. He could not see that the frequenters were greatly different at the different places. They were mostly Americans, of subdued manners and conjecturably subdued fortunes, with here and there a table full of foreigners. There was no noise, and not much smoking anywhere. March liked going to that neat French place, because there Madame sat enthroned and high behind a comptoir at one side of the room, and everybody saluted her in going out. It was there that a gentle-looking young couple used to dine, in whom the Marches became affectlessly interested, because they thought they looked like that when they were young. The wife had an aesthetic dress, and defined her pretty head by wearing her back hair pulled up very tight under her bonnet. The husband had dreamy eyes set wide apart under a pure forehead. "They are artists, Auguste, I think," March suggested to the waiter, when he had vainly asked about them. "Oh, artists, certainly," Auguste consented, but heaven knows whether they were, or what they were, March never learned. This immunity from acquaintance, this touch-and-go quality in their New York sojourn, this almost loss of individuality at times, after the intense identification of their Boston life, was a relief, though Mrs. March had her misgivings, and questioned whether it was not perhaps too relaxing to the moral fibre. March refused to explore his conscience. He allowed that it might be so, but he said he liked now and then to feel his personality in that state of solution. They went and sat a good deal in the softening evenings among the infants and dotards of Latin extraction in Washington Square, safe from all who ever knew them, and enjoyed the advancing season, which thickened the foliage of the trees and flattered out of sight the church warden's Gothic of the University building. The infants were sometimes cross, and cried in their weary mother's or little sister's arms, but they did not disturb the dotards, who slept, some with their heads fallen forward, and some with their heads fallen back. March arbitrarily distinguished those with the drooping faces as tipsy and ashamed to confront the public. The small Italian children raced up and down the asphalt paths, playing American games of tag and hide and whoop. Larger boys passed ball, in training for potential championships. The Marches sat and mused, or quarreled fitfully about where they should spend the summer, like sparrows, he once said, till the electric lights began to show distinctly among the leaves, and they looked round and found the infants and dotards gone, and the benches filled with lovers. That was the signal for the Marches to go home. He said that the spectacle of so much courtship as the eye might take in there at a glance was not perhaps oppressive, but the thought that at the same hour the same thing was going on all over the country, wherever two young fools could get together, was more than he could bear. He did not deny that it was natural, and, in a measure, authorized, but he declared that it was hackneyed, and the fact that it must go on forever, as long as the race lasted, made him tired. At home, generally, they found that the children had not missed them and were perfectly safe. It was one of the advantages of a flat that they could leave the children there whenever they liked without anxiety. They liked better staying there than wandering about in the evening with their parents, whose excursions seemed to them somewhat aimless and their pleasures insipid. They studied or read or looked out of the window at the street sights, and their mother always came back to them with a pang for their lonesomeness. Bella knew some little girls in the house, but in a ceremonious way. Tom had formed no friendship among the boys at school such as he had left in Boston. As nearly as he could explain, the New York fellows carried canes at an age when they would have them broken for them by the other boys at Boston, and they were both sissyish and fast. It was probably prejudice. He never could say exactly what their demerits were, and as neither he nor Bella was apparently so homesick as they pretended, though they answered inquirers, the one that New York was a hole, the other that it was horrid, and that all they lived for was to get back to Boston. In the meantime they were thrown much upon each other for society, which March said was well for both of them. He did not mind their cultivating a little gloom and the sense of a common wrong. It made them better comrades, and it was providing them with amusing reminiscences for the future. They really enjoyed bohemianizing in that harmless way, though Tom had his doubts of its respectability. He was very punctilious about his sister, and went round from his own school every day to fetch her home from hers. The whole family went to the theatre a good deal, and enjoyed themselves together in their desultory explorations of the city. They lived near Greenwich Village, and March liked strolling through its quaintness toward the waterside on a Saturday, when a hereditary Sabbatarianism kept his wife at home. He made her observe that it even kept her at home from church. He found a lingering quality of pure Americanism in the region, and he said the very bells called to worship in a nasal tone. He liked the streets of small brick houses, with here and there one painted red, and the mortar lines picked out in white, and with now and then a fine wooden portal of fluted pillars and a bowed transom. The rear of the tenement houses showed him the picturesqueness of clotheslines fluttering far aloft, as in Florence, and the new apartment houses, breaking the old skyline with their towering stories, implied a life as alien to the American manner as anything in continental Europe. In fact, foreign faces and foreign tongues prevailed in Greenwich Village, but no longer German or even Irish tongues or faces. The eyes and earrings of Italians twinkled in and out of the alleyways and basements, and they seemed to abound even in the streets, where long ranks of trucks drawn up on Sunday rest along the curbstones suggested the presence of a race of sturdier strength than theirs. March liked the swarthy, strange visages. He found nothing menacing for the future in them. For wickedness he had to satisfy himself as he could with the sneering, insolent, clean-shaven mug of some rare American of the boy type, now almost as extinct in New York as the dodo or the volunteer fireman. When he had found his way among the ash barrels and the groups of decently dressed churchgoers to the docks, he experienced a sufficient excitement in the recent arrival of a French steamer whose sheds were thronged with hacks and express wagons, and in a tacit inquiry into the emotions of the passengers fresh from the cleanliness of Paris and now driving up through the filth of those streets. Some of the streets were filthier than others. There was at least a choice. There were boxes and barrels of kitchen offal on all the sidewalks, but not everywhere manure heaps, and in some places the stench was mixed with the more savory smell of cooking. One Sunday morning, before the winter was quite gone, the sight of the frozen refuse melting in heaps, and particularly the loathsome edges of the rotting ice near the gutters, with the strata of waste paper and straw litter and eggshells and orange peel, potato skins and cigar stumps, made him unhappy. He gave a whimsical shrug for the squalor of the neighboring houses, and said to himself rather than the boy who was with him, "It's curious, isn't it, how fond the poor people are of these unpleasant thoroughfares? You always find them living in the worst streets." "The burden of all the wrong in the world comes on the poor," said the boy. "Every sort of fraud and swindling hurts them the worst. The city wastes the money it's paid to clean the streets with, and the poor have to suffer, for they can't afford to pay twice, like the rich." March stopped short. "Hello, Tom, is that your wisdom?" "It's what Mr. Lindau says," answered the boy doggedly, as if not pleased to have his ideas mocked at, even if they were second-hand. "And you didn't tell him that the poor lived in dirty streets because they liked them, and were too lazy and worthless to have them cleaned?" "No, I didn't." "I'm surprised. What do you think of Lindau, generally speaking, Tom?" "Well, sir, I don't like the way he talks about some things. I don't suppose this country is perfect, but I think it's about the best there is, and it don't do any good to look at its drawbacks all the time." "Sound, my son," said March, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder and beginning to walk on. "Well?" "Well, then, he says that it isn't the public frauds only that the poor have to pay for, but they have to pay for all the vices of the rich. That when a speculator fails, or a bank cashier defaults, or a firm suspends, or hard times come, it's the poor who have to give up necessaries where the rich give up luxuries." "Well, well. And then?" "Well, then I think the crank comes in Mr. Lindau. He says there's no need of failures or frauds or hard times. It's ridiculous. There always have been, and there always will be. But if you tell him that, it seems to make him perfectly furious." March repeated the substance of this talk to his wife. "I'm glad to know that Tom can see through such ravings. He has lots of good common sense." It was the afternoon of the same Sunday, and they were sauntering up Fifth Avenue and admiring the wide old double houses at the lower end. At one corner they got a distinct pleasure out of the gnarled elbows that a pollarded wisteria leaned upon the top of a garden wall, for its convenience in looking into the street, he said. The line of these comfortable dwellings, once so fashionable, was continually broken by the facades of shops, and March professed himself vulgarized by a want of style in the people they met in their walk to 23rd Street. "Take me somewhere to meet my fellow exclusives, Isabel," he demanded. "I pine for the society of my peers." He hailed a passing omnibus and made his wife get on the roof with him. "Think of our doing such a thing in Boston!" she sighed, with a little shiver of satisfaction in her immunity from recognition and comment. "You wouldn't be afraid to do it in London or Paris?" "No, we should be strangers there, just as we are in New York. I wonder how long one could be a stranger here." "Oh, indefinitely, in our way of living. The place is really vast, so much larger than it used to seem, and so heterogeneous." When they got down very far uptown and began to walk back by Madison Avenue, they found themselves in a different population from that they dwelt among. Not heterogeneous at all, very homogeneous and almost purely American. The only qualification was American Hebrew. Such a well-dressed, well-satisfied, well-fed-looking crowd poured down the broad sidewalks before the handsome, stupid houses that March could easily pretend he had got among his fellow plutocrats at last. Still, he expressed his doubts whether this Sunday afternoon parade, which seemed to be a thing of custom, represented the best form among the young people of that region. He wished he knew. He blamed himself for becoming a fastidious conjecture. He could not deny the fashion and the richness and the indigeneity of the spectacle. The promenaders looked New Yorky. They were the sort of people whom you would know for New Yorkers elsewhere, so well equipped and so perfectly kept at all points. Their silk hats shone, and their boots. Their frocks had the right distension behind, and their bonnets perfect poise and distinction. The Marches talked of these and other facts of their appearance, and curiously questioned whether this were the best that a great material civilization could come to. It looked a little dull. The men's faces were shrewd and alert, and yet they looked dull. The women's were pretty and knowing, and yet dull. It was probably the holiday expression of the vast, prosperous commercial class with unlimited money, and no ideals that money could not realize. Fashion and comfort were all they desired to compass, and the culture that furnishes showily, that decorates and that tells, the culture, say, of plays and operas rather than books. Perhaps the observers did the promenaders injustice. They might not have been as common-minded as they looked. But, March said, I understand now why the poor people don't come up here and live in this clean, handsome, respectable quarter of the town. They would be bored to death. On the whole, I think I should prefer Mott Street myself. In other walks the Marches tried to find some of the streets they had wandered through the first day of their wedding journey in New York so long ago. They could not make sure of them, but once they ran down to the Battery and easily made sure of that, though not in its old aspect. They recalled the hot morning when they sauntered over the trodden weed that covered the sickly grass plots there, and sentimentalized the sweltering paupers who had crept out of the squalid tenements about for a breath of air after a sleepless night. Now the paupers were gone, and where the old mansions that had fallen to their use once stood, there towered aloft and abroad those heights and masses of many-storied brickwork for which architecture has yet no proper form and aesthetics no name. The trees and shrubs, all in their young spring green, blew briskly over the guarded turf in the south wind that came up over the water, and in the well-paved alleys the ghosts of 18th-century fashion might have met each other in their old haunts and exchanged stately congratulations upon its vastly bettered condition, and perhaps puzzled a little over the colossal lady on Bedloe's Island with her lifted torch, and still more over the curving tracks and chalet stations of the elevated road. It is an outlook of unrivaled beauty across the bay that smokes and flashes with the innumerable stacks and sails of commerce, to the hills beyond where the moving forest of masts halts at the shore and roots itself in the groves of the many-villaged uplands. The Marches paid the charming prospects a willing duty, and rejoiced in it as generously as if it had been their own. Perhaps it was, they decided. He said people owned more things in common than they were apt to think, and they drew the consolations of proprietorship from the excellent management of Castle Garden, which they penetrated for a moment's glimpse of the huge rotunda where the immigrants first set foot on our continent. It warmed their hearts, so easily moved to any cheap sympathy, to see the friendly care the nation took of these humble guests. They found it even pathetic to hear the proper authority calling out the names of such as had kin or acquaintance waiting there to meet them. No one appeared troubled or anxious. The officials had a conscientious civility. The government seemed to manage their welcome as well as a private company or corporation could have done. In fact, it was after the simple strangers had left the government care that March feared their woes might begin, and he would have liked the government to follow each of them to his home, wherever he meant to fix it within our borders. He made note of the looks of the licensed runners and tutors waiting for the immigrants outside the government premises. He intended to work them up into a dramatic effect in some sketch, but they remained mere material in his memorandum book, together with some quaint old houses on the Sixth Avenue road, which he had noticed on the way down. On the way up these were superseded in his regard by some hip-roof structures on the Ninth Avenue, which he thought more Dutch-looking. The perspectives of the cross streets toward the river were very lively, with their turmoil of trucks and cars and carts and hacks and foot passengers ending in the chimneys and masts of shipping and final gleams of dancing water. At a very noisy corner, clangorous with some sort of iron working, he made his wife enjoy with him the quiet sarcasm of an inn that called itself the Home-like Hotel, and he speculated at the fantastic length on the gentle associations of one who should have passed his youth under its roof. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. First and last, the Marches did a good deal of travel on the elevated roads, which, she said, gave you such glimpses of material aspects in the city as some violent invasion of others' lives might afford in human nature. Once, when the impulse of adventure was very strong in them, they went quite the length of the West Side lines, and saw the city pushing its way by irregular advances into the country. Some spaces, probably held by the owners for that rise in value which the industry of others providentially gives to the land of the wise and good, it left vacant comparatively far down the road, and built up others at remoter points. It was a world of lofty apartment houses beyond the park, springing up in isolated blocks, with stretches of invaded rusticity between, and here and there an old country seat standing dusty in its budding vines, with the ground before it in rocky upheaval for city foundations. But wherever it went, or wherever it paused, New York gave it its peculiar stamp, and the adventurers were amused to find 125th Street inchoately like 23rd Street and 14th Street in its shops and shoppers. The butcher shops and milliner shops on the Avenue might as well have been at 10th as at 100th Street. The adventurers were not often so adventurous. They recognized that in their willingness to let their fancy range for them, and to let speculation do the work of inquiry, they were no longer young. Their point of view was singularly unchanged, and their impressions of New York remained the same that they had been 15 years before. Huge, noisy, ugly, kindly, it seemed to them now as it seemed then. The main difference was that they saw it more now as a life, and then they only regarded it as a spectacle. And March could not release himself from a sense of complicity with it, no matter what whimsical or alien or critical attitude he took. A sense of the striving and the suffering deeply possessed him, and this grew the more intense as he gained some knowledge of the forces at work, forces of pity, of destruction, of perdition, of salvation. He wandered about on Sunday not only through the streets, but into this tabernacle and that, as the Spirit moved him, and listened to those who dealt with Christianity as a system of economics as well as a religion. He could not get his wife to go with him. She listened to his report of what he heard and trembled. It all seemed fantastic and menacing. She lamented the literary peace, the intellectual refinement of the life they had left behind them, and he owned it was very pretty, but he said it was not life, it was death in life. She liked to hear him talk in that strain of virtuous self-denunciation, but she asked him, "Which of your prophets are you going to follow?" And he answered, all, and a fresh one every Sunday. And so they got their laugh out of it at last, but with some sadness at heart, and with a dim consciousness that they had got their laugh out of too many things in life. What really occupied and compassed his activities, in spite of his strenuous reveries of work beyond it, was his editorship. On its social side, it had not fulfilled all the expectations which Fulkerson's radiant sketch of its duties and relations had caused him to form of it. Most of the contributions came from a distance. Even the articles written in New York reached him through the post, and so far from having his valuable time, as they called it, consumed in interviews with his collaborators, he rarely saw any of them. The boy on the stairs, who was to fence him from importunate visitors, led a life of luxurious disoccupation, and whistled almost uninterruptedly. When any one came, March found himself embarrassed and a little anxious. The visitors were usually young men, terribly respectful, but cherishing, as he imagined, ideals and opinions chasmally different from his, and he felt in their presence something like an anachronism, something like a fraud. He tried to freshen up his sympathies on them, to get at what they were really thinking and feeling, and it was some time before he could understand that they were not really thinking and feeling anything of their own concerning their art, but were necessarily, in their quality of young, inexperienced men, mere acceptance of older men's thoughts and feelings, whether they were tremendously conservative, as some were, or tremendously progressive, as others were. Certain of them called themselves realists, certain romanticists, but none of them seemed to know what realism was, or what romanticism. They apparently supposed the difference a difference of material. March had imagined himself taking home to lunch or dinner the aspirants for editorial favor whom he liked, whether he liked their work or not, but this was not an easy matter. Those who were at all interesting seemed to have engagements and preoccupations. After 2 or 3 experiments with the bashfuller sort, those who had come up to the metropolis with manuscripts in their hands in the good old literary tradition, he wondered whether he was otherwise like them when he was young like them. He could not flatter himself that he was not, and yet he had a hope that the world had grown worse since his time, which his wife encouraged. Mrs. March was not eager to pursue the hospitalities which she had at first imagined essential to the literary prosperity of Every Other Week. Her family sufficed her; she would willingly have seen no one out of it but the strangers at the weekly table d'hote dinner, or the audiences at the theatres. March's devotion to his work made him reluctant to delegate it to any one, and as the summer advanced and the question of where to go grew more vexed, he showed a man's base willingness to shirk it for himself by not going anywhere. He asked his wife why she did not go somewhere with the children, and he joined her in a search for non-malarial regions on the map when she consented to entertain this notion. But when it came to the point, she would not go. He offered to go with her then, and then she would not let him. She said she knew he would be anxious about his work. He protested that he could take it with him to any distance within a few hours, but she would not be persuaded. She would rather he stayed. The effect would be better with Mr. Fulkerson. They could make excursions, and they could all get off a week or 2 to the seashore near Boston, the only real seashore, in August. The excursions were practically confined to a single day at Coney Island, and once they got as far as Boston on the way to the seashore near Boston, that is, Mrs. March and the children went, an editorial exigency kept March at the last moment. The Boston streets seemed very queer and clean and empty to the children, and the buildings little. In the horse cars the Boston faces seemed to arraign their mother with a down-drawn severity that made her feel very guilty. She knew that this was merely the Puritan mask, the cast of a dead civilization, which people of very amiable and tolerant minds were doomed to wear, and she sighed to think that less than a year of the heterogeneous gaiety of New York should have made her afraid of it. The sky seemed cold and gray. The east wind, which she had always thought so delicious in summer, cut her to the heart. She took her children up to the South End, and in the pretty square where they used to live they stood before their alienated home and looked up at its close-shuttered windows. The tenants must have been away, but Mrs. March had not the courage to ring and make sure, though she had always promised herself that she would go all over the house when she came back and see how they had used it. She could pretend a desire for something she wished to take back. She knew she could not bear it now, and the children did not seem eager. She did not push on to the seaside. It would be forlorn there without their father. She was glad to go back to him in the immense, friendly homelessness of New York, and hold him answerable for the change, in her heart or her mind, which made its shapeless tumult a refuge and a consolation. She found that he had been giving the cook a holiday, and dining about hither and thither with Fulkerson. Once he had dined with him at the widow's, as they always called Mrs. Leighton, and then had spent the evening there, and smoked with Fulkerson and Colonel Woodburn on the gallery overlooking the back yard. They were all spending the summer in New York. The widow had got so good an offer for her house at St. Barnaby for the summer that she could not refuse it, and the Woodburns found New York a watering place of exemplary coolness after the burning August and Septembers of Charlottesburg. "You can stand it well enough in our climate, sir," the colonel explained, "till you come to the September heat, that sometimes runs well into October, and then you begin to lose your temper, sir. It's never quite so hot as it is in New York at times, but it's hot longer, sir." He alleged, as if something of the sort were necessary, the example of a famous Southwestern editor who spent all his summers in a New York hotel as the most luxurious retreat on the continent, consulting the weather forecasts and running off on torrid days to the mountains or the sea, and then hurrying back at the promise of cooler weather. The Colonel had not found it necessary to do this yet, and he had been reluctant to leave town, where he was working up a branch of inquiry which had so long occupied him in the libraries, and studying the great problem of labor and poverty as it continually presented itself to him in the streets. He said that he talked to all sorts of people, whom he found monstrously civil if you took them in the right way, and he went everywhere in the city without fear and apparently without danger. March could not find out that he had ridden his hobby into the homes of want which he visited, or had proposed their enslavement to the inmates as a short and simple solution of the great question of their lives. He appeared to have contented himself with a collection of facts for the persuasion of the cultivated classes. It seemed to March a confirmation of this impression that the Colonel should address his deductions from these facts so unsparingly to him. He listened with a respectful patience, for which Fulkerson afterward personally thanked him. Fulkerson said it was not often the Colonel found such a good listener. Generally nobody listened but Mrs. Leighton, who thought his ideas were shocking, but honored him for holding them so conscientiously. Fulkerson was glad that March, as the literary department, had treated the old gentleman so well, because there was an open feud between him and the art department. Beaton was outrageously rude, Fulkerson must say, though as for that the old Colonel seemed quite able to take care of himself, and gave Beaton an unqualified contempt in return for his unmannerliness. The worst of it was, it distressed the old lady so. She admired Beaton as much as she respected the Colonel, and she admired Beaton, Fulkerson thought, rather more than Miss Leighton did. He asked March if he had noticed them together. March had noticed them, but without any very definite impression, except that Beaton seemed to give his whole evening to the girl. Afterward he recollected that he had fancied her rather harassed by his devotion, and it was this point he wished to present for his wife's opinion. "Girls often put on that air," she said. "It's one of their ways of teasing. But then, if the man was really very much in love, and she was only enough in love to be uncertain of herself, she might very well seem troubled. It would be a very serious question. Girls often don't know what to do in such a case." "Yes," said March. "I've often been glad that I was not a girl on that account. But I guess that on general principles Beaton is not more in love than she is. I couldn't imagine that young man being more in love with anybody unless it was himself. He might be more in love with himself than any one else was." "Well, he doesn't interest me a great deal, and I can't say Miss Leighton does either. I think she can take care of herself. She has herself very well in hand." "Why so censorious?" pleaded March. "I don't defend her for having herself in hand, but is it a fault?" Mrs. March did not say. She asked, "And how does Mr. Fulkerson's affair get on?" "His affair? You really think it is one? Well, I've fancied so myself, and I've had an idea of some time asking him. Fulkerson strikes one as truly domesticable, conjugable at heart, but I've waited for him to speak." "I should think so." "Yes, he's never opened on the subject yet. Do you know, I think Fulkerson has its moments of delicacy." "Moments? He's all delicacy in regard to women." "Well, perhaps so. There is nothing in them to rouse his advertising instincts." Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Dryfoos family stayed in town till August. Then the father went West again to look after his interests, and Mrs. Mandel took the two girls to one of the great hotels in Saratoga. Fulkerson said that he had never seen anything like Saratoga for fashion, and Mrs. Mandel remembered that in her own young ladyhood this was so for at least some weeks of the year. She had been too far withdrawn from fashion since her marriage to know whether it was still so or not. In this, as in so many other matters, the Dryfoos family helplessly relied upon Fulkerson, in spite of Dryfoos's angry determination that he should not run the family, and in spite of Christine's doubt of his omniscience. If he did not know everything, she was aware that he knew more than herself. She thought that they had a right to have him go with them to Saratoga, or at least go up and engage their rooms beforehand, but Fulkerson did not offer to do either, and she did not quite see her way to commanding his services. The young ladies took what Mela called splendid dresses with them. They sat in the park of tall, slim trees which the hotel's quadrangle enclosed, and listened to the music in the morning, or on the long piazza in the afternoon, and looked at the driving in the street, or in the vast parlors by night where all the other ladies were, and they felt that they were of the best there. But they knew nobody, and Mrs. Mandel was so particular that Mela was prevented from continuing the acquaintance even of the few young men who danced with her at the Saturday night hops. They drove about, but they went to places without knowing why, except that the carriage man took them, and they had all the privileges of a proud exclusivism without desiring them. Once a motherly matron seemed to perceive their isolation, and made overtures to them, but then desisted, as if repelled by Christine's suspicion or by Mela's too instant and hilarious good fellowship, which expressed itself in hoarse laughter and in a flow of talk full of topical and syntactical freedom. From time to time she offered to bet Christine that if Mr. Fulkerson was only there they would have a good time. She wondered what they were all doing in New York, where she wished herself. She rallied her sister about Beaton, and asked her why she did not write and tell him to come up there. Mela knew that Christine had expected Beaton to follow them. Some banter had passed between them to this effect. He said he should take them in on his way home to Syracuse. Christine would not have hesitated to write to him and remind him of his promise, but she had learned to distrust her literature with Beaton since he had laughed at the spelling in a scrap of writing which dropped out of her music book one night. She believed that he would not have laughed if he had known it was hers, but she felt that she could hide better the deficiencies which were not committed to paper. She could manage with him in talking. She was too ignorant of her ignorance to recognize the mistake she made then. Through her passion she perceived that she had some kind of fascination for him. She was graceful, and she thought it must be that. She did not understand that there was a kind of beauty in her small, irregular features that piqued and haunted his artistic sense, and a look in her black eyes beyond her intelligence and intention. Once he sketched her as they sat together, and flattered the portrait without getting what he wanted in it. He said he must try her some time in color, and he said things which, when she made Mela repeat them, could only mean that he admired her more than anybody else. He came fitfully, but he came often, and she rested content in a girl's indefiniteness concerning the affair. If her thought went beyond love-making to marriage, she believed that she could have him if she wanted him. Her father's money counted in this. She divined that Beaton was poor, but that made no difference. She would have enough for both. The money would have counted as an irresistible attraction if there had been no other. The affair had gone on in spite of the sidelong looks of restless dislike with which Dryfoos regarded it. But now, when Beaton did not come to Saratoga, it necessarily dropped, and Christine's content with it. She bore the trial as long as she could. She used pride and resentment against it, but at last she could not bear it, and with Mela's help she wrote a letter bantering Beaton on his stay in New York, and playfully boasting of Saratoga. It seemed to them both that it was a very bright letter, and would be sure to bring him. They would have had no scruple about sending it, but for the doubt they had whether they had got some of the words right. Mela offered to bet Christine anything she dared that they were right, and she said, send it anyway. It was no difference if they were wrong. But Christine could not endure to think of that laugh of Beaton's, and there remained only Mrs. Mandel as authority on the spelling. Christine dreaded her authority on other points, but Mela said she knew she would not interfere, and she undertook to get round her. Mrs. Mandel pronounced the spelling bad and the taste worse. She forbade them to send the letter, and Mela failed to get round her, though she threatened, if Mrs. Mandel would not tell her how to spell the wrong words, that she would send the letter as it was. Then Mrs. Mandel said that if Mr. Beaton appeared in Saratoga, she would instantly take them both home. When Mela reported this result, Christine accused her of having mismanaged the whole business. She quarreled with her, and they called each other names. Christine declared that she would not stay in Saratoga, and that if Mrs. Mandel did not go back to New York with her, she should go alone. They returned the first week in September, but by that time Beaton had gone to see his people in Syracuse. Conrad Dryfoos remained at home with his mother after his father went West. He had already taken such a vacation as he had been willing to allow himself, and had spent it on a charity farm near the city, where the fathers with whom he worked among the poor on the East Side in the winter had sent some of their wards for the summer. It was not possible to keep his recreation a secret at the office, and Fulkerson found a pleasure in figuring the jolly times Brother Conrad must have teaching farm work among those paupers and potential reprobates. He invented details of his experience among them, and March could not always help joining in the laugh at Conrad's humorless helplessness under Fulkerson's burlesque denunciation of a summer outing spent in such dissipation. They had time for a great deal of joking at the office during the season of leisure which penetrates in August to the very heart of business, and they all got on terms of greater intimacy, if not greater friendliness, than before. Fulkerson had not had so long to do with the advertising side of human nature without developing a vein of cynicism of no great depth, perhaps, but broad and underlying his whole point of view. He made light of Beaton's solemnity as he made light of Conrad's humanity. The art editor, with abundant sarcasm, had no more humor than the publisher, and was an easy prey in the manager's hands. But when he had been led on by Fulkerson's flatteries to make some betrayal of egotism, he brooded over it till he had thought how to revenge himself in elaborate insult. For Beaton's talent Fulkerson never lost his admiration, but his joke was to encourage him to give himself airs of being the sole source of the magazine's prosperity. No bait of this sort was too obvious for Beaton to swallow. He could be caught with it as often as Fulkerson chose, though he was ordinarily suspicious as to the motives of people in saying things. With March he got on no better than at first. He seemed to be lying in wait for some encroachment of the literary department on the art department, and he met it now and then with anticipative reprisal. After these rebuffs, the editor delivered him over to the manager, who could turn Beaton's contrary mindedness to account by asking the reverse of what he really wanted done. This was what Fulkerson said. The fact was that he did get on with Beaton, and March contented himself with musing upon the contradictions of a character at once so vain and so offensive, so fickle and so sullen, so conscious and so simple. After the first jarring contact with Dryfoos, the editor ceased to feel the disagreeable fact of the old man's mastery of the financial situation. None of the chances which might have made it painful occurred. The control of the whole affair remained in Fulkerson's hands. Before he went West again, Dryfoos had ceased to come about the office, as if, having once worn off the novelty of the sense of owning a literary periodical, he was no longer interested in it. Yet it was a relief, somehow, when he left town, which he did not do without coming to take a formal leave of the editor at his office. He seemed willing to leave March with a better impression than he had hitherto troubled himself to make. He even said some civil things about the magazine, as if its success pleased him, and he spoke openly to March of his hope that his son would finally become interested in it to the exclusion of the hopes and purposes which divided them. It seemed to March that in the old man's warped and toughened heart he perceived a disappointed love for his son greater than for his other children, but this might have been fancy. Lindau came in with some copy while Dryfoos was there, and March introduced them. When Lindau went out, March explained to Dryfoos that he had lost his hand in the war, and he told him something of Lindau's career as he had known it. Dryfoos appeared greatly pleased that Every Other Week was giving Lindau work. He said that he had helped to enlist a good many fellows for the war, and had paid money to fill up the Moffett Company quota under the later calls for troops. He had never been an abolitionist, but he had joined the anti-Nebraska party in '55, and he had voted for Fremont and for every Republican president since then. At his own house March saw more of Lindau than of any other contributor, but the old man seemed to think that he must transact all his business with March at his place of business. The transaction had some peculiarities which perhaps made this necessary. Lindau always expected to receive his money when he brought his copy, as an acknowledgment of the immediate right of the laborer to his hire, and he would not take it in a check because he did not approve of banks, and regarded the whole system of banking as the capitalistic manipulation of the people's money. He would receive his pay only from March's hand because he wished to be understood as working for him, and honestly earning money honestly earned. And sometimes March inwardly winced a little at letting the old man share the increase of capital won by such speculation as Dryfoos's, but he shook off the feeling. As the summer advanced, and the artists and classes that employed Lindau as a model left town one after another, he gave largely of his increasing leisure to the people in the office of Every Other Week. It was pleasant for March to see the respect with which Conrad Dryfoos always used him, for the sake of his hurt and his gray beard. There was something delicate and fine in it, and there was nothing unkindly on Fulkerson's part in the hostilities which usually passed between himself and Lindau. Fulkerson bore himself reverently at times, too, but it was not in him to keep that up, especially when Lindau appeared with more beer aboard than, as Fulkerson said, he could manage shipshape. On these occasions Fulkerson always tried to start him on the theme of the unduly rich. He made himself the champion of monopolies, and enjoyed the invectives which Lindau heaped upon him as a slave of capital. He said that it did him good. One day, with the usual show of writhing under Lindau's scorn, he said, "Well, I understand that although you despise me now, Lindau—" "I don't despise you," the old man broke in, his nostrils swelling and his eyes flaming with excitement. "I pity you." "Well, it seems to come to the same thing in the end," said Fulkerson. "What I understand is that you pity me now as the slave of capital, but you would pity me a great deal more if I was the master of it." "How do you mean?" "If I was rich." "That would depend," said Lindau, trying to control himself. "If you had inherited your money, you might be innocent. But if you had made it, every man that respected himself would have to ask how you made it, and if you had made much, he would know—" Hold on now, Lindau. Ain't that rather un-American doctrine? We're all brought up, ain't we, to honor the man that made his money, and to look down, or try to look down, sometimes it's difficult, on the fellow that his father left it to?" The old man rose and struck his breast. "Un-American!" he roared, and as he went on his accent grew more and more uncertain. "What is American? There is no America any more. You start here free and brave, and you claim for every man the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And where have you ended? No man that works with his hands among you has the liberty to pursue his happiness. He is the slave of some richer man, some company, some corporation that grind him down to the least he can live on, and that robs him of the margin of his earnings that he might be happy on. Oh, you Americans, you have got it down cold, as you say. You don't buy voters, you buy legislatures and congressmen, you buy courts, you buy competitors, you pay inventors not to invent, you advertise, and the counting room sees that the editorial room doesn't think." "Yes, we've got a little arrangement of that sort with March here," said Fulkerson. "Oh, I am sorry," said the old man contritely. "I meant nothing personal. I don't think we are all guilty or corrupt, and even among the rich there are good men. But capital," his passion rose again, Where you find capital, millions of money that a man has got together in 5, 10, 20 years, you find the smell of tears and blood. That is what I say. And you got to look out for yourself when you meet a rich man, whether you meet an honest man." "Well," said Fulkerson, "I wish I was the subject of suspicion with you, Lindau. By the way," he added, "I understand that you think capital was at the bottom of the veto of that pension of yours." "What pension? What veto?" The old man flamed up again. "No pension of mine was ever vetoed. I renounced my pension because I would scorn to take money from a government that I don't believe in any more. Where you hear that story?" "Well, I don't know," said Fulkerson, rather embarrassed. "It's common talk." "It's a common lie, then. When the time come that this is a free country again, then I take a pension again for my wounds. But I would starve before I take a pension now from a republic that is bought up by monopolies and run by trusts and combines and railroads and oil companies." "Look out, Lindau," said Fulkerson. "You bite yourself mit that dog some day." But when the old man, with a ferocious gesture of renunciation, whirled out of the place, he added, "I guess I went a little too far that time. I touched him in a sore place. I didn't mean to. I heard some talk about his pension being vetoed from Miss Leighton." He addressed these exculpations to March's grave face, and to the pitying deprecation in the eyes of Conrad Dryfoos, whom Lindau's roaring wrath had summoned to the door. "But I'll make it all right with him the next time he comes. I didn't know he was loaded, or I wouldn't have monkeyed with him." "Lindau does himself injustice when he gets to talking in that way," said March. "I hate to hear him. He's as good an American as any of us. It's only because he has too high an ideal of us—" "Oh, go on! Rub it in!" cried Fulkerson, clutching his hair in suffering which was not altogether burlesque. "How did I know he had renounced his pension? Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't know it myself. I only knew that he had none, and I didn't ask, for I had a notion that it might be a painful subject." Fulkerson tried to turn it off lightly. "Well, he's a noble old fellow. Pity he drinks." March would not smile, and Fulkerson broke out, "Doggone it! I'll make it up to the old fool the next time he comes. I don't like that dynamite talk of his, but any man that's given his hand to the country has got mine in his grip for good. Why, March, you don't suppose I wanted to hurt his feelings, do you?" "Why, of course not, Fulkerson." But they could not get away from a certain ruefulness for that time, and in the evening Fulkerson came round to March's to say that he had got Lindau's address from Conrad, and had looked him up at his lodgings. "Well, there isn't so much bric-a-brac there, quite, as Mrs. Green left you, but I made it all right with Lindau, as far as I'm concerned. I told him I didn't know when I spoke that way, and I honored him for sticking to his principles. I don't believe in his principles, and we wept on each other's necks. At least he did. Dogged if he didn't kiss me before I knew what he was up to. He said I was his generous young friend, and he begged my pardon if he had said anything to wound me. I tell you, it was an affecting scene, March, and rats enough around in that old barracks where he lives to fit out a first-class case of delirium tremens. What does he stay there for? He's not obliged to." Lindau's reasons, as March repeated them, affected Fulkerson as deliciously comical, but after that he confined his pleasantries at the office to Beaton and Conrad Dryfoos, or, as he said, he spent the rest of the summer in keeping Lindau smoothed up. It is doubtful if Lindau altogether liked this as well. Perhaps he missed the occasions Fulkerson used to give him of bursting out against the millionaires, and he could not well go on denouncing as the slave of capital a man who had behaved to him as Fulkerson had done, though Fulkerson's servile relations to capital had been in no wise changed by his noble conduct. Their relations continued to wear this irksome character of mutual forbearance, and when Dryfoos returned in October, and Fulkerson revived the question of that dinner in celebration of the success of Every Other Week, he carried his complacence to an extreme that alarmed March for the consequences. End of Chapter 39. Chapter 40 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. You see, Fulkerson explained, I find that the old man has got an idea of his own about that banquet, and I guess there's some sense in it. He wants to have a preliminary little dinner where we can talk the thing up first, 6 of us, and he wants to give us the dinner at his house. Well, that's no harm. I don't believe the old man ever gave a dinner, and he'd like to show off a little. There's a good deal of human nature in the old man, after all. He thought of you, of course, and Colonel Woodman and Beaton, and me at the foot of the table, and Conrad. And I suggested Kendricks. He's such a nice little chap, and the old man himself brought up the idea of Lindau. He said you told him something about him, and he asked why couldn't we have him too, and I jumped at it. Have Lindau to dinner? Asked March. Certainly. Why not? Father Dryfoos has a notion of paying the old fellow a compliment for what he'd done for the country. There won't be any trouble about it. You can sit alongside of him and cut up his meat for him and help him to things. Yes, but it won't do, Fulkerson. I don't believe Lindau ever had on a dress coat in his life, and I don't believe his principals would let him wear one. Well, neither had Dryfoos, for the matter of that. He's as high principled as old Pan Electric himself when it comes to a dress coat, said Fulkerson. We're all going to go in business dress. The old man stipulated for that. It isn't the dress coat alone, March resumed. Lindau and Dryfoos wouldn't get on. You know they're opposite poles in everything. You mustn't do it. Dryfoos will be sure to say something to outrage Lindau's principles, and there'll be an explosion. It's all well enough for Dryfoos to feel grateful to Lindau, and his wish to honor him does him credit, but to have Lindau to dinner isn't the way. At the best, the old fellow would be very unhappy in such a house. He would have a bad conscience, and I should be sorry to have him feel that he'd been recreant to his principles. They're about all he's got, and whatever we think of them, we're bound to respect his fidelity to them. March warmed toward Lindau in taking this view of him. I should feel ashamed if I didn't protest against his being put in a false position. After all, he's my old friend, and I shouldn't like to have him do himself injustice if he is a crank. Of course, said Fulkerson, with some trouble in his face, I appreciate your feeling, but there ain't any danger, he added buoyantly. Anyhow, you spoke too late, as the Irishman said to the chicken when he swallowed him in a fresh egg. I've asked Lindau, and he's accepted with pleasure. That's what he says. March made no other comment than a shrug. You'll see, Fulkerson continued. It'll go off all right. I'll engage to make it, and I won't hold anybody else responsible. In the course of his married life, March had learned not to censure the irretrievable, but this was just what his wife had not learned, and she poured out so much astonishment at what Fulkerson had done, and so much disapproval, that March began to palliate the situation a little. After all, it isn't a question of life and death, and if it were, I don't see how it's to be helped now. Oh, it's not to be helped now, but I am surprised at Mr. Fulkerson. Well, Fulkerson has his moments of being merely human, too. Mrs. March would not deign a direct defense of her favorite. Well, I'm glad there are not to be ladies. I don't know. Dryfoos thought of having ladies, but it seems your infallible Fulkerson overruled him. Their presence might have kept Lindau and our host in bounds. It had become part of the Marches' conjugal joke for him to pretend that she could allow nothing wrong in Fulkerson, and he now laughed with a mocking air of having expected it when she said, Well, then, if Mr. Fulkerson says he will see that it all comes out right, I suppose you must trust his tact. I wouldn't trust yours, Basil. The first wrong step was taken when Mr. Lindau was asked to help on the magazine. Well, it was your infallible Fulkerson that took the step, or at least suggested it. I'm happy to say I had totally forgotten my early friend. Mrs. March was daunted and silenced for a moment. Then she said, Oh, sure, you know well enough he did it to please you. "I'm very glad he didn't do it to please you, Isabel," said her husband, with affected seriousness. "Though perhaps he did." He began to look at the humorous aspect of the affair, which it certainly had, and to comment on the singular incongruities which Every Other Week was destined to involve at every moment of its career. "I wonder if I'm mistaken in supposing that no other periodical was ever like it. Perhaps all periodicals are like it, but I don't believe there's another publication in New York that could bring together, in honor of itself, a fraternity and equality crank like poor old Lindau, and a belated sociological crank like Woodburn, and a truculent speculator like old Dryfoos, and a humanitarian dreamer like young Dryfoos, and a sentimentalist like me, and a nondescript like Beaton, and a pure advertising essence like Fulkerson, and a society spirit like Kendricks. If we could only allow one another to talk uninterruptedly all the time, the dinner would be the greatest success in the world, and we should come home full of the highest mutual respect. But I suspect we can't manage that. Even your infallible Fulkerson couldn't work it. And I'm afraid that there'll be some listening that'll spoil the pleasure of the time." March was so well pleased with this view of the case that he suggested the idea involved to Fulkerson. Fulkerson was too good a fellow not to laugh at another man's joke, but he laughed a little ruefully, and he seemed worn with more than one kind of care in the interval that passed between the present time and the night of the dinner. Dryfoos necessarily depended upon him for advice concerning the scope and nature of the dinner, but he received the advice suspiciously, and contested points of obvious propriety with pertinacious stupidity. Fulkerson said that when it came to the point, he would rather have had the thing, as he called it, at Delmonico's or some other restaurant, but when he found that Dryfoos's pride was bound up in having it at his own house, he gave way to him. Dryfoos also wanted his woman cook to prepare the dinner, but Fulkerson persuaded him that this would not do; he must have it from a caterer. Then Dryfoos wanted his maids to wait at table, but Fulkerson convinced him that this would be incongruous at a man's dinner. It was decided that the dinner should be sent in from Frescobaldi's, and Dryfoos went with Fulkerson to discuss it with the caterer. He insisted upon having everything explained to him, and the reason for having it, and not something else in its place, and he treated Fulkerson and Frescobaldi as if they were in league to impose upon him. There were moments when Fulkerson saw the varnish of professional politeness cracking on the Neapolitan's volcanic surface, and caught a glimpse of the lava fires of the cook's nature beneath. He trembled for Dryfoos, who was walking rough-shod over him in the security of an American who had known how to make his money, and must know how to spend it. But he got him safely away at last, and gave Frescobaldi a wink of sympathy for his shrug of exhaustion as they turned to leave him. It was at first a relief and then an anxiety with Fulkerson that Lindau did not come about after accepting the invitation to dinner, until he appeared at Dryfoos's house prompt to the hour. There was, to be sure, nothing to bring him, but Fulkerson was uneasily aware that Dryfoos expected to meet him at the office, and perhaps receive some verbal acknowledgment of the honor done him. Dryfoos, he could see, thought he was doing all his invited guests a favor, and while he stood in a certain awe of them as people of much greater social experience than himself, regarded them with a kind of contempt, as people who were going to have a better dinner at his house than they could ever afford to have at their own. He had finally not spared expense upon it. After pushing Frescobaldi to the point of eruption with his misgivings and suspicions at the first interview, he had gone to him a second time alone, and told him not to let the money stand between him and anything he would like to do. In the absence of Frescobaldi's fellow conspirator, he restored himself in the caterer's esteem by adding whatever he suggested, and Fulkerson, after trembling for the old man's niggardliness, was now afraid of a fantastic profusion in the feast. Dryfoos had reduced the scale of the banquet as regarded the number of guests, but a confusing remembrance of what Fulkerson had wished to do remained with him in part, and up to the day of the dinner he dropped in at Frescobaldi's and ordered more dishes and more of them. He impressed the Italian as an American original of a novel kind, and when he asked Fulkerson how Dryfoos had made his money, and learned that it was primarily in natural gas, he made note of some of his eccentric tastes as peculiarities that were to be caressed in any future natural gas millionaire who might fall into his hands. He did not begrudge the time he had to give in explaining to Dryfoos the relation of the different wines to the different dishes. Dryfoos was apt to substitute a costlier wine where he could for a cheaper one, and he gave Frescobaldi carte blanche for the decoration of the table with pieces of artistic confectionery. Among these the caterer designed one for a surprise to his patron, and a delicate recognition of the source of his wealth, which he found Dryfoos very willing to talk about when he intimated that he knew what it was. Dryfoos left it to Fulkerson to invite the guests, and he found ready acceptance of his politeness from Kendricks, who rightly regarded the dinner as a part of the 'Every Other Week' business, and was too sweet and kind-hearted anyway not to seem very glad to come. March was a matter of course, but in Colonel Woodburn Fulkerson encountered a reluctance which embarrassed him the more because he was conscious of having, for motives of his own, rather strained a point in suggesting the Colonel to Dryfoos as a fit subject for invitation. There had been only one of the Colonel's articles printed as yet, and though it had made a sensation in its way, and started the talk about that number, still it did not fairly constitute him as a member of the staff, or even entitled him to recognition as a regular contributor. Fulkerson felt so sure of pleasing him with Dryfoos's message that he delivered it in full family council at the widow's. His daughter received it with all the enthusiasm that Fulkerson had hoped for, but the Colonel said stiffly, "I have not the pleasure of knowing Mr. Dryfoos." Miss Woodburn appeared ready to fall upon him at this, but controlled herself, as if aware that filial authority had its limits, and pressed her lips together without saying anything. "Yes, I know," Fulkerson admitted, "but it isn't a usual case. Mr. Dryfoos don't go in much for the conventionalities. I reckon he don't know much about 'em, come to boil it down, and he hoped," here Fulkerson felt the necessity of inventing a little, "that you would excuse any want of ceremony. It's to be such an informal affair, anyway. We're all going in business dress, and there ain't going to be any ladies. He'd have to come himself to ask you, but he's a kind of a bashful old fellow. It's all right, Colonel Woodburn." "I take it that it is, sir," said the Colonel, courteously, but with unbated state, "coming from you. But in these matters we have no right to burden our friends with our decisions." Of course," said Fulkerson, feeling that he had been delicately told to mind his own business. "I understand," the Colonel went on, "the relation that Mr. Dryfoos bears to the periodical in which you have done me the honor to print my paper. But this is a question of passing the bounds of a purely business connection, and of eating the salt of a man whom you do not definitely know to be a gentleman." "My goodness!" his daughter broke in. "If you buy or own salt with his money—" "It is supposed that I earn his money before I buy my salt with it," returned her father severely. "And in these times, when money is got in heaps through the natural decay of our nefarious commercialism, it behooves a gentleman to be scrupulous that the hospitality offered him is not the profusion of a thief with his booty. I don't say that Mr. Dryfoos's good fortune is not honest. I simply say that I know nothing about it, and that I should prefer to know something before I sat down at his board." "You're all right, Colonel," said Fulkerson, "and so is Mr. Dryfoos. I give you my word that there are no flies on his personal integrity, if that's what you mean. He's hard, and he'd push an advantage, but I don't believe he would take an unfair one. He speculated and made money every time, but I never heard of his wrecking a railroad or belonging to any swindling company or any grinding monopoly. He does chance it in stocks, but he's always played on the square, if you call stocks gambling." "May I think this over till morning?" asked the Colonel. "Oh, certainly, certainly," said Fulkerson, eagerly. "I don't know as there's any hurry." Miss Woodburn found a chance to murmur to him before he went, "He'll come. And I'm so much obliged, Mr. Fulkerson. I just know it's all yo' doing, and it will give papa a chance to talk to some new people, and to get away from us everlastin' women for once." "I don't see why any one should want to do that," said Fulkerson, with grateful gallantry. "But I'll be dogged," he said to March, when he told him about this odd experience, "if I ever expected to find Colonel Woodburn on Lindau's ground. He did come round handsomely this morning at breakfast, and apologized for taking the time to think the invitation over before he accepted. 'You understand,' he says, 'that if it had been to the table of some friend not so prosperous as Mr. Dryfoos, your friend Mr. March, for instance, it would have been sufficient to know that he was your friend. But in these days it is a duty that a gentleman owes himself to consider whether he wishes to know a rich man or not. The chances of making money disreputably are so great that the chances are against a man who has made money if he's made a great deal of it.'" March listened with a face of ironical insinuation. "That was very good, and he seems to have a good deal of confidence in your patience, and in your sense of his importance to the occasion." "No, no," Fulkerson protested. "There's none of that kind of thing about the Colonel. I told him to take time to think it over. He's the simplest-hearted old fellow in the world." "I should say so. After all, he didn't give any reason he had for accepting. But perhaps the young lady had the reason." "Pshaw, March!" said Fulkerson. Chapter 41 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. So far as the Dryfoos family was concerned, the dinner might as well have been given at Frescobaldi's rooms. None of the ladies appeared. Mrs. Dryfoos was glad to escape to her own chamber, where she sat before an autumnal fire, shaking her head and talking to herself at times with the foreboding of evil which old women like her make part of their religion. The girls stood just out of sight at the head of the stairs and disputed which guest it was at each arrival. Mrs. Mandel had gone to her room to write letters, after beseeching them not to stand there. When Kendricks came, Christine gave Mela a little pinch, equivalent to a little mocking shriek, for on the ground of his long talk with Mela at Mrs. Horn's, in the absence of any other admirer, they based a superstition of his interest in her. When Beaton came, Mela returned the pinch, but awkwardly, so that it hurt, and then Christine involuntarily struck her. Frescobaldi's men were in possession everywhere. They had turned the cook out of her kitchen and the waitress out of her pantry. The reluctant Irishman at the door was supplemented by a vivid Italian who spoke French with the guests and said bien, monsieur, and tout de suite, and merci to all as he took their hats and coats and effused a hospitality that needed no language, but the gleam of his eyes and teeth and the play of his eloquent hands. From his professional dress coat, lustrous with the grease spotted on it at former dinners and parties, they passed to the frocks of the elder and younger Dryfoos in the drawing-room, which assumed informality for the affair, but did not put their wearers wholly at ease. The father's coat was of black broadcloth, and he wore it unbuttoned. The skirts were long, and the sleeves came down to his knuckles. He shook hands with his guests, and the same dryness seemed to be in his palm and throat as he huskily asked each of them to take a chair. Conrad's coat was of modern texture and cut, and was buttoned about him as if it concealed a bad conscience within its lapels. He met March with his entreating smile, and he seemed no more capable of coping with the situation than his father. They both waited for Fulkerson, who went about and did his best to keep life in the party during the half-hour that passed before they sat down at dinner. Beaton stood gloomily aloof, as if waiting to be approached on the right basis before yielding an inch of his ground. Colonel Woodburn, awaiting the moment when he could sally out on his hobby, kept himself entrenched within the dignity of a gentleman, and examined askance the figure of old Lindau as he stared about the room with his fine head up and his empty sleeve dangling over his wrist. March felt obliged to him for wearing a new coat in the midst of that hostile luxury, and he was glad to see Dryfoos make up to him and begin to talk with him, as if he wished to show him particular respect, though it might have been because he was less afraid of him than of the others. He heard Lindau saying, "But the name is German," and Dryfoos beginning to explain his Pennsylvania Dutch origin, and he suffered himself, with a sigh of relief, to fall into talk with Kendricks, who was always pleasant. He was willing to talk about something beside himself, and had no opinions that he was not ready to hold in abeyance for the time being out of kindness to others. In that group of impassioned individualities, March felt him a refuge and comfort, with his harmless dilettante intention of some day writing a novel, and his belief that he was meantime collecting material for it. Fulkerson, while breaking the ice for the whole company, was mainly engaged in keeping Colonel Woodburn thawed out. He took Kendricks away from March and presented him to the colonel as a person who, like himself, was looking into social conditions. He put one hand on Kendrick's shoulder and one on the colonel's, and made some flattering joke, apparently at the expense of the young fellow, and then left them. March heard Kendricks protest in vain, and the colonel say, gravely, "I do not wonder, sir, that these things interest you. They constitute a problem which society must solve, or which will dissolve society." And he knew from that formula, which the colonel had once used with him, that he was laying out a road for the exhibition of the hobby's paces later. Fulkerson came back to March, who had turned toward Conrad Dryfoos and said, "If we don't get this thing going pretty soon, it'll be the death of me." And just then Frescobaldi's butler came in and announced to Dryfoos that dinner was served. The old man looked toward Fulkerson with a troubled glance, as if he did not know what to do. He made a gesture to touch Lindau's elbow. Fulkerson called out, "Here's Colonel Woodburn, Mr. Dryfoos," as if Dryfoos were looking for him, and he set the example of what he was to do by taking Lindau's arm himself. Mr. Lindau was going to sit at my end of the table, alongside of March. "Stand not upon the order of your going, gentlemen, but fall in at once." He contrived to get Dryfoos and the colonel before him, and he let March follow with Kendricks. Conrad came last with Beaton, who had been turning over the music at the piano and chafing inwardly at the whole affair. At the table Colonel Woodburn was placed on Dryfoos's right and March on his left. March sat on Fulkerson's right, with Lindau next him, and the young men occupied the other seats. "Put you next to March, Mr. Lindau," said Fulkerson, "so you can begin to put Apollinaris in his champagne glass at the right moment. You know his little weakness of old. Sorry to say it's grown in him." March laughed with kindly acquiescence in Fulkerson's wish to start the gaiety, and Lindau patted him on the shoulder. "I know his weakness. If he likes a glass of wine, it is because his loaf includes even his enemy, as Shakespeare called it." "Ah, but Shakespeare couldn't have been thinking of champagne," said Kendricks. "I suppose, sir," Colonel Woodburn interposed with lofty courtesy, "champagne could hardly have been known in his day." "I suppose not, Colonel," returned the younger man deferentially. He seemed to think that sack and sugar might be a fault, but he didn't mention champagne. "Perhaps he felt there was no question about that," suggested Beaton, who then felt he had not done himself justice in the sally. "I wonder just when champagne did come in," said March. "I know when it ought to come in," said Fulkerson. "Before the soup." They all laughed, and gave themselves the air of drinking champagne out of tumblers every day, as men liked to do. Dryfoos listened uneasily. He did not quite understand the allusions, though he knew what Shakespeare was well enough. Conrad's face expressed a gentle deprecation of joking on such a subject, but he said nothing. The talk ran on briskly through the dinner. The young men tossed the ball back and forth. They made some wild shots, but they kept it going, and they laughed when they were hit. The wine loosed Colonel Woodburn's tongue. He became very companionable with the young fellows. With the feeling that a literary dinner ought to have a didactic scope, he praised Scott and Addison as the only authors fit to form the minds of gentlemen. Kendricks agreed with him, but wished to add the name of Flaubert as a master of style. "Style, you know," he added, "is the man." "Very true, sir. You are quite right, sir," the colonel assented. He wondered who Flaubert was. Beaton praised Baudelaire and Maupassant. He said these were the masters. He recited some lurid verses from Baudelaire. Lindau pronounced them a disgrace to human nature, and gave a passage from Victor Hugo on Louis Napoleon with his heavy German accent, and then he quoted Schiller. "Ach, but that is beautiful, not so?" he demanded of March. "Yes, beautiful, but of course you know I think there's nobody like Heine." Lindau threw back his great old head and laughed, showing a want of teeth under his moustache. He put his hand on March's back. "This boy, he was a boy then, was so crazy to begin reading Heine that he commenced with the dictionary before he knows any grammar, and we pick it out wort by wort together." "He was a pretty gay boy in those days, hey, Lindau?" asked Fulkerson, burlesquing the old man's accent with an impudent wink that made Lindau himself laugh. "But in the dark ages, I mean, there in Indianapolis. Just how long ago did you old codgers meet there, anyway?" Fulkerson saw the restiveness in Dryfoos's eye at the purely literary course the talk had taken. He had intended it to lead up that way to business, to Every Other Week. But he saw that it was leaving Dryfoos too far out, and he wished to get it on the personal ground where everybody is at home. "Let me see," mused Lindau. "Was it in 59 or 60, Passel? It was a year or two before the war broke out, anyway." "Those were exciting times," said Dryfoos, making his first entry into the general talk. "I went down to Indianapolis with the first company from our place, and I saw the red shirts pouring in everywhere. They had a song, 'Oh, never mind the weather, but get over double trouble, for we're bound for the land of Canaan.' The fellows locked arms and went singing it up and down 4 or 5 abreast in the moonlight, crowded everybody else off the sidewalk." I remember," said Lindau, nodding his head slowly up and down. "A good many of them never come back from that land of Canaan, Mr. Dryfoos." "You're right, Mr. Lindau, but I reckon it was worth it, the country we've got now. Here, young man," he caught the arm of the waiter who was going round with the champagne bottle. "Fill up Mr. Lindau's glass there. I want to drink the health of those old times with him. Here's to your empty sleeve, Mr. Lindau. God bless it. No offence to you, Colonel Woodburn," said Dryfoos, turning to him before he drank. "Not at all, sir, not at all," said the colonel. "I will drink with you if you will permit me." "We'll all drink, standing," cried Fulkerson. "Help March to get up, somebody. Fill high the bowl with Samian Apollinaris for Conrad. Now then, hurrah for Lindau!" They cheered and hammered on the table with the butts of their knife handles. Lindau remained seated. The tears came into his eyes. He said, "I thank you, gentlemen," and hiccuped. "I'd 'a' went into the war myself," said Dryfoos, "but I was raisin' a family of young children, and I didn't see how I could leave my farm. But I helped to fill up the quota at every call, and when the volunteering stopped I went round with the subscription paper myself, and we offered as good bounties as any in the state. My substitute was killed in one of the last skirmishes, in fact, after Lee's surrender, and I've took care of his family more or less ever since." "By the way, March," said Fulkerson, "what sort of an idea would it be to have a good war story? Might be a serial, in the magazine? The war has never fully panned out in fiction yet. It was used a good deal just after it was over, and then it was dropped. I think it's time to take it up again. I believe it would be a card." It was running in March's mind that Dryfoos had an old rankling shame in his heart for not having gone into the war, and that he had often made that explanation of his course without having ever been satisfied with it. He felt sorry for him. The fact seemed pathetic. It suggested a dormant nobleness in the man. Beaton was saying to Fulkerson, "You might get a series of sketches by substitutes. The substitutes haven't been much heard from in the war literature. How would the autobiography of a substitute do? You might follow him up to the moment he was killed in the other man's place, and inquire whether he had any right to the feelings of a hero when he was only hired in the place of one. Might call it The Career of a Deputy Hero." "I fancy," said March, "that there was a great deal of mixed motive in the men who went into the war as well as in those who kept out of it. We canonized all that died or suffered in it, but some of them must have been self-seeking and low-minded, like men in other vocations." He found himself saying this in Dryfoos's behalf. The old man looked at him gratefully at first, he thought, and then suspiciously. Lindau turned his head toward him and said, "You are right, Basil, you are right. I have seen on the field of battle the worst exhibitions of human baseness, jealousy, vanity, egoistic pride. I have seen men in the face of death itself governed by motives as low as business motives." "Well," said Fulkerson, "it would be a grand thing for 'Every Other Week' if we could get some of those ideas worked up into a series. It would make a lot of talk." Colonel Woodburn ignored him in saying, "I think, Major Lindau—" "High Private, Brevet Corporal," the old man interrupted in rejection of the title. Hendricks laughed and said, with a glance of appreciation at Lindau, "Brevet Corporal is good." Colonel Woodburn frowned a little and passed over the joke. "I think Mr. Lindau is right. Such exhibitions were common to both sides, though if you gentlemen will pardon me for saying so, I think they were less frequent on ours. We were fighting more immediately for existence. We were fewer than you were, and we knew it. We felt more intensely that if each were not for all, then none was for any." The colonel's words made their impression. Dryfoos said with authority, "That is so." "Colonel Woodburn," Fulkerson called out, "if you'll work up those ideas into a short paper, say 3,000 words, I'll engage to make March take it." The colonel went on without replying. "But Mr. Lindau is right in characterizing some of the motives that led men to the cannon's mouth as no higher than business motives, and his comparison is the most forcible that he could have used. I was very much struck by it." The hobby was out, the colonel was in the saddle with so firm a seat that no effort sufficed to dislodge him. The dinner went on from course to course with barbaric profusion, and from time to time Fulkerson tried to bring the talk back to Every Other Week. But perhaps because that was only the ostensible and not the real object of the dinner, which was to bring a number of men together under Dryfoos's roof, and make them the witnesses of his splendor, make them feel the power of his wealth, Fulkerson's attempts failed. The colonel showed how commercialism was the poison at the heart of our national life, how we began as a simple agricultural people who had fled to these shores with the instinct, divinely implanted, of building a state such as the sun never shone upon before, how we had conquered the wilderness and the savage, how we had flung off in our struggle with the mother country the trammels of tradition and precedent, and had settled down, a free nation, to the practice of the arts of peace. How the spirit of commercialism had stolen insidiously upon us, and the infernal impulse of competition had embroiled us in a perpetual warfare of interests, developing the worst passions of our nature, and teaching us to trick and betray and destroy one another in the strife for money, till now that impulse had exhausted itself, and we found competition gone, and the whole economic problem in the hands of monopolies, the Standard Oil Company, the Sugar Trust, the Rubber Trust, and what not. And now, what was the next thing? Affairs could not remain as they were. It was impossible. And what was the next thing? The company listened for the main part silently. Dryfoos tried to grasp the idea of commercialism as the colonel seemed to hold it. He conceived of it as something like the dry goods business on a vast scale, and he knew he had never been in that. He did not like to hear competition called infernal. He had always supposed it was something sacred. But he approved of what Colonel Woodburn said of the Standard Oil Company. It was all true. The Standard Oil had squeezed Dryfoos once and made him sell it a lot of oil wells by putting down the price of oil so low in that region that he lost money on every barrel he pumped. All the rest listened silently, except Lindau. At every point the colonel made against the present condition of things, he said more and more fiercely, "You are right, you are right." His eyes glowed, his hand played with his knife hilt. When the colonel demanded, "And what is the next thing?" he threw himself forward and repeated, "Yes, sir, what is the next thing?" "Natural gas, by thunder!" shouted Fulkerson. One of the waiters had profited by Lindau's posture to lean over him and put down in the middle of the table a structure in white sugar. It expressed Frescobaldi's conception of a derrick, and a touch of nature had been added in the flame of brandy, which burned luridly up from a small pit in the center of the base, and represented the gas in combustion as it issued from the ground. Fulkerson burst into a roar of laughter with the words that recognized Frescobaldi's personal tribute to Dryfoos. Everybody rose and peered over at the thing, while he explained the work of sinking a gas well as he had already explained it to Frescobaldi. In the midst of his lecture he caught sight of the caterer himself, where he stood in the pantry doorway, smiling with an artist's anxiety for the effect of his masterpiece. Come in, Frescobaldi. We want to congratulate you," Fulkerson called to him. "Here, gentlemen, here's Frescobaldi's health." They all drank, and Frescobaldi, smiling brilliantly and rubbing his hands as he bowed right and left, permitted himself to say to Dryfoos, "You are pleased, no? You like?" First rate," said the old man. But when the Italian had bowed himself out and his guests had sunk into their seats again, he said dryly to Fulkerson, "I reckon they didn't have to torpedo that well, or the derrick wouldn't look quite so nice and clean." "Yes," Fulkerson answered, "and that ain't quite the style, that little wiggly-waggly blue flame that the gas acts when you touch off a good vein of it. This might do for weak gas," and he went on to explain. "They call it weak gas when they tap it 200 or 300 feet down, and anybody can sink a well in his backyard and get enough gas to light and heat his house. I remember one fellow that had it blazing up from a pipe through a flower bed, just like a jet of water from a fountain. My! You gentlemen ought to go out and see that country, all of you. Wish we could torpedo this well, Mr. Dryfoos, and let 'em see how it works. Mind that one you torpedoed for me? You know, when they sink a well," he went on to the company, "they can't always most generally sometimes tell whether they're going to get gas or oil or salt water. Why, when they first began to bore for salt water out on the Kanawha, back about the beginning of the century, they used to get gas now and then they considered it a failure. They called the gas well a blower, and give it up in disgust. The time wasn't ripe for gas yet. Now they bore away sometimes till they get halfway to China, and don't seem to strike anything worth speaking of. Then they put a dynamite torpedo down in the well and explode it. They have a little bar of iron that they call a go-devil, and they just drop it down on the business end of the torpedo, and then stand from under, if you please. You hear a noise, and in about half a minute you begin to see one, and it begins to rain oil and mud and salt water and rocks and pitchforks and adoptive citizens, and when it clears up the derrick's painted, got a coat on it that'll wear in any climate. That's what our honored host meant. Generally get some visiting lady, when there's one round, to drop the go-devil. But that day we had to put up with Conrad here. They offered to let me drop it, but I declined. I told them I hadn't much practice with go-devils in the newspaper syndicate business, and I wasn't very well myself anyway. Astonishing," Fulkerson continued, with the air of relieving his explanation by an anecdote, "how reckless they get using dynamite when they're torpedoing wells. We stopped at one place where a fellow was handling the cartridges pretty freely, and Mr. Dryfoos happened to caution him a little, and that ass came up with one of 'em in his hand and began to pound it on the buggy wheel to show how safe it was. I turned green, I was so scared. But Mr. Dryfoos kept his color, and kind of coaxed the fellow till he quit. You could see he was the fool kind, that if you tried to stop him he'd keep on hammering that cartridge just to show that it wouldn't explode till he blew you into kingdom come. When we got him to go away, Mr. Dryfoos drove up to the foreman. 'Pay Shaney off and discharge him on the spot,' he said. 'He's too safe a man to have round. He knows too much about dynamite.' I never saw anybody so cool." Dryfoos modestly dropped his head under Fulkerson's flattery, and without lifting it, turned his eyes towards Colonel Woodburn. "I had all sorts of men to deal with in developing my property out there, but I had very little trouble with them, generally speaking." "Aha, you found the laboring man reasonable, tractable, docile?" Lindau put in. "Yes, generally speaking," Dryfoos answered. "They mostly knew which side of their bread was buttered. I did have one little difficulty at one time. It happened to be when Mr. Fulkerson was out there. Some of the men tried to form a union." "No, no," cried Fulkerson. "Let me tell that. I know you wouldn't do yourself justice, Mr. Dryfoos, and I want him to know how a strike can be managed if you take it in time. You see, some of those fellows got a notion that there ought to be a union among the working men to keep up wages and dictate to the employers, and Mr. Dryfoos's foreman was the ringleader in the business. They understood pretty well that as soon as he found it out, that foreman would walk the plank, and so they watched out till they thought they had Mr. Dryfoos just where they wanted him, everything on the keen jump and every man worth his weight in diamonds, and then they came to him and told him to sign a promise to keep that foreman to the end of the season, or till he was through with the work on the Dryfoos and Hendry edition, under penalty of having them all knock off. Mr. Dryfoos smelled a mouse, but he couldn't tell where the mouse was. He said they did have him, and he signed, of course. There wasn't anything really against the fellow, anyway. He was a first-rate man, and he did his duty every time, only he'd got some of those ideas into his head, and they turned it. Mr. Dryfoos signed, and then he laid low." March saw Lindau listening with a mounting intensity, and heard him murmur in German, "Shameful, shameful." Fulkerson went on. "Well, it wasn't long before they began to show their hand, but Mr. Dryfoos kept dark. He agreed to everything. There never was such an obliging capitalist before. There wasn't a thing they asked of him that he didn't do with the greatest of pleasure, and all went merry as a marriage bell till one morning a whole gang of fresh men marched into the Dryfoos and Hendry edition under the escort of a dozen Pinkertons with repeating rifles at half-cock, and about 50 fellows found themselves out of a job. You never saw such a mad set." "Pretty neat," said Kendricks, who looked at the affair purely from an aesthetic point of view. "Such a coup as that would tell tremendously in a play." "That was vile treason," said Lindau in German to March. "He's an infamous traitor. I cannot stay here. I must go." He struggled to rise, while March held him by the coat and implored him under his voice, "For heaven's sake, don't, Lindau. You owe it to yourself not to make a scene if you come here." Something in it all affected him comically. He could not help laughing. The others were discussing the matter, and seemed not to have noticed Lindau, who controlled himself and sighed. "You are right. I must have patience." Beaton was saying to Dryfoos, "Pity your Pinkertons couldn't have given them a few shots before they left." "No, that wasn't necessary," said Dryfoos. "I succeeded in breaking up the union. I entered into an agreement with the other parties not to employ any man who would not swear that he was non-union. If they had attempted violence, of course they could have been shot. But there was no fear of that. Those fellows can always be depended upon to cut one another's throats in the long run." "But sometimes," said Colonel Woodburn, who had been watching throughout for a chance to mount his hobby again, "they make a good deal of trouble first. How was it in the great railroad strike of '77?" "Well, I guess there was a little trouble that time, Colonel," said Fulkerson. "But the men that undertake to override the laws and paralyze the industries of a country like this generally get left in the end." "Yes, sir, generally, and up to a certain point always. But it's the exceptional that is apt to happen as well as the unexpected, and a little reflection will convince any gentleman here that there is always a danger of the exceptional in your system. The fact is, those fellows have the game in their hands already. A strike of the whole body of the Brotherhood of Engineers alone would starve out the entire Atlantic seaboard in a week. Labor insurrection could make head at a dozen given points, and your government couldn't move a man over the roads without the help of the engineers." "That is so," said Kendrick, struck by the dramatic character of the conjecture. He imagined a fiction dealing with the situation as something already accomplished. "Why don't some fellow do the Battle of Dorking act with that thing?" said Fulkerson. "It would be a card." "Exactly what I was thinking, Mr. Fulkerson," said Kendricks. Fulkerson laughed. "Telepathy, clear case of mind transference. Better see March here about it. I'd like to have it in 'Every Other Week.' It would make talk." "Perhaps it might set your people to thinking as well as talking," said the colonel. "Well, sir," said Dryfoos, setting his lips so tightly together that his imperials stuck straight outward, "if I had my way, there wouldn't be any Brotherhood of Engineers nor any other kind of labor union in the whole country." "What?" shouted Lindau. "You would suppress the unions of the working men?" "Yes, I would." "And what would you do with the unions of the capitalists, the trusts and combines and bulls? Would you take the right from one and give it to the other?" "Yes, sir, I would," said Dryfoos, with a wicked look at him. Lindau was about to roar back at him with some furious protest, but March put his hand on his shoulder imploringly, and Lindau turned to him to say in German, "But it is infamous, infamous! What kind of a man is this? Who is he? He has the heart of a tyrant." Colonel Woodburn cut in. "You couldn't do that, Mr. Dryfoos, under your system. And if you attempted it with your conspiracy laws and that kind of thing, it might bring the climax sooner than you expected. Your commercialized society has built its house on the sands. It will have to go, but I should be sorry if it went before its time." "You are right, sir," said Lindau. "It would be a pity. I hope it will last till it feels its rottenness like Herod. But when its hour comes, when it drops to pieces with the weight of its own corruption, what then?" "It's not supposed to be that a system of things like this can drop to pieces of its own accord, like the old Republic of Venice," said the colonel. "But when the last vestige of commercial society is gone, then we can begin to build anew, and we shall build upon the central idea, not of the false liberty you now worship, but of responsibility, responsibility. The enlightened, the moneyed, the cultivated class shall be responsible to the central authority, emperor, duke, president, the name does not matter, for the national expense and national defense, and it shall be responsible to the working classes of all kinds for homes and lands and implements and the opportunity to labor at all times. The working classes shall be responsible to the leisure class for the support of its dignity in peace, and shall be subject to its command in war. The rich shall warrant the poor against planless production and the ruin that now follows, against danger from without and famine from within, and the poor—" "No, no, no!" shouted Lindau. "The state shall do that, the whole people. The men who work shall have and shall eat, and the men that will not work, they shall starve. But no man need starve. He will go to the state, and the state will see that he have work and that he have food. All the roads and mills and mines and lands shall be the people's and be run by the people for the people. There shall be no rich and no poor. There shall be no war any more, for what power would dare to attack a people bound together in a brotherhood like this?" "Lion and Lamb Act," said Fulkerson, not well knowing, after so much champagne, what words he was using. No one noticed him, and Colonel Woodburn said coldly to Lindau, "You are talking paternalism, sir." "And you are talking feudalism," retorted the old man. The colonel did not reply. A silence ensued, which no one broke till Fulkerson said, "Well, now, look here. If either one of these millenniums was brought about by force of arms or otherwise, what would become of 'Every Other Week'? Who would want March for an editor? How would Beaton sell his pictures? Who would print Mr. Kendricks's little society verses and short stories? What would become of Conrad and his good works?" Those named grinned in support of Fulkerson's diversion, but Lindau and the colonel did not speak. Dryfoos looked down at his plate, frowning. A waiter came round with cigars, and Fulkerson took one. "Ah," he said as he bit off the end, and leaned over to the emblematic masterpiece where the brandy was still feebly flickering. "I wonder if there's enough natural gas left to light my cigar." His effort put the flame out and knocked the derrick over. It broke in fragments on the table. Fulkerson cackled over the ruin. "I wonder if all Moffitt will look that way after labor and capital have fought it out together. I hope this ain't ominous of anything personal, Dryfoos." "I'll take the risk of it," said the old man, harshly. He rose mechanically, and Fulkerson said to Frescobaldi's man, "You can bring us the coffee in the library." The talk did not recover itself there. Lindau would not sit down. He refused coffee, and dismissed himself with a haughty bow to the company. Colonel Woodburn shook hands elaborately all round when he had smoked his cigar. The others followed him. It seemed to March that his own good night from Dryfoos was dry and cold. End of Chapter 41. Chapter 42 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. March met Fulkerson on the steps of the office next morning, when he arrived rather later than his wont. Fulkerson did not show any of the signs of suffering from the last night's pleasure which painted themselves in March's face. He flirted his hand gaily in the air and said, "How's your poor head?" and broke into a knowing laugh. "You don't seem to have got up with the lark this morning. The old gentleman is in there with Conrad as bright as a biscuit. He's beat you down. Well, we did have a good time, didn't we? And old Lindau and the colonel, didn't they have a good time? I don't suppose they ever had a chance before to give their theories quite so much air. Oh, my, how they did ride over us! I'm just going down to see Beaton about the cover of the Christmas number. I think we ought to try it in 3 or 4 colors if we are going to observe the day at all." He was off before March could pull himself together to ask what Dryfoos wanted at the office at that hour of the morning. He always came in the afternoon on his way uptown. The fact of his presence renewed the sinister misgivings with which March had parted from him the night before, but Fulkerson's cheerfulness seemed to gainsay them. Afterward, March did not know whether to attribute this mood to the slipperiness that he was aware of at times in Fulkerson, or to a cynical amusement he might have felt at leaving him alone to the old man, who mounted to his room shortly after March had reached it. A sort of dumb anger showed itself in his face. His jaw was set so firmly that he did not seem able at once to open it. He asked, without the ceremonies of greeting, "What does that one-armed Dutchman do on this book?" "What does he do?" March echoed, as people are apt to do with a question that is mandatory and offensive. "Yes, sir, what does he do? Does he write for it?" "I suppose you mean Lindau," said March. He saw no reason for refusing to answer Dryfoos's demand, and he decided to ignore its terms. "No, he doesn't write for it in the usual way. He translates for it. He examines the foreign magazines, and draws my attention to anything he thinks of interest. But I told you about this before." "I know what you told me well enough, and I know what he is. He is a red-mouthed labor agitator. He's one of those foreigners that come here from places where they've never had a decent meal's victuals in their lives, and as soon as they get their stomachs full they begin to make trouble between our people and their hands. That's where the strikes come from, and the unions and the secret societies. They come here and break our Sabbath and teach their atheism. They ought to be hung. Let 'em go back if they don't like it over here. They want to ruin the country." March could not help smiling a little at the words, which came fast enough now in the hoarse staccato of Dryfoos's passion. "I don't know whom you mean by 'they,' generally speaking, but I had the impression that poor old Lindau had once done his best to save the country. I don't always like his way of talking, but I know that he is one of the truest and kindest souls in the world, and he is no more an atheist than I am. He is my friend, and I can't allow him to be misunderstood." "I don't care what he is," Dryfoos broke out. "I won't have him around. He can't have any more work from this office. I want you to stop it. I want you to turn him off." March was standing at his desk, as he had risen to receive Dryfoos when he entered. He now sat down and began to open his letters. "Do you hear?" the old man roared at him. "I want you to turn him off." "Excuse me, Mr. Dryfoos," said March, succeeding in an effort to speak calmly. "I don't know you in such a matter as this. My arrangements as editor of 'Every Other Week' were made with Mr. Fulkerson. I have always listened to any suggestion he has to make." "I don't care for Mr. Fulkerson. He has nothing to do with it," retorted Dryfoos. But he seemed a little daunted by March's position. "He has everything to do with it as far as I am concerned," March answered, with a steadiness that he did not feel. "I know that you are the owner of the periodical, but I can't receive any suggestion from you for the reason that I have given. Nobody but Mr. Fulkerson has any right to talk with me about its management." Dryfoos glared at him for a moment, and demanded, threateningly, "Then you say you won't turn that old loafer off? You say that I have got to keep on paying my money out to buy beer for a man that would cut my throat if he got the chance?" "I say nothing at all, Mr. Dryfoos," March answered. The blood came into his face, and he added, "But I will say that if you speak again of Mr. Lindau in those terms, one of us must leave this room. I will not hear you." Dryfoos looked at him with astonishment. Then he struck his hat down on his head and stamped out of the room and down the stairs. And a vague pity came into March's heart that was not altogether for himself. He might be the greater sufferer in the end, but he was sorry to have got the better of that old man for the moment, and he felt ashamed of the anger into which Dryfoos's anger had surprised him. He knew he could not say too much in defence of Lindau's generosity and unselfishness, and he had not attempted to defend him as a political economist. He could not have taken any ground in relation to Dryfoos but that which he held, and he felt satisfied that he was right in refusing to receive instructions or commands from him. Yet somehow he was not satisfied with the whole affair, and not merely because his present triumph threatened his final advantage, but because he felt that in his heart he had hardly done justice to Dryfoos's rights in the matter. It did not quite console him to reflect that Dryfoos had himself made it impossible. He was tempted to go home and tell his wife what had happened, and begin his preparations for the future at once. But he resisted this weakness and kept mechanically about his work, opening the letters and the manuscripts before him with that curious double action of the mind common in men of vivid imaginations. It was a relief when Conrad Dryfoos, having apparently waited to make sure that his father would not return, came up from the counting-room and looked in on March with a troubled face. "Mr. March," he began, "I hope father hasn't been saying anything to you that you can't overlook. I know he was very much excited, and when he is excited he is apt to say things that he is sorry for." The apologetic attitude taken for Dryfoos, so different from any attitude the peremptory old man would have conceivably taken for himself, made March smile. "Oh no, I fancy the boot is on the other leg. I suspect I've said some things your father can't overlook, Conrad." He called the young man by his Christian name, partly to distinguish him from his father, partly from the infection of Fulkerson's habit, and partly from a kindness for him that seemed naturally to express itself in that way. "I know he didn't sleep last night after you all went away," Conrad pursued, "and of course that made him more irritable, and he was tried a good deal by some of the things that Mr. Lindau said." "I was tried a good deal myself," said March. "Lindau ought never to have been there." "No." Conrad seemed only partially to assent. "I told Mr. Fulkerson so. I warned him that Lindau would be apt to break out in some way. It wasn't just to him, and it wasn't just to your father to ask him." "Mr. Fulkerson had a good motive," Conrad gently urged. "He did it because he hurt his feelings that day about the pension." "Yes, but it was a mistake. He knew that Lindau was inflexible about his principles, as he calls them, and that one of his first principles is to denounce the rich in season and out of season. I don't remember just what he said last night, and I really thought I'd kept him from breaking out in the most offensive way. But your father seems very much incensed." "Yes, I know," said Conrad. "Of course, I don't agree with Lindau. I think there are as many good, kind, just people among the rich as there are among the poor, and that they are as generous and helpful. But Lindau has got hold of one of those partial truths that hurt worse than the whole truth, and—" "Partial truth," the young man interrupted. "Didn't the Saviour himself say, 'How hardly shall they that have riches enter the kingdom of God'?" "Why, bless my soul!" cried March. "Do you agree with Lindau?" "I agree with the Lord Jesus Christ," said the young man, solemnly, and a strange light of fanaticism, of exaltation, came into his wide blue eyes. "And I believe he meant the kingdom of heaven upon this earth as well as in the skies." March threw himself back in his chair and looked at him with a kind of stupefaction, in which his eye wandered to the doorway, where he saw Fulkerson standing, it seemed to him a long time, before he heard him saying, "Hello, hello! What's the row? Conrad pitching into you on old Lindau's account, too?" The young man turned, and after a glance at Fulkerson's light, smiling face, went out, as if in his present mood he could not bear the contact of that persiflant spirit. March felt himself getting provisionally very angry again. "Excuse me, Fulkerson, but did you know when you went out what Mr. Dryfoos wanted to see me for?" "Well, no, I didn't exactly," said Fulkerson, taking his usual seat on a chair and looking over the back of it at March. "I saw he was on his car about something, and I thought I'd better not monkey with him much. I supposed he was going to bring you to book about old Lindau somehow." Fulkerson broke into a laugh. March remained serious. "Mr. Dryfoos," he said, willing to let the simple statement have its own weight with Fulkerson and nothing more, "came in here and ordered me to discharge Lindau from his employment on the magazine. To turn him off, as he put it." "Did he?" asked Fulkerson, with unbroken cheerfulness. "The old man is business every time. Well, I suppose you can easily get somebody else to do Lindau's work for you. This town is just running over with half-starved linguists. What did you say?" "What did I say?" March echoed. "Look here, Fulkerson, you may regard this as a joke, but I don't. I'm not used to being spoken to as if I were the foreman of a shop, and told to discharge a sensitive and cultivated man like Lindau as if he were a drunken mechanic. And if that's your idea of me— Oh, hello, now, March! You mustn't mind the old man's way. He don't mean anything by it. He don't know any better, if you come to that." "Then I know better," said March. "I refused to receive any instructions from Mr. Dryfoos, whom I don't know in my relations with 'Every Other Week,' and I referred him to you." "You did?" Fulkerson whistled. "He owns the thing." "I don't care who owns the thing," said March. "My negotiations were with you alone from the beginning, and I leave this matter with you. What do you wish done about Lindau?" "Oh, better let the old fool drop," said Fulkerson. "He'll light on his feet somehow, and it will save a lot of rumpus." "And if I decline to let him drop?" "Oh, come now, March, don't do that," Fulkerson began. "If I decline to let him drop," March repeated, "what will you do?" "I'll be dogged if I know what I'll do," said Fulkerson. "I hope you won't take that stand. If the old man went so far as to speak to you about it, his mind is made up, and we might as well knock under first as last." "And do you mean to say that you would not stand by me in what I considered my duty in a matter of principle?" "Why, of course, March," said Fulkerson, coaxingly. "I mean to do the right thing. But Dryfoos owns the magazine." "He doesn't own me," said March, rising. "He has made the little mistake of speaking to me as if he did, and when—" March put on his hat and took his overcoat down from its nail. "When you bring me his apologies, or come to say that, having failed to make him understand they were necessary, you are prepared to stand by me, I will come back to this desk. Otherwise, my resignation is at your service." He started toward the door, and Fulkerson intercepted him. "Ah, now look here, March! Don't do that. Hang it all, don't you see where it leaves me? Now, you just sit down a minute and talk it over. I can make you see. I can show you. Why, confound the old Dutch beer buzzer. 20 of him wouldn't be worth the trouble he's makin'. Let him go, and the old man'll come around in time." "I don't think we've understood each other exactly, Mr. Fulkerson," said March, very haughtily. "Perhaps we never can, but I'll leave you to think it out." He pushed on, and Fulkerson stood aside to let him pass, with a dazed look and a mechanical movement. There was something comic in his rueful bewilderment to March, who was tempted to smile, but he said to himself that he had as much reason to be unhappy as Fulkerson, and he did not smile. His indignation kept him hot in his purpose to suffer any consequence rather than submit to the dictation of a man like Dryfoos. He felt keenly the degradation of his connection with him, and all his resentment of Fulkerson's original uncandor returned. At the same time his heart ached with foreboding. It was not merely the work in which he had constantly grown happier that he saw taken from him, but he felt the misery of the man who stakes the security and plenty and peace of home upon some caste, and knows that losing will sweep from him most that most men find sweet and pleasant in life. He faced the fact, which no good man can front without terror, that he was risking the support of his family, and for a point of pride, of honor, which perhaps he had no right to consider in view of the possible adversity. He realized, as every hireling must, no matter how skillfully or gracefully the tie is contrived for his wearing, that he belongs to another whose will is his law. His indignation was shot with abject impulses to go back and tell Fulkerson that it was all right, and that he gave up. To end the anguish of his struggle, he quickened his steps so that he found he was reaching home almost at a run. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of A Hazard of New Fortunes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. He must have made more clatter than he supposed with his key at the apartment door, for his wife had come to let him in when he flung it open. "Why, Basil," she said, "what's brought you back? Are you sick? You're all pale. Well, no wonder. This is the last of Mr. Fulkerson's dinner you shall go to. You're not strong enough for it, and your stomach will be all out of order for a week. How hot you are, and in a drip of perspiration. Now you'll be sick." She took his hat away, which hung dangling in his hand, and pushed him into a chair with tender impatience. "What's the matter? Has anything happened?" "Everything has happened," he said, getting his voice after one or two husky endeavors for it, and then he poured out a confused and huddled statement of the case, from which she only got at the situation by prolonged cross-questioning. At the end she said, "I knew Lindau would get you into trouble." This cut March to the heart. "Isabel!" he cried, reproachfully. "Oh, I know," she retorted, and the tears began to come. "I didn't wonder you didn't want to say much to me about that dinner at breakfast. I noticed it, but I thought you were just dull, and so I didn't insist. I wish I had now. If you had told me what Lindau had said, I should have known what would have come of it, and I could have advised you." "Would you have advised me," March demanded, curiously, "to submit to bullying like that, and meekly consent to an act of cruelty against a man who had once been such a friend to me?" "It was an unlucky day when you met him. I suppose we shall have to go, and just when we had got used to New York and begun to like it. I don't know where we shall go now. Boston isn't like home any more, and we couldn't live on 2,000 there. I should be ashamed to try. I'm sure I don't know where we can live. I suppose in some country village where there are no schools or anything for the children. I don't know what they'll say when we tell them, poor things." Every word was a stab in March's heart, so weakly tender to his own. His wife's tears, after so much experience of the comparative lightness of the griefs that weep themselves out in women, always seemed wrung from his own soul. If his children suffered in the least through him, he felt like a murderer. It was far worse than he could have imagined, the way his wife took the affair, though he had imagined certain words, or perhaps only looks from her, that were bad enough. He had allowed for trouble, but trouble on his account, a sympathy that might burden and embarrass him, but he had not dreamed of this merely domestic, this petty, this sordid view of their potential calamity, which left him wholly out of the question and embraced only what was most crushing and desolating in the prospect. He could not bear it. He caught up his hat again, and with some hope that his wife would try to keep him, rushed out of the house. He wandered aimlessly about, thinking the same exhausting thoughts over and over, till he found himself horribly hungry. Then he went into a restaurant for his lunch, and when he paid he tried to imagine how he should feel if that were really his last dollar. He went home toward the middle of the afternoon, basely hoping that Fulkerson had sent him some conciliatory message, or perhaps was waiting there for him to talk it over. March was quite willing to talk it over now. But it was his wife who again met him at the door, though it seemed another woman than the one he had left weeping in the morning. "I told the children," she said, in smiling explanation of his absence from lunch, "that perhaps you were detained by business. I didn't know but you had gone back to the office." "Did you think I would go back there, Isabel?" asked March, with a haggard look. "Well, if you say so, I will go back and do what Dryfoos ordered me to do. I'm sufficiently cowed between him and you, I can assure you." "Nonsense," she said. "I approve of everything you did. But sit down now, and don't keep walking that way, and let me see if I understand it perfectly. Of course I had to have my say out." She made him go all over his talk with Dryfoos again, and report his own language precisely. From time to time, as she got his points, she said, "That was splendid. Good enough for him," and, "Oh, I'm so glad you said that to him." At the end she said, "Well, now, let's look at it from his point of view. Let's be perfectly just to him before we take another step forward." "Or backward," March suggested ruefully. "The case is simply this: he owns the magazine." "Of course." "And he has a right to expect that I will consider his pecuniary interests." "Oh, those detestable pecuniary interests! Don't you wish there wasn't any money in the world?" "Yes, or else that there was a great deal more of it. And I was perfectly willing to do that. I have always kept that in mind as one of my duties to him, ever since I understood what his relation to the magazine was." "Yes, I can bear witness to that in any court of justice. You've done it a great deal more than I could, Basil. And it was just the same way with those horrible insurance people." "I know," March went on, trying to be proof against her flatteries, or at least to look as if he did not deserve praise. "I know that what Lindau said was offensive to him, and I can understand how he felt that he had a right to punish it. All I say is he had no right to punish it through me." "Yes," said Mrs. March, askingly. "If it had been a question of making 'Every Other Week' the vehicle of Lindau's peculiar opinions, though they're not so very peculiar, he might have got the most of them out of Ruskin. I shouldn't have had any ground to stand on, or at least then I should have had to ask myself whether his opinions would be injurious to the magazine or not." "I don't see," Mrs. March interpolated, "how they could hurt it much worse than Colonel Woodburn's article crying up slavery." "Well," said March, impartially, "we could print a dozen articles praising the slavery it's impossible to have back, and it wouldn't hurt us. But if we printed one paper against the slavery which Lindau claims still exists, some people would call us bad names, and the counting room would begin to feel it. But that isn't the point. Lindau's connection with 'Every Other Week' is almost purely mechanical. He's merely a translator of such stories and sketches as he first submits to me, and it isn't at all a question of his opinions hurting us, but of my becoming an agent to punish him for his opinions. That is what I wouldn't do. That's what I will never do." "If you did," said his wife, "I should perfectly despise you. I didn't understand how it was before. I thought you were just holding out against Dryfoos because he took a dictatorial tone with you, and because you wouldn't recognize his authority. But now I'm with you, Basil, every time, as that horrid little Fulkerson says. But who would ever have supposed he would be so base as to side against you?" "I don't know," said March, thoughtfully, "that we had a right to expect anything else. Fulkerson's standards are low, they're merely business standards, and the good that's in him is incidental and something quite apart from his morals and methods. He's naturally a generous and right-minded creature, but life has taught him to truckle and trick like the rest of us." "It hasn't taught you that, Basil." "Don't be so sure. Perhaps it's only that I'm a poor scholar. But I don't know, really, that I despise Fulkerson so much for his course this morning as for his gross and fulsome flatteries of Dryfoos last night. I could hardly stomach it." His wife made him tell her what they were, and then she said, "Yes, that was loathsome. I couldn't have believed it of Mr. Fulkerson." "Perhaps he only did it to keep the talk going, and to give the old man a chance to say something," March leniently suggested. "It was a worse effect because he didn't or couldn't follow up Fulkerson's lead." "It was loathsome all the same," his wife insisted. "It's the end of Mr. Fulkerson, as far as I'm concerned." "I didn't tell you before," March resumed after a moment, "of my little interview with Conrad Dryfoos after his father left." And now he went on to repeat what had passed between him and the young man. "I suspect that he and his father had been having some words before the old man came up to talk with me, and that it was that made him so furious." "Yes, but what a strange position for the son of such a man to take! Do you suppose he says such things to his father?" "I don't know, but I suspect that in his meek way Conrad would say what he believed to anybody. I suppose we must regard him as a kind of crank." "Poor young fellow! He always makes me feel sad, somehow. He has such a pathetic face. I don't believe I ever saw him look quite happy, except that night at Mrs. Horn's when he was talking with Miss Vance. And then he made me feel sadder than ever." "I don't envy him the life he leads at home, with those convictions of his. I don't see why it wouldn't be as tolerable there for old Lindau himself." "Well, now," said March, "let us put them all out of our minds and see what we are going to do ourselves." They began to consider their ways and means, and how and where they should live, in view of March's severance of his relations with 'Every Other Week.' They had not saved anything from the first year's salary; they had only prepared to save, and they had nothing solid but their 2,000 to count upon. But they built a future in which they easily lived on that, and on what March earned with his pen. He became a free-lance, and fought in whatever cause he thought was just. He had no ties, no chains. They went back to Boston with a heroic will to do what was most distasteful. They would have returned to their own house if they had not rented it again. But, any rate, Mrs. March helped out by taking boarders, or perhaps only letting rooms to lodgers. They had some hard struggles, but they succeeded. "The great thing," she said, "is to be right. I'm 10 times as happy as if you had come home and told me that you had consented to do what Dryfoos asked, and he had doubled your salary." "I don't think that would have happened in any event," said March, dryly. "Well, no matter. I just used it for an example." They both experienced a buoyant relief, such as seems to come to people who begin life anew on whatever terms. "I hope we are young enough yet, Basil," she said, and she would not have it when he said they had once been younger. They heard the children's knock on the door. They knocked when they came home from school, so that their mother might let them in. "Shall we tell them at once?" she asked, and ran to open it for them before March could answer. They were not alone. Fulkerson, smiling from ear to ear, was with them. "Is March in?" he asked. "Mr. March is at home, yes," she said very haughtily. "He's in his study," and she led the way there, while the children went to their rooms. "Well, March," Fulkerson called out at the sight of him, "it's all right. The old man has come down." "I suppose if you gentlemen are going to talk business," Mrs. March began. "Oh, we don't want you to go away," said Fulkerson. "I reckon March has told you, anyway." "Yes, I've told her," said March. "Don't go, Isabel." "What do you mean, Fulkerson?" "He's just gone up home, and he sent me round with his apologies. He sees now that he had no business to speak to you as he did, and he withdraws everything. He'd 'a' come round himself if I'd said so, but I told him I could make it all right." Fulkerson looked so happy in having the whole affair put right, and the Marches knew him to be so kindly affected toward them that they could not refuse for the moment to share his mood. They felt themselves slipping down from the moral height which they had gained, and March made a clutch to stay himself with the question, "And Lindau?" "Well," said Fulkerson, "he's going to leave Lindau to me. You won't have anything to do with it. I'll let the old fellow down easy." "Do you mean," asked March, "that Mr. Dryfoos insists on his being dismissed?" "Why, there isn't any dismissing about it," Fulkerson argued. "If you don't send him any more work, he won't do any more, that's all. Or if he comes round, you can he's to be referred to me." March shook his head, and his wife, with a sigh, felt herself plucked up from the soft circumstance of their lives, which she had sunk back into so quickly, and set beside him on that cold peak of principle again. "It won't do, Fulkerson. It's very good of you and all that, but it comes to the same thing in the end. I could have gone on without any apology from Mr. Dryfoos. He transcended his authority, but that's a minor matter. I could have excused it to his ignorance of life among gentlemen, but I can't consent to Lindau's dismissal. It comes to that whether you do it or I do it, and whether it's a positive or a negative thing, because he holds this opinion or that." "But don't you see," said Fulkerson, "that it's just Lindau's opinions the old man can't stand? He hasn't got anything against him personally. I don't suppose there's anybody that appreciates Lindau in some ways more than the old man does." "I understand. He wants to punish him for his opinions. Well, I can't consent to that, directly or indirectly. We don't print his opinions, and he has a perfect right to hold them, whether Mr. Dryfoos agrees with them or not." Mrs. March had judged it decorous for her to say nothing, but now she went and sat down in the chair next her husband. "Ah, doggone it!" cried Fulkerson, rumpling his hair with both his hands. "What am I to do? The old man says he's got to go." "And I don't consent to his going," said March. "And you won't stay if he goes?" Fulkerson rose. "Well, well, I've got to see about it. I'm afraid the old man won't stand it, March. I am, indeed. I wish you'd reconsider. I'd take it as a personal favor, if you would. It leaves me in a fix. You see, I've got to side with one or the other." March made no reply to this except to say, "Yes, you must stand by him, or you must stand by me." "Well, well. Hold on a while. I'll see you in the morning. Don't take any steps." "Oh, there are no steps to take," said March, with a melancholy smile. "The steps are stopped, that's all." He sank back into his chair when Fulkerson was gone, and drew a long breath. "This is pretty rough. I thought we had got through it." "No," said his wife. "It seems as if I had to make the fight all over again." "Well, it's a good thing it's a holy war." "I can't bear the suspense. Why didn't you tell him outright you wouldn't go back on any terms?" "I might as well, and got the glory. He'll never move Dryfoos. I suppose we both would like to go back if we could." "Oh, I suppose so." They could not regain their lost exaltation, their lost dignity. At dinner Mrs. March asked the children how they would like to go back to Boston to live. "Why, we're not going, are we?" asked Tom, without enthusiasm. "I was just wondering how you felt about it now," she said, with an underlook at her husband. "Well, if we go back," said Bella, "I want to live on the Back Bay. It's awfully micky at the South End." "I suppose I should go to Harvard," said Tom, "and I'd room out at Cambridge. It would be easier to get at you on the Back Bay." The parents smiled ruefully at each other, and in view of these grand expectations of his children, March resolved to go as far as he could in meeting Dryfoos's wishes. He proposed the theater as a distraction from the anxieties that he knew were pressing equally on his wife. "We might go to the old homestead," he suggested, with a sad irony which only his wife felt. "Oh yes, let's!" cried Bella. While they were getting ready, some one rang, and Bella went to the door, and then came to tell her father it was Mr. Lindau. "He says he wants to see you just a moment. He's in the parlor, and he won't sit down or anything." "What can he want?" groaned Mrs. March from their common dismay. March apprehended a storm in the old man's face. but he only stood in the middle of the room, looking very sad and grave. "You are going out," he said. "I won't keep you long. I have come to bring back those magazines and this money. I can't do any more work for you. I can't keep the money you have paid me already. It is not honest money that has been earned by work. It is money that has been made by speculation and the oppression of labor and the necessity of the poor by a man. Here it is, every dollar, every cent. Take it. I feel as if there was blood on it." "Why, Lindau," March began, but the old man interrupted him. "Don't talk to me, Passil. I could not have believed it of you. When you know how I felt about those things, why didn't you tell me whose money you pay out to me? Ach, I don't blame you. I don't reproach you. You have never thought of it. But I have thought, and I should be guilty. I must share that man's guilt if I kept his money. If you had told me at the beginning, if you had been frank with me, but it is all right. You can go on. You don't see these things as I see them. And you have got a family, and I am a free man. I work to myself, and when I don't work, I starve to myself. But I keep my hands clean, work or starve. Give him his money back. I am sorry for him. I would not hurt his feelings, but I could not bear to touch him, and his money is like poison." March tried to reason with Lindau, to show him the folly, the injustice, the absurdity of his course. It ended in their both getting angry, and in Lindau's going away in a whirl of German that included Basil in the guilt of the man whom Lindau called his master. "Well," said Mrs. March, "he is a crank, and I think you're well rid of him. Now you have no quarrel with that horrid old Dryfoos, and you can keep right on." "Yes," said March. "I wish it didn't make me feel so sneaking. What a long day it's been! It seems like a century since I got up." "Yes, 1,000 years. Is there anything else left to happen?" "I hope not. I'd like to go to bed." "Why, aren't you going to the theater?" wailed Bella, coming in upon her father's desperate expression. "The theater? Oh, yes, certainly. I meant after we got home." And March amused himself at the puzzled countenance of the child. "Come on. Is Tom ready?" Chapter 43